international students who are neurodivergent, their score is +10. So there's a really significant gap there. And the same pattern exists again when we look at students who identify as LGBTQIA+. So there's a clear discrepancy here among international students who fall into one of these vulnerable groups, and that's where things start to get interesting. So that pattern of the widening gap exists in a couple of areas, two of which I want to talk about today. The first is the moving in experience, and also the extent to which students feel the university or the accommodation team cares about their well-being. So they're the two big things that I'll touch on today. I'll also round off by just looking very quickly at disclosure. As I said, there's a whole host of different types of vulnerability that exist out there in the general population. For this presentation in particular, I'll be focusing from here on students who have a disability. As I say, there's not that much research out there about the intersection between international students and vulnerability. Where there is something, it tends to be for disabled students. So that's why we're focusing on that particular group of students today. So we look at how students rate the overall moving in experience. So UK students without a disability, 83% of them rate it as overall being positive. That compares to 79% of UK students with a disability. So we've got a gap of 4 percentage points there. If we look at the same data for international students, again, that gap is much wider at 9 points. And actually, it's worth noting there that international students with a disability, 72%, that's the lowest score out of all those groups. It's really unusual that international students, their scores will drop below UK students. So that's really notable and really speaks to the difference in their experience. We dug into this a little bit more and looked in particular, are there any particular aspects of the moving in experience that are markedly different? Well, the pattern exists across all aspects of the moving in experience, but especially when it comes to how students rate the welcome that they got from other residents. So UK students without a disability there in orange, we can see 71% of them rate that welcome from other residents as positive, compared to 62% of UK students with a disability, gap of 9 points. And again, a much bigger gap when it comes to international students with a disability. There's a 16-point gap there. And again, that speaks to really the difference that they're having in the experience that they get in terms of being welcomed from other residents. We know that the moving in experience is such a crucial time for students, and it really sets the scene for the rest of their experience that they have in their accommodation. The relationships that they make or don't make can have a real impact on the sense of community that they feel, the sense of belonging, which we know has knock-on impacts for how they view their overall accommodation experience, but also their overall university experience. There was some government research into student loneliness that found disabled students are much more likely to not only feel lonely, but also to feel that they would be judged if they let other people know that they were lonely. And they also found that existed for international students and disabled students. Unfortunately, there was no analysis of how those groups overlap. As I say, there's not much research out there into the intersection between these groups, but I think it's fair to really assume that it would be much worse for those students. Alongside that, GSL index data shows that international students with a disability are much more likely to struggle with homesickness and language barriers. Despite those struggles, there is a real appetite for inclusive events that students can start to build up these relationships, start to feel a sense of community and a sense of belonging. We've got 2 quotes there from international students with a disability. This was in response to when they asked what one thing could improve their accommodation experience. One person said, inclusion or representation for people with disabilities in events, like having captions at talks. And another person said that the one thing that would make their experience better was to make more accessible socialising with other tenants. So I know logistically sometimes that can pose new challenges for providers in being able to really support students as best as possible, but it can have such a huge impact for students when the accessibility is there and their needs are being met. It can have huge impacts on the extent to which they feel that the university and the accommodation team cares about their well-being, which is the second point that I want to touch on today. So there was some data that really looked at the proportion that feel that the university care about their well-being. So we've got UK students up there at the moment. There's no difference in their scores if they do or don't have a disability. But when we look at international students, there is a much more marked difference, a 6 percentage point difference there. And again, international students with a disability, they have the lowest score out of all those groups, which is unusual, as I say, that international students will score things worse than UK students. So there's a real different experience that international students with a disability are facing there. If we look at similar data for the proportion that feel that the accommodation team specifically cares about their well-being, there is a slight difference among UK students who do and don't have a disability, a difference of 3 percentage points, but that doubles when we look at international students. So again, international students with a disability are having a very different experience than their peers. So to be able to support students appropriately, to be able to make sure that they have the accommodation experience and the university experience that they deserve, knowledge really is power in this instance, and that all starts from disclosure, from being equipped with information from students about whether they have additional needs, what those needs might look like, and then you can start to work to really accommodate them. There's a really interesting book out there. You may or may not have heard of it. If you haven't, I highly recommend reading it. It's really, really interesting. It's called Research with International Students, and specifically there is a chapter in there all about the intersection between disabled students and international students. And in particular, that chapter highlights 2 issues when it comes to disclosure for international students. The first being that language around disabilities may not be familiar to international students. There are 2 examples in particular that the chapter mentions that I wanted to pull out here today. They give the example that in the Chinese education service, 3 categories of disability are recognised, those being cognitive, visual and hearing. So it's very plausible that a student in their home country, they may not be classified as a disabled student, when actually when coming to study in the UK, they are, but that's just not clear to them because the language used and the categories used are just so different from their home country. The second issue with language is translations. Terms such as learning difficulties just might not translate into other languages, and in some languages, a direct translation just does not exist. So that can be a real hurdle for students in being able to identify whether they classify as a disabled student, whether they are entitled to additional support. That can be a huge barrier. The second barrier in particular that chapter notes is that there may be an unwillingness to disclose. I've lifted a very short quote here because they just, they put it perfectly and I couldn't do a better job myself. But the book notes that cultural norms may mean that international students prefer not to choose to define themselves as disabled, which may directly be the result of previous disability discrimination experiences or a corresponding fear of the effects of disclosure. And as much as we would all hope that students around the world can be supported, whatever their needs are, the realities are that in different countries, the support will be different. Some of them may well be better than the UK. Some of them, they may not get as much support than the UK. And disabilities, the way that they're treated in their home country, can be a real barrier to them wanting to come forward and disclose what their needs are. Which puts accommodation providers in a really difficult position, because how do you support a student? How do you keep them safe? How do you meet the responsibility that you have to do that if the student isn't actually telling you everything that you need to know? And how do you communicate that with the university or other providers in a GDPR safe way when you don't get that information directly from the student? The Closing the Gap report has a number of key recommendations, 3 of which in particular I've pulled out here. The QR code up on the screen takes you to a download link for that report if you wanted to look at it in more detail. But the 3 recommendations I wanted to touch on specifically, the first being around developing a strategy to encourage continuous disclosure from students about their needs. Quite often it's only at the point of booking that students will have the opportunity to disclose whether they have additional needs or not. And actually, if we take the context of they may not be familiar with the language, they may feel stigma around that, it's quite likely that actually they wouldn't be comfortable disclosing at that point. So we really need to work very hard to remove that stigma and to create opportunities for students whenever they feel comfortable to be able to disclose their needs. The second recommendation is around designing operational practices on the working assumption of undisclosed needs in every building. Obviously, there will be a bit of a time lag between accommodation providers doing all this hard work to encourage students to disclose their needs and students feeling comfortable to do so. So in the meantime, there will be undisclosed needs in pretty much every building. And even once we do get to that point, there will still be a small group of students who don't want to fully disclose or don't feel comfortable talking about their needs. As I say, we do have a responsibility to keep students safe, so we have to work on the basis of undisclosed needs. And the third recommendation there is around events, really working with students from vulnerable cohorts to understand the types of events that would work for them and how they can best be supported to attend those events and start to really build relationships with other students. There's a real whistle-stop tour, and it's a heavy subject, it's a serious subject, so thank you to ICEF for giving a space for me to talk about this. If anyone wants to, I'm always up for a conversation, so please do come and grab me in one of the networking breaks, the lunch break, we can talk more about it, but for now, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Olivia. Obviously, it's really important to also consider the vulnerable groups of students that are involved in international education and in study abroad. So many thanks to Olivia. And now that we have a better understanding of the exponential impact of accommodation issues on international students, thanks to Olivia, let's take a look at the factors that paint the future of international student accommodation, which is also the title of our next session by Stephen Cleal, if I pronounce it correctly, Stephen. Stephen is the Customer Success Director at UCAS. So Stephen, a warm welcome to you. The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. As Martin said, I'm Stephen Cleal, the Customer Success Director at UCAS. UCAS is sorry, one second, let me just grab my notes on here. Can I just get the notes on here, please? Is that okay? They're not showing. The notes aren't showing on the screen, is that possible? There's none showing in there, it should be in there. And as I said, I head up the accommodation team here at UCAS, and UCAS is international. It connects the it connects the independent charity, which connects the single largest channel for international students entering UK study. It connects the world to higher education by delivering a world-class shared admission service. On average, we communicate with around 1.5 million students as they enter the UK, or divide to try and enter the UK higher education sector. Approximately 95% of undergraduate entrants from the EU and 60% of entrants from outside the EU apply for UCAS each year, making us the global destination for UK students. And obviously, one of our UCAS's key objectives is to make sure that we are the gateway to delivering higher education for the international audience. In the 2023 cycle, as I said, we engaged with around 1.5 million students, supported over 150,000 international applicants and thousands of their advisors from more than 190 countries. 70,000 international students ended up being placed in UK universities in 2023. But what does the future look like today? What does today's situation look like? We released public information dashboards around key deadlines in the admission cycle. Here is a snapshot from our latest data release, our Day 28 report, which looks at, as you can see from there, there's 480,340 accepted applicants currently, of which 437,000 are the UK, which is at 1.1%. You'll see that non-EU and EU have declined year on year. Non-EU down 0.5%, with EU being down 0.8%. The total number of students placed in the EU continues to decline post-Brexit and post-pandemic. The number of accepted students this year is 10,020, like I said, down slightly, and a way down from, since 2020, the number of EU applicants have halved across the UK. Let's look at some of the. China by far remains the largest international market with 14,890 international accepts, which is down 1.9% year on year, followed by India and then Hong Kong. Looking at the acceptances, as we can see, it's dropped 1.9%, and again, a further fall from the peak of 16,720 acceptances, which were in Chinese students from 2022. India has 4,770 acceptances, a 3.8% fall from the peak of 4,960, which we saw in 2023. America have seen increases in the number of students up 3.9% to 2,660, and Ireland's up 3.9%, USA is up 1.8%. As of day 28, this is a key factor I want you to remember, as of day 28, this was around the 12th of September, there are still 11,320 applicants, international applicants holding an offer. So I would expect these numbers to change. Looking at the largest growth markets and largest decline, Turkey is the largest growth market this year, continuing the trend from last year's cycle. Ben, our Director of Policy, was in Istanbul earlier this week, and he asked around 60 teachers and advisors what is driving this increase in demand from Turkey. Reasons they come up with include a reduced interest in US destinations for a range of reasons, a desire to remain closer to home following the pandemic, and the increasing recognition of the value of the high-quality 3-year UK offer. During these conversations, Ben said he got the sense that this interest will continue to grow. Nigeria is a strong declining market there, as you can see. This is to do with the local economy and the decline of the naira, which means that financially it's not viable for Nigerian students to come to the UK at the moment. And as well as you've seen in the BBC News about the students that are here finding difficulties in maintaining their grants and maintaining their student status. But what impacts international applicant numbers? Current policy, global competition, local economy, and geopolitics. We've seen a steady a steady rate of accepted international applicants, and there are key factors to this. As the new government are settling into their post, the early indication is largely positive that they will again be positioning the UK as a welcome destination for international students. Our very own CEO, Dr. Jo Saxton, was in Singapore only last week talking about this very fact. She was mentioning that international students are welcomed, wanted and respected at UK universities and colleges, and in the communities in which they live and thrive. How the new government's positive tone will continue to impact or change certain policies, we're not sure. But from our point of view in UCAS and the government's early indications is the UK is a definite destination for international students. This is an interesting fact. When I look at total international students going direct to clearance, the numbers have been growing in recent years. This has very much been influenced by progressive growth in the non-EU sector. Prior to the Brexit period, EU numbers also growing but plummeted after 2019 and have failed to recover. A lot of the increase in international applicants direct to clearance have been targeted at higher tariff higher education providers. This is a different pattern to direct to clearance entrants from the UK, where a major share is going to lower and medium tariff providers. Of the current most international active countries, China has grown the most over the last cycle in terms of direct to clearing, and we've also seen Hong Kong reduce the most. Will this trend continue to grow, it make planning for international students, international applicants, and providing their accommodation even more challenging. Another area of interest with this is the Decline My Place situation has rose over the last years and is up again this year to 42,000 students that have declined a place from the UK. Of those 42,000 students, 4,830 of them are international applicants, which means that they have chosen to not come to the UK for various reasons. Our latest projection for the overall UK undergraduate market shows we've repositioned our journey to 1 million. Those who are familiar with that, we produced a number of reports last year which talked about the journey to 1 million, where we expected 1 million applicants by 2030. We've repositioned that now, and there will be communication around it. The latest projections should be that around 920,000 applicants will be present in 2030. Main reason for on this shift is overall demand. Firstly, the UK 18-year-old participation is decreasing. While the ONS figures still represent growth in the 18-year-old demographic, the trends around 18-year-olds coming to university have shifted for some of the reasons we talked about earlier today and some of the reasons we'll talk about moving forward. Internationally, we're projecting there'll be 40,000 less applicants than what we said in our journey to 1 million prediction back in 2022-23. Accommodation features significantly in choices making for international students. Some of the factors we can control and making sure are that the international students have the information, advice and guidance and support that we'd give someone who's moving from Plymouth up to Liverpool, but we seem to forget when they're coming to a new country, not understanding the language, not understanding the currency, not understanding the process. We seem to allow them to just go through that process without as much information, advice and guidance as to someone who's coming from Plymouth to Liverpool. And as you can see from these 4 key stats here, 79% of international students in our survey rated that the cost of uni accommodation is important or extremely important. 83% of them said the availability is important or extremely important. 85% the quality of university accommodation important or extremely important. And 70% of proximity of uni to the campus as important or extremely important. When you compare these four statements appeared highly in the top 10 in their reasons for selecting a university or college. Other things that appeared in the top 10 were 83% of the cost of living at uni, 70% equality and diversity in the university, feeling like you fit in was 72%. So people would choose to have a better quality of uni accommodation and better availability of uni accommodation and a better cost of accommodation than understand they're going to fit into that university or the culture in that university. 64% of them highlighted the fact that importance is placed on sustainability as well. These slides will be shared afterwards, but this gives you a graphic indication of the type of things I was just talking about, as I said, where the accommodation really fits within the process of the international student and the importance they place on it. I think we can't underestimate that value. I think we are going to see international numbers grow, and I think when we catch up, when we see the end of cycle report, as I said, currently at the moment there's around 11,000 international applicants holding offers. I expect those offers to come to fruition and them to take their place at university, which will see an increase year on year in international applicants. But I think what I'm trying to stress is the importance that accommodation plays in their role and the importance we play as a sector in ensuring that all the information, advice and guidance we can give them as they go on that journey, travelling to a new country, travelling out of home into a scenario they might not be used to. We know how difficult it is for our own children, the 18-year-old children moving away to university for that first step of living away from home, without adding into the fact travelling to a new country without the language. And I think as a sector, the support we can give them is imperative we continue. Apologies for the slow start, and thank you for your listening. What I would say is there's more information and research behind the data, and if you do want to find out more, there is a number of data-free resources online, which if you see there, ucas.com/data analysis, or you can reach out to me and my team during the break or on my email address there. But thank you for listening.
Well, thank you so much, Stephen, for these valuable insights. Now, before we move on to the next topic, which will cover the crucial role of universities and education agents in the student accommodation process, we'd like to just show a brief message from our demo sponsor today, Amber Student.
It is widely recognized that where a student lives while studying has the biggest impact on their health, well-being, and overall university experience, impacting their ability to succeed. As the #1 global student housing solutions company, Amber works closely with higher education institutions, education agencies, and student housing owner-operators worldwide. Amber has built the largest supply of over 2 million student housing options, offering impartial advice to students from over 160 nationalities to make the right choice. Amber works in partnership with higher education providers, including embedding their own personalized housing platform, giving students exclusive booking access to local inventory, together with real-time reporting and market intelligence. University partners powered by Amber can opt to have this personalized housing platform embedded into their own website, providing Amber's full inventory and live availability through a seamless process of search, discover, and book directly for ultimate convenience. As part of the personalized platform, partners have maximum visibility through Amber's powerful analytics dashboard, Amber Connect. Transparency throughout the leasing cycle with the ability to tap into real-time reporting. Uncover real-time international and domestic booking trends, room availability, student budgets, and room type preferences. Along with indexing property performance, demand funnel analytics, and city rental mapping, partners can leverage data to know where all their students are living, empowering and allowing for informed decisions on student welfare and safeguarding. Personalized housing platform, giving students ultimate choice, leading to ultimate convenience. This is how Amber works with students and partners at every step, putting students first, helping find their ideal home away from home. That's Amber, seamlessly powering higher education housing solutions.
Thank you very much to our friends at Amber for being one of our sponsors today here at ICEF Accommodation. You can meet the Amber team right outside of this room, and they will also be with us the next 2 days at ICEF Higher Education. I realize we're a little bit ahead of time, which is quite unique in a conference, but that means we have more time for a panel discussion, which is coming up next. A panel discussion that discusses the crucial role of agents and educators in the student accommodation booking process. So I'd like to invite onto the stage our esteemed panelist, Amina Hoffrey, Head of Applicant Experience and Conversion at King's College in London. Thank you very much. Take a seat. We'll also have Jyotan Singh, Director at SIEC Agency, Student Study Abroad Agency. Welcome. And special guest, David Seymour, Vice President Global Partnerships at Amber. Now, unfortunately, your program probably says that Jan Kapper from Kubu would also be on this panel, but she had to apologize due to illness. But the good thing is we have the three perspectives right here on my left, the agency perspective, the school perspective, and the booking platform perspective. So let me just go through a little introduction whilst you can pour yourself a little glass of water to get through the next hour or so. But the thing is, hi, not everyone can see me, but you can hear me, okay, I hope. Now, we all know that student recruitment professionals have an important responsibility to provide the best support and guidance and advice, not just about the study destination and the institution and the program, but obviously also about accommodation. Is there a place to live? And what is that place like? How far is it from the institution? Does it match the needs of that student? These students, they deserve transparency and professional advice on the cost, on the accommodation providers, on the affordability, the accommodation formats, and of course, the entire accommodation booking process, right? So for recruitment professionals, such guidance also comes with opportunities. For example, strategic partnerships with accommodation providers or booking platforms can lead to a competitive edge, of course, for agencies and educators involved. It increases their student recruitment success, and it can help generate additional income through commissions that are made on accommodation bookings. So what we're going to do on this session is to explore this crucial role of agents and educators in the accommodation booking process. And our panel of experts will give us some insights, no pressure, on the agency, educator, and booking platform perspective, and share with us some best practices. Now, obviously, I don't want to kick off the session without properly introducing the panel members. So perhaps Amina, Jyotan, and David, you can give us a brief introduction of yourself, but also share with us a little bit about, let's say, your affinity with today's topic. So, Amina, will you kick us off?
Yeah, perfect. Oh, God, yes. My name is Amina. I'm Head of Applicant Experience and Conversion at King's College London. My role involves looking after a portfolio of 6,500 rooms across London. We are not a campus university, which means our properties are scattered around Zone 1 and Zone 2 in London. My role also encompasses looking at the student journey when students are securing their accommodation and segmenting our portfolio to make sure that everyone gets a fair share in our accommodation. I also look after the relationship with our providers. So 80% of our portfolio is with PBSS. We only own 20% of our portfolio. So it's making sure that we negotiate those prices with PBSS on a long-term basis so we can secure and monitor the rent increase through long-term partnership with providers. King's College London has 33,000 students. 40% of those are postgraduate students on research, and the rest of them are undergraduate. So it's a big international student population. So my job is to understand their needs when it comes to accommodation, whether it's price point, locations, etc., etc. So I look after all our marketing and communication. So it's also understanding the student journey and what channel works and what channel doesn't work. and understanding obviously the roles of agents and booking platforms such as Amber within that journey. We are very fortunate at King's College, or I am very fortunate. We run a booking system, so we are very, very efficient in the way we provide accommodation, so our students can secure their accommodation in 10 minutes using our platform, so which means that we have very good, clear data of what's been booked and control over what's been thrown onto the platform at each time. So my team is able to actually sit in the background and apply a distribution strategy. So we're very much in control of what happens during the cycle and can make decisions based on historical data.
Wow, you have
So that's what I do.
your own booking system. Is that an in-house system, or is it provided by a partner?
We're currently using Mercury, which we've been refining over the years to deliver exactly what we need.
Excellent. Well, data is, of course, very, very important. Thank you for that introduction. It's great to see King's being so involved in the needs of accommodation for your international students, which we all agree is such an important element, as we said, in any student recruitment process. Jotan, you represent SIEC, a student recruitment agency. Same for you, brief introduction and your affinity with today's topic. Please.
Yeah, so I am Jotan Singh and I represent SIEC. I'm a director at SIEC. We are a 29-year-old agency based out of India. So we've been in this business for a very long time. I myself was an international student and I went to Australia to study. So accommodation and finding accommodation has been one of the biggest challenges for me as well when I was a student, and I really relate to that. In our day-to-day recruitment cycles as well, the major gap right now is accommodation, and how we bridge those gaps is what we're looking at as an agency. So we do partner with Amber, we do work with a lot of different sort of accommodation providers who can help students get a variety of accommodation in the countries that they choose. But we also are focusing our efforts on creating and developing that vertical as part of our business, because it is one of the biggest challenges right now that students face after obviously visas. So we are very focused on this segment.
Right, one of the biggest challenges right now, but nothing new. As you mentioned, you had some challenges yourself in finding accommodation, so I'd love to hear a little bit more about that later. But let's continue our introductions and move on to David. Welcome, David.
Yeah, thank you for the late call-up. My name's David Seymour. I work with Amber, and we're a global solutions housing company. As you probably saw from the video, that we've got an increasing global footprint at the moment. We're in 8 different destination countries, and we represent over 160 different nationalities, and we're in a lot of source countries at the moment as well. The student well-being and overall journey is very, very important to us, and we partner with owner-operators as well as HMOs and management companies, but also universities and education agencies. So there's an overall piece where we're looking at this sort of the well-being, safeguarding, and ensuring that students are well looked after every step of the way. So that's very, very
So
key.
more than just finding the accommodation, actually thinking of their
100%.
well-being, that they're looked after and deserve the support they need. And that support that these students need is, of course, support from the professionals that are involved in any student recruitment process. And if you think about that process, that involves actually a lot of people. It starts with the student themselves and their friends and their family when they start exploring the opportunities, and then they have probably some conversations with the people that play a role at their high school, for example, when they are exploring opportunities abroad. Then they start maybe reaching out to study abroad agents, get in touch with faculty staff, with international student officers. There's a lot of people that are involved, and I would say that it starts with transparency about whether or not any type of accommodation is indeed available. But I thought, looking at the time that we have available, we might want to divide the session into the 3 segments, which is the agent angle, the school angle, and the platform angle. And I'm sure that each of you has something to say about each of these angles. But let's start with the study abroad agency. Jotan, could you walk us through a little bit, what does that accommodation booking process actually look like? Which steps are involved, and what type of information would you, from an agency perspective, feel are really crucial in that booking process or attempt?
Yeah. So it starts with a student deciding what university they want to go to or what country they want to go to. Usually in India, parents are the decision makers. It's not up to the student as much as the parents are the ones who are funding the education. So it's usually the parents making the decision. And what they look into is the cost, the affordability criteria, as well as the safety of that particular country. That's where the student journey starts. So he'll come into an agency office. We are a B2C agency. We have branches all over India. So he'll come into our office. He'll look at the courses. He'll even apply for the course. The student does go ahead and apply for the course. Accommodation is something that the student starts to think about a little later in the journey, which we are trying to change given the challenges that we face with that happening. But it is a secondary thought. It's only when a student has an offer letter or has been granted a visa will they then start to think about, okay, where do I go stay? So clarifying that process, clarifying those timelines to the student who's walking into an agency office and looking at study options is very important, because these days students are making their decision also dependent on cost of living, where it's cheaper for them to live, where it's cheaper for them to study. So it's almost flipping the questions a little bit as well, that okay, I like this course and I like the city or the country, but what am I paying as rent? Or what am I paying, how much am I paying for the facilities that are being offered? So it starts with that. It starts with counseling the student at an agency level, going, okay, this is your budget, this is what you want to study, maybe these are the cities that you can look into, given your criteria and your preferences.
And how does that work? I imagine as a study abroad agency, you have relationships with the specific institutions in specific destinations, and
Yeah.
I imagine that some of these institutions, you actually already know that accommodation might be a challenge. However, you have that relationship, this relationship with the institution. How do you deal with that friction?
So with institutes, I think we understand the fact that agents and institutes, our main defining role is not accommodation. It is still facilitating visas. It is still facilitating, academics for a university. So if a university or an educator is unable to provide accommodation for students, we do have a diversified range of accommodation options that we can offer to students, and that's where third-party players like partnering with Amber comes in, even smaller short-term lets that agencies partner with, those are really helpful as well. So I think it's understanding that we are playing our individual roles, and accommodation is an ancillary or an extra service that we're providing to students if a student asks for it. So we are trying to bridge that gap because it is a pain point, but also it is still a supportive service that we're giving to students. And I think that clarity is needed when we're dealing with our education partners as well.
Right. Very interesting. Now, Amina, do you agree that this is a supporting service on demand, or is it actually a responsibility that you'd expect from the agencies that you work with, that they, maybe start with transparency about accommodation options, or even make those first steps in that process to finding accommodation close to the institution?
I think it's, I think it makes business sense. Accommodation cannot be or cannot remain a second thought. After securing your academic place, where you're going to live cannot be a second thought. It has to be on the forefront of the decision making, because it is for parents, it is for the students in terms of the budget and the importance of accommodation in the decision making process. And higher institutions have to understand that concept as well as agents. So it's almost like we need to work together at the forefront, where agent and institution can say, okay, this is the number of students we have interested in your institution. What would be the accommodation? How would they secure that accommodation? What are your key dates? Because if students, so that's the kind of information we deliver to home students via open days, on face-to-face. We get to talk to parents, we get to and reassure them, because it's an emotionally charged process, securing accommodation. We need to have almost that same relationship with agents.
it's an emotionally charged process. I think many people can agree, because this is about, you know, people who have ambitions and dreams and future perspectives that, you know, move to a completely different country that needs support in many areas. But what level of that responsibility and support do you expect from your agency partners in this accommodation booking process?
I think from the side of higher education, there is some truth that we have as accommodation provider, I have to address within my faculties, whether with the academic side. The assumption that we are always going to be full is completely wrong, because obviously we are in London, competition is fierce. I do not have the tools PBSAs have. As much as I want to streamline my process, my process will never be the same as Amber or PBS. I'm fully aware of this. So what I rely on is my brand recognition. And my brand recognition is important to you as much as it is to me. So let's use that tool to build closer relationship and deliver, you know, accommodation for, you know, looking at 3 years. So parents can be secure, students can be secure, and there is this, and enable them to focus on what's really important, which is their academic journey.
Right, interesting. Now, David, the role of agencies that we're currently discussing in this first part of this panel is, of course, an important role, as we have identified. As mentioned, it starts with transparency, it starts with support, making sure that students don't choose an institution where they realize they have to travel for 2 hours or longer, or they have to go on a camping site, or just realize that they can't enroll because they have nowhere to stay. I'm starting to beep a little bit, but maybe it's because I'm getting excited about this topic. But David, how do you look at the role of study abroad agencies in that booking process?
I think it's really important, and I think historically it's always been secondary, and without being too provocative, it's been let's get the student into that university, let's get paid by the university, and let's let that student fend for him or herself, and that's just not right. And so it's taken quite a while, but slowly the education is coming to the forefront. And actually, I think Olivia mentioned earlier in terms of the decision-making process, where somebody lives, and it's not just necessarily about the cost of living, it's the whole destination. I travelled a few years ago around China and India, doing a lot of pre-departure events with my old IQ hat on, and all parents were coming up to me and asking, you know, oh, is it safe? Is that city safe? Is that place safe? All of these sort of things. And you know, we're seeing the whole sort of booking process needing to be coming much earlier, and sort of challenging the education agencies to put the accommodation in amongst the whole sort of their overall solution. So and talk about those things much more early on. The last thing you want is, you know, somebody going to Manchester University having to live in Liverpool or Huddersfield, for example. And it's I know it's very England-centric, but you know, it is very much a last gasp thing. So we've put in, you know, a lot of education, and we understand there's thousands and thousands of counsellors that will be you know, wanting to secure their students going to certain universities, but we're helping them to educate about the accommodation, and we're using technology to be able to do that as well, because we can't rely on just, you know, face-to-face all the time. So, you know, we've got a suite of things which will give the students and parents a good understanding of average rents in a certain city, for example, and sort of at different sort of price points of different stars education, and sort of helping that whole decision-making process. But yeah, the importance is way up there.
Yeah, and I think there's also common consensus that we want to bring the topic of finding accommodation earlier into the process, right? It's but the challenge there, I believe, David, is that a lot of the accommodation providers, they will ask for proof of enrollment or proof of visa. So, you know, we can tell to students and to agencies, you know, you need to start your efforts on securing accommodation for your students at an early stage. But I think that goes as far as information and transparency, but correct me if I'm wrong, actually booking is challenging. Is that correct?
Well, the booking process, or
the actual booking of an available room?
It can be. I think, you know, a lot of the PBSAs, especially over the last few years, have recognised, you know, the no visa, no pay type sketch. And the reason for putting that in was when you looked at the amount of visa approvals, they're at 98% or 94% in a lot of countries. So actually, if you're unlucky enough not to get your visa, then that it wasn't too much of a risk for the operators to put on there. And I think there's more of an understanding now from operators to be more flexible within that. And yes, they're a commercial business, but at the same time, I think education agencies will be working with the likes of us, so we can give them the understanding of which operators are going to be giving that flexibility to give their students the best passage. The challenge is if they book later, they won't have the availability, and the prices are just increase.
Yeah.
So,
Well, you make a good point there. In the end, it's I guess a shared responsibility, right? It's the partnerships between the schools and the agents and the platforms to ensure that students have access to accommodation. And we have a session, by the way, later as well, where we talk about affordability, availability, and accountability. Like, who is responsible, right? So, would you say, Jotan, that the agency is responsible to ensure that if a student is applying for a specific study and a specific destination, that there is indeed access to accommodation? Is that an agency's responsibility, you think?
Yes, definitely. I think now it is. Earlier, I think agents were not quite in the know of how they would approach accommodation for students, because access to information was less. They were not, on-campus accommodation with educators was easier to come by, but I think with the likes of Amber and third-party providers that have come up with platforms that are intuitive and easy to use for counselors, it is becoming a very important aspect for agencies to ensure that students are being placed in the right accommodation, and also a safe accommodation. So it is part of our agency to ensure student support even after they have landed in the country. And that's why we've got offices in Canada, Australia, and the UK now. It is to ensure that we're closing that loop, from admissions to visas to housing to student safety. And housing ties in very well with safety and feeling safe in an environment. So it is a responsibility that an agency takes for themselves. I can't talk about all agents, but the agents who are operating in a very ethical manner are very conscious of the fact that accommodation and where they're placing students is very important now.
Excellent. Well, I guess we can all agree on that. Now, let's move then from the agency perspective to the institution's perspective, because I would actually ask you that same question, Amina. Is the institution actually responsible for ensuring that any student that it enrolls and accepts at their institution, that you make sure that they have access to accommodation? How would you respond to that? Emotionally charged?
So that's an impossible question to answer.
Yeah.
In the sense that,
Why is it impossible to answer? What makes it so
because the reality doesn't, we can't.
Yeah.
That's the only answer.
That's an honest answer.
We cannot ensure that every offer holder, year 1, 2, or postgrad level, can secure accommodation with us. It will put the institution at a financial risk that is unimaginable, especially in London.
Yeah.
So what we try to do is use the levers that are available to us to manage our supply versus our demand.
Yeah.
And there is, we are quite good in meeting, at a high level. But other institutions, unfortunately, have tried to achieve that, that goal, and have found themselves in very deep financial troubles in the past. So
yeah, we've seen an example from the ELT sector where a number of schools have actually reduced their intake because there was no accommodation for their students. And indeed, some of the institutional partners said that's something we can't begin with. Now, one of the reasons that we are actually organizing this initiative, this accommodation track, is that we've often seen that there are various events and conferences for the accommodation sector. There are various conferences for the education sector. But we felt we didn't really have a conference where these sectors and other stakeholders come together, because to maybe answer that question that I just asked you, I believe it's in the end a shared responsibility of all of us professionals in international education. And very often it's a bit of finger pointing. Well, it's the local government that is not supplying the right solutions for us to build more buildings, or it's the education providers for just recruiting everyone and anyone, or it's the agency for not being transparent, or it's the booking platform for, you give me one for, well, you're actually reusing the solution, right? But you're innocent. But I guess that rather than being part of the problem, we all want to be part of the solution, right? Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Looking at the solution here?
And this is where, one of the key things, and hopefully you watched the video earlier, the fact that we're working with much more closely with the universities and supporting not just the first year students that are coming in. Actually, a lot of the time those first year students are being guaranteed accommodation, but then find out then they're dropped at the end, and the universities can't fulfill that. And so we always get our phone calls coming in saying, can you help us out, and things like that. So that made us think about what can we do proactively, and sort of make sure that not just first year students, but look at second year, third years and fourth year students are looked after. And we sort of challenged the universities in understanding, if they knew where their kids were living for all the first years, second years, third years, what would you do with that information? If safeguarding and well-being is so high on your agenda, why don't you know where your kids are living? And so that's one of the challenges that we've put out. And actually, we've got the technology, and we're able to, through sort of 6-7 years worth of historical data as well as live data, we're able to give all universities, not just in the UK, but also America, Canada, Germany, Spain, data associated with where their kids are either living at the moment, have inquired into, and the price points and which locations as well. So that actually helps them sort of put in their safeguarding and well-being, and also go and we're able to work on behalf of the universities to go and secure accommodation at certain price points within those cities. And so, we're working very closely with the universities on that, and actually reverse engineering that to the education agencies as well with the same format. So it's educating those counsellors to be able to provide the right information to the students and the families to make those decisions.
Right, so partnerships between the main stakeholders and finding a relationship with a specialist like yourself who can fill that gap of access to the right accommodation in the right places. Now, sticking to the institutions angle, Amina, you mentioned that you have a booking system. Can you tell us about the process of what made you set up such a system?
I think we have, an understanding that students expect a certain experience, a certain UX when they hit your system. Unfortunately, what they expect is your Amazon experience, which is not something we can deliver. But it was very important to us to put the emphasis on the student and not to us. We are not the decision maker here. We will not decide where you will live, in which room type and location, etc. The emphasis is on the student to do the research, to understand their budget and the facilities they want to have within their accommodation, and then to be able to go onto a system and secure that room within 10 minutes. Our aim was always to, remove any friction within that journey. And I think it was important for us to have, with a growing portfolio of rooms, we could not afford to have a preference system where students will wait for weeks on end to hear where they were going to live. And the level of demand that we have, we get 14,000 applications for 6,500 rooms. That's per cycle. So we just couldn't afford not to have a booking system.
And that booking system means you built it on partnerships with purpose-built student accommodation providers, with on-campus?
No, it's Mercury, which was acquired by Starres last year.
Starres, yeah?
Yeah, yes.
Right, and that process to work with Mercury, how has that turned out for you now? Do you have more success in helping students with their accommodation? Is this something you would definitely advise other institutions to replicate?
So I would definitely advise other institutions to replicate that process for many reasons. The student experience. Our UX survey shows that the vast majority, 80 to 85% of students who interact with our system are very happy with the interaction, with their experience on our system. They're happy with the selection of rooms available to them at the point of booking. That helps us build processes and policies around the system to really streamline our offering and manage expectations on the other side. And also the fact that it will, my team is very streamlined as a result. I do not need to have 10 administrators working for me in the summer, allocating people into rooms and then getting complaints about, I don't like the room you've given me. You've chosen that room. The emphasis was on you. You know exactly where that room is. So on our booking system, students are able to enter the booking system and see buildings, and then by buildings see floor levels, and then when they enter a floor level, they will see a floor plan, so they get to see where the kitchen is, where the lifts are, and where the rooms available are in relation to those two, and then they are able to see the gender and the age of the persons living within that flat, so it's very granular. We made it as granular as possible, and as a result, once we have, after move-in and after students settling, we have very low demand for removes or complaints about the room, because again, the emphasis is on them to choose that room.
So the technology angle here has definitely helped you out, being way more sophisticated in your support to the international students as they try to find their accommodation, not just find accommodation, to the type of accommodation, where they would live, who they would live with. That's of course very attractive. Now, does that translate into the recruitment success, right? I mean, yes?
Absolutely. I think from talking to our international recruitment team, over the years they realized, looking at the data, that any virtual event or any event where we are represented, where accommodation is represented, the attendance just shot through the roof. Right. So we are dragged onto every single event possible for recruitment, which we are happy to attend. I think the more we are at the forefront, offering that, explaining the process and giving students as much information as we can, the better it is. This year, we've been focusing for the past couple of years on postgraduate recruitment. Due to the nature of our portfolio, we have a lot of rooms on a 51-week basis, so we need more postgraduate students. And as a result of all our marketing on different platforms and attending those recruitment events, we've seen our postgraduate bookings up 30% from last year.
That's fantastic. Through the roof, you said. Now, that's a nice metaphor on the topic of accommodation. And is it the student that then goes through that booking system, or is it the agency?
The students.
The students. But do you have like a plugin for agents to do that on behalf of their students, or is that something?
So the agents, if the student was to sign, how do you call that? A document saying that the agent is acting on their behalf, will be able to go onto the system using the students.
On their behalf, right.
Yeah,
that's of course a great solution. Well, I think it's a great example for any institution in this room to consider using such a process. Obviously, it has lots of advantages. You mentioned that you have a way more streamlined team. You have a reduced number of cancellation room changes. You're very transparent. I think transparency keeps coming back on this topic, and that brings me to that, let's say, third perspective, then the booking platform, because I believe that you have found this gap as an organization, David, to help agencies, to help educate providers, but especially help the students be clear of what is available out there, at what price, which duration, which format. What's the current status of in terms of booking platforms and their progress and role in this ecosystem?
I think we play an important role and can play an even more important role. And I think it's sort of it's great to hear sort of the whole sort of solution that you put in place and stuff like that, because I'll be interested to understand what time frame the students are actually booking from acceptance of their place. When are they actually booking? What sort of time frame is that?
So it depends on the market. So if we talk about China, they have early applications for Chinese students, which means they will hit our system earlier than other students. But from like most universities, you can only enter the system once you have firmed your academic offer.
Right.
So for instance, this year, we've opened for postgraduates in February, and we had over 8,000 hits to our system.
Yeah.
So they're very much, the later we leave it, the harder we're going to get hit, basically.
That makes sense. I think that one of the reasons why I asked, also to understand from the education agency viewpoint, where they're wanting to ensure you've got the enrolment, they've got the acceptance, and so on and so forth. We, as an education agency, they are impartial, and they want to be, they're trusted, and you're looking after that student, their family, and their journey. And that's where we are impartial as well. So we're working on behalf of the student, but we're also working on behalf of the university. We're working on behalf of the education agency, and we're also working on behalf of all of the owner-operators as well. And we can be impartial within that. And sort of as we reverse engineer it, just want to educate further up the channel. Because the last thing we want is the panic stations to happen and sort of booking late, and the prices are just going up exponentially on a sort of on a weekly basis. I mean, that's not just the UK; it's every market. So having sort of worked on the other side, if you like, we know that students will recognise an operator, but at the same time, they won't necessarily believe what their operator is saying because it's just them. They're the ones selling what they've got. Whereas you come to an impartial platform, and if that has got an ease of booking, and you've got safeguards and also guarantees associated within that, then you tend to find that there's a lot more trust associated, and there's more comfort.
Obviously, you're like the spider in the web, right? Connecting the schools and the agencies and other stakeholders with the accommodation opportunities that are out there. Now, I can imagine that a accommodation booking platform, on the one hand, gives access to more accessibility to more offer in the area of accommodation, that it makes the process easier, but it might also add a cost, I imagine. It's already expensive to book accommodation. How can the accommodation booking platform help make sure that the costs don't go up too much?
Well, we educate not only the students and also the education agencies in terms of average rentals and things like that, but we also are working with the operators to understand their availability, the timings where they're obviously a commercial business, they're wanting to put their rents up and so forth, but we work with the operators to understand what markets they're going for and educate them, not necessarily to put all the pricing up and things like that, but we also secure allocations as well with operators on behalf of universities and education agencies, so that we can reduce down the rentals associated with it.
Economies of scale.
Yeah, absolutely.
In that process. When you say operators, I imagine you mean the PBSA providers?
Not just PBSA.
Which other formats do you give access to?
We've got HMO, buy to rent as well. And so
HMOs, housing in multiple occupancy.
Correct. Yes. Sorry. Yeah.
Buy to rent, BTR is another area.
Yeah.
Homestay.
Homestay. We do more homestay in the likes of Australia, but it is pretty popular in different markets as well.
Getting more and more. By the way, we have an HMO session today. We have a homestay session today. We're discussing all these formats later, so there'll be some more detail on those, because I personally believe, also thanks to the research by Dini and Sarah, also in this room, that it's really important to make sure that it's not just access to accommodation, but also consider the individual needs of our international students who are all so very different. And then it's really important that the agencies and education providers, through the booking platforms, have that opportunity to give access, or at least give an impression of what's available in terms of the housing and multiple occupancy, purpose-built student accommodation, PBSA, on-campus accommodation, homestay. We have another session on co-living. So these are all really interesting developments whereby the sector recognizes the different formats that might work well for a student, which also affects their mental health. Another session today. But as a booking platform, are you aware of all these different formats, and do you work hard to make sure that there is a balanced overview and opportunity to consider different formats?
Oh, without doubt. And there's obviously a demand there, and some of that is traditionally platforms have worked just with PBSAs because it's easier, because you've got a sort of 500 bed building, and you've only got a small matrix of different room types to consider, easy to pricing and everything else. Where in the HMO market you've got thousands, you've got 835,000 sort of rooms that might be very different, and with probably about 800,000 different landlords. So that is all a consideration. It's challenging, but we are open in a number of cities with HMO as well. And I think it's all about giving the student the choice. Not only the choice of what type of accommodation to live in, but also the choice of how they go about their booking. Because what we've understood and recognised is that, you know, we're working. Is it Gen Z now? I mean, I'm very old, so
Yeah,
please
it's
help
Gen
me
Z
out here.
now, yeah, or Gen Z. Or
And I believe these Gen Zs don't like talking to people, and they much more rather engage and make their booking without manual intervention.
that would be a topic for a whole other panel, whether Gen Z wants to talk or not.
But that
that's,
booking journey is really important.
Yeah,
So we're giving them a choice of either having a concierge service to be able to help, you know, going through that. A lot of international students like that help, but actually a lot of students want to just book by themselves and do their research and the discovery and book straight all the way through. So we've got all those APIs and the integrations to be able to allow for that to happen. If they want to talk to a chatbot, they can talk to a chatbot. If they want to talk to us, they can talk to us. If they don't need that, they've got all of the content on that screen to make that buying decision, they can go ahead and do it. And then you've got the guarantees associated to it as well.
I'm not sure anyone wants to talk to a chatbot, by the way. Maybe that's my own observation. Chatbots, of course, also evolving into these AI-powered virtual assistants. But that's, again, another topic. Now, if you look at the different opportunities that exist, Jotan, in terms of housing formats, I do believe indeed that it's quite easy to get an impression of what's available in the PBSA sector, the purpose-built student accommodation sector. But do you feel as an agency far away from the destination country, even though you have in-country offices, but that there's the similar access to the other formats like housing in multiple occupancy, like homestay, which are, you know, not just different formats, they also have different booking process, different requirements. Homestay, you're there with a family, so you need a screening process. There's whole different things involved. Do you feel as an agency you can, you know, be able to manage all that and give access?
We try to.
That's a start.
You know, we do try to. So we do have some homestays that we have tied up with. As you said, in Australia, it's a very big market, and especially for students who are under the age of 18, they are required to stay with a guardian or in a homestay arrangement. So we do try. The information that is disseminated or trickling in is not comprehensive enough for an education agent to take note of all the options that are available. If you are tying up or working with Amber, yes, it makes searchability very easy and filtering very easy for a student. But if you are talking about a counselor knowing all of these things or knowing the variety of accommodations that are on offer, I don't think it is that transparent from the third-party perspective. So I think training of counselors, training of a dedicated resource that an agency has placed for accommodation is very important.
Training on the different formats, training on what that means in terms of requirements.
Yes, so if we are working with accommodation providers, I think the onus is on them to train agency staff as well on how to search for different kinds of accommodation types, as well as what is on offer for the students. And also, again, what is the process? What is the process of going to a PBSA versus, you know, a homestay versus the other HMOs? So I think training and regular updates of agency staff is very important if you are working with agents actively and wanting them to recruit students for you.
Right. I mean, I saw you nodding along. I imagine that the training part is just as important too. Does your system also recognize the different housing formats? Is that something you're involved in?
No, that's not something we would be involved in. I think the HMO offering in London has pretty much disappeared since COVID. And
what, sorry?
The HMO has pretty much disappeared. In London as an offering. Therefore, students are more reliant on their institution to secure accommodation. Homestays, that's not something university as a whole are looking to implement, especially with under 18 and the under 18 years old students and the safeguarding element around those students. So we're trying, universities are big beasts. They're not very flexible. It takes forever to to implement any changes. So we are trying to perfect our offering for what we have and what we know. we can do best.
Right.
I think that's what
And
it
what are
is.
some of the main challenges as you go through that process?
I think the main challenges is the diversification of our market.
The what?
The
Diversification?
that's the word.
Yep.
Yeah, that one. Sorry, the French accent gets in the way. So as our students, you know, the international student population grows with our diversity in our market, I think we need to move from the format of every single student wants to live in a studio. I think a lot of PBSAs are still within that frame of mind. I think we have, you know, if we're looking at India or Nigeria and different markets, they have very different expectations, they have very different demands. HMO might be an option for India, for instance. That's not something we offer at King's. Is this going to hurt our recruitment, our ability to recruit in India? Is our price point going to be something that's going to hurt us in the future? We need to look at those challenges, and we need to understand what our demand is looking forward.
That's actually a very interesting observation, because it's not just the ongoing challenge and scarcity of finding accommodation. The world keeps changing, right? We've got policy changes, we've got affordability challenges, political conflicts that all have an impact as well, and not just on accommodation offer, but even study destination and student flows, which again is a whole different topic to work on. From an agency perspective, what are some of the main challenges for you then going forward that you are struggling with in making sure that your students have information and access to accommodation?
So I think the major challenge is, again, diversification of accommodation types. If on-campus is full, or if a student is not able to get access to a particular type of accommodation, do we have enough short-term accommodation options for the student to just go in, start living close to a university, and then go into a longer-term accommodation as well? So that is one challenge. The second challenge, I would say, is training of staff again, having that one dedicated resource between a university, an agency, and a third-party accommodation provider, so that there is ease of communication and that the gaps are quickly filled up and a student is able to secure something really quickly. And obviously clarifying of timelines. When should a student start? It is a very, very big challenge in India that students don't understand that they should be starting really early in terms of finding housing. So training counselors, as well as talking to the students face to face, that your housing is as important as going to study in a university, and really drilling down that message is one of the biggest challenges that even as an agency we face. We keep telling students to start the process early, to get onto the platforms, to start looking for housing, but it just doesn't happen. So I think that is
The timing issue is really the biggest.
The timing is a very big challenge, yes.
Would you agree, David? And which other challenges would you identify?
That is a challenge, but I also see it as an opportunity. And I sound really geeky when I hear that, but
yeah.
it's really cheesy, sorry. But it is an opportunity.
Every challenge has an opportunity.
We've sort of seen this with a lot of our education agency partners, and they've always talked about training and everything else, but also a lot of education partners don't want to introduce accommodation in too early, because they think it might disrupt them getting the business of actually booking into their applications for the university. And we hear this all the time. So, what we've built is a portal for the universities, but as well as we've booked a new platform, a new portal for education agencies that can access all the training. So it's there with sort of different aspects of different forms of accommodation, the cost per living, giving an understanding of each city and sort of the average rentals, and that's live going throughout the whole season as well. And you can see the availability in that city and the occupancy level, and a sort of a timeline in some respects as well, as when this price point will sell out at this sort of time. That's what we've seen. So it helps sort of educate those students to make that decision in terms of when, because that is one of the biggest challenges.
again, access to that information is very important to make sure that they start
Yeah.
on time. Now, looking also at the time, I'd like to soon open up for some Q&A. I'm sure we have here the three perspectives on stage, so if anyone has a question, start preparing it, and we'll come around with the microphones in a few minutes. But I have one last question for me, that it is for each of you. We are here with an audience here on site, online, an audience that exists very much of student recruitment professionals, right? The professionals that are dealing directly with the student, whether the professional is from an institution or from an agency or from an accommodation provider. And what concrete advice, I'll start with you, Amina, would you give these professionals to better perform in this difficult topic of finding accommodation for their students?
I think
Another simple question, right?
I think my advice to them is build relationship with higher institutions. I think there is an awakening happening in higher education where, we realize that, offering a seat in a lecture theatre is not enough. It's about the entire student's experience, whether it's in a lecture theatre or at home. I keep saying to my colleagues, they spend more time with us than they do with you. So we need to make sure that we offer a whole-rounded experience to our students. So it's happening on our side. So take this opportunity as a recruitment agent to actually approach higher education institutions and have those conversations with them. What will happen to our students in second and third year? What safeguarding do you have in place? What's your mental health contingency look like? And all of those things that will help you deliver the best information to your students, and obviously, hopefully, get them to the best institution and start their academic career.
Right, so really consider every single factor that has an impact on their access to education and mental health, and look at the package as a total.
Absolutely.
That's a really some good points of advice. Jotan, what would you add to that?
I think I agree with Amina. Streamlining communication between education agents, accommodation providers and universities. I think we all need to come together and keep student satisfaction as the central goal and a central pillar. Previously for agents it was counseling and getting them visas. Now it's become much more. Now agents do have a responsibility towards student support as well as their safety and where they're going to be living. So bringing all of that together for an agency is very important. Training your staff to understand when to start talking to students about accommodation, when to start giving them advice on booking a particular accommodation is also very important, I think. And thirdly, I think, yes, accuracy of information. So transparent information, accurate information, and also advising the students on different kinds of accommodation. Not every student will know what a PVSA is versus a homestay. So I think really talking to a student, understanding their budgets, their parents' expectations. Are they going to be living alone? Do they prefer something that is shared between students? Or even understanding if a student can afford an expensive city, and if not, where do you send them? So I think understanding, taking your counseling further than just a university degree is very, very important.
Fabulous. A couple of common denominators I hear here are awareness, communication, transparency. What would you add to that, David?
There's not a great deal to add to that, but to be honest. I think I totally agree.
Good answers then, right?
Oh, 100%.
Wonderful.
I think, from our perspective, that's what we're trying to do, to pull that together and make sure everything that we do is student-centric. And, we don't want to see kids coming into a city and having to, spend the first couple of nights on a bus stop and stuff like that. That's just absolutely crazy. So it's looking at the flexibility as well of providers to be able to ensure that they don't just have one check-in date. That's absolutely crazy. I don't understand that. Where are all the kids living, up until that point? And so, we're looking to try to address that and also challenge, the status quo in terms of student well-being and safeguarding, and not just looking at those first-year students, looking at the second-year students and third-year students. Suicide rates are absolutely skyrocketed. It's horrendous, and it's something that's very close to our heart and something that we want to do something about. And so we're using technology. We're trying to, we've got lots of different partners in all the different spaces, and we're trying to pull all of that together to get a common denominator, which is giving the kids the best environment to be successful.
You know, these are beautiful aspirations, and I think that we can get there, as I always say, by working together, right? To be part of the solution rather than be part of the problem. Are there any questions in the audience for our esteemed panelists? Any comments, any insights? Gentlemen in the front here.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for your views. It was really nice hearing the views. I'm Abhiram. I work with a company called QX Global, and we work with a lot of PBSA operators. So we deal with a lot of PBSAs, and we interact with a lot of PBSA operators. And one very practical problem, which seems to be on the downtrend right now, thankfully, is that there is a, last-minute mass cancellation in the bookings, and every PBSA operator, and in fact, David, you would appreciate it more than anybody else because you've worked with IQ. The problem is that many a time there are fake bookings, right, very early in the booking cycle, and through bots or human beings or whatever, or combination thereof. And what happens is that as a student, if I were to book a room, it is not available because it is already booked. And as a PBSA operator, I am under the impression that my rooms are sold, and at the last moment, there are a lot of cancellations. So, both these spectrums, both the ends of the spectrum, the student and the PBSA operator, they suffer. How do you think, as an industry, as a whole, you would like to tackle this problem?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? It's very much about fake bookings or last-minute mass cancellation.
It has financial implications. It has implications as a student that I'm not able to book a room, and many a time I have to change the preference of the university because there are no rooms available in the city where I want to have a room. Mm-hmm. So it has multifarious implications, and it's a big problem. So how do you think it can be tackled with effectively?
Well, David, what do you think?
Thanks for that. There were a lot of fake bookings, I think it was a year and a half ago, and a lot of those fake bookings were going into undersupply cities, and we have looked at an understanding of where those fake bookings have come from. We know exactly where they've come from as well, and basically you've got some unscrupulous people in the industry that are trying to block rooms and try to resell them later on, and that's what has actually happened. And the bigger PBSAs recognise that relatively early on and put in the systems and processes to safeguard against that, and actually cleared a lot out. And it's a learning curve over time of how to deal with each one of those bookings, and to make sure when you get a booking in, it's a responsibility of a PBSA to, why don't you speak to that student to make sure they're okay? That'll be my first point. And there's a lot of systems and processes in place, and from the PBSA providers to ensure that when we place a booking, we're showing all the credentials that it is actually a person, not just a name in there. And you can see from the IP addresses, I can tell you exactly where they've come from. So hopefully we've got past that. But I think the classic case of not just fake bookings but cancellations late on, it really should be a responsibility of whoever's made that booking on behalf of the student, or the PBSA, or combination of the PBSA, to ensure that when you've got a risk booking going through your system, you're putting in the communication to make sure that you're understanding whether it's a risk or not, and actually everything should be personalised towards that. Sometimes I know there have been risk bookings, this person hasn't paid yet, this hasn't paid their first instalments. But have you actually spoken to them? Or just sending emails, because the kids don't answer emails. So you've got to understand the channels that the kids are actually working, so you can actually interact effectively. So a lot of I remember in my IQ days, we do wholesale, cancel down of risk bookings, and suddenly they turn up on your doorstep. And actually because of the lack of communication, or the channel of communication. So I think that's part of I don't think there's a magic wand with it, but that could be some things that could be looked at.
If I can.
UCAS can play some sort of a role here.
UCAS? There you go.
In the room. Maybe we can take that offline, but I
yeah,
think it's interesting. I think we all have that experience when we show up for a flight and then we realize that the flight is fully booked because the airlines keep in a certain margin of people not showing up. I'm not sure how possible that is when you offer someone accommodation, that person shows up and they cannot get into the room. But is there a certain margin of error, or I guess you mentioned technology can help here, identifying IP addresses?
Yeah, technology can help, and I think sort of in traditional PBSA, you cannot oversubscribe. In America, you can because they're not allocating rooms, and in universities, you can oversubscribe because you're not allocating rooms.
Yeah.
But you are now. But most universities don't.
Of course, we use.
So it is one of those challenges.
I can hear the outro tune starting, but I know it's about 2 minutes, so there's one more question we can take from the audience right here. Familiar face? Yep.
Hiya. It's been really interesting. Thanks, everybody. I am from a company called Real Agency, and we work with a lot of PBSA operators and universities with student recruitment. And David, this is a question for everybody, but you've referred to the students as kids a few times today, and I'm just curious how involved parents still are as an influencer through these channels, and how much it's parents that you're dealing with over students in terms of inquiries and
40 seconds for your answer.
yeah, quick.
I'm a parent myself, and I get there is a big level of influence. But if I'm paying for it, I'm going to have an influence. But I'd let my kids make their decisions themselves, but guiding.
And is that from a work perspective as well? Is it parents that are coming to you with questions or yeah?
Yeah, both.
Is that everyone's nodding? Interesting.
Yeah, very much so. I think when you get to accommodation, the parents will step in because they think they know better, first of all, and the kids might get influenced by where their friends are going to live, but the parents will have the final say.
Yeah, I agree. There's just lots. It's interesting to know for operators. I think parents have been a last kind of.
I really like that you mentioned, I need to bring it to a close, but no, please continue the conversation also, because we have one more session and then there's the lunch break. But thanks for bringing up the parents, because it just emphasizes the importance of bringing together all the different stakeholders, the parents, the students, the student counselors, the student unions, the agents, the educators, and the booking platforms, and of course the accommodation providers, many of those here in the room with us today. Many thanks, Amina, Jotan, and David, for your excellent contributions.
Thank you.
As mentioned, we have one more session before the lunch break, a very interesting one about co-living. But first, we have a video message from our first headline sponsors, Zabit, in a video of about 4 minutes. And Zabit will showcase their sophisticated international rental platform for global students. On the screens on my left and on the right.
Zerum Zabit has been deeply involved in China's housing rental market for 13 years, with nearly 1 million properties. As globalization advances, the demand for international rental is growing. Today, we officially launch our international rental service, establishing the global rental platform Zerum Zabit. Our first focus is providing rental services for Chinese students studying abroad. We offer a wide range of premium housing options in key markets such as Hong Kong, the UK, the USA, Australia, Canada, Singapore, and Japan. These properties are strategically located in premium districts and close to universities. With a Zabit mini program, you can easily view property information and conduct remote property tours. We also promise the principle of peace of mind, trust, and wholehearted service, not only ensuring genuine and guaranteed prices, selecting high-quality properties, but also providing 24-hour cloud services and other premium offerings. Looking ahead, Zerum Zabit plans to expand its reach to more countries and regions, making the rental process easier for a global audience.
Hi everyone, I'm Lawrence, Head of Business Development of Zabit, the international rental platform under Zerum. Zerum is China's leading tech company providing high-quality rental services. We manage nearly 1 million rooms across 10 core cities, serving 500,000 landlords and 5 million tenants. It's one of the largest sources of international students in the world. China sends over 1 million students abroad each year. However, Due to cultural differences, opacity in information, and language barriers, finding the right accommodation is a headache for most Chinese students. On the other hand, under the current market situation, operators are increasingly facing the challenges such as low brand awareness, high customer acquisition cost, and over-reliance on agency channels. To better assist Chinese students searching the ideal apartments and solving post-rental issues, we provide the service featured as Secure Your Stay, Trust Your Space, With Care We Chase. With our help, students can select high-quality properties, direct book without price difference, and enjoy 24/7 online customer service. So far, our services have covered 8 countries and regions. For operators, our digitalized one-stop solutions help you enhance your brand presence in China, gain granular market insights, reduce sales costs, and eventually improve efficiency. Firstly, the vast audience base. Among the 5 million tenants we serve, the high-end program, a project offering monthly payments with 0 deposits for young graduates, has now covered more than 4,000 domestic and international universities. Secondly, integrated platform services. On Zabbit platform, you can optimize the way to manage your own properties, from property listing, marketing campaign, customer conversion to customer services. Our experienced sales team will assist you in achieving efficient customer conversion. Our hundreds of customer service team can assure the round-the-clock online support to address any customer inquiries. Zabbit is equipped by the AI-powered data backend system, which can help you better know your customers, grasp the market dynamics timely, to adjust your marketing strategy accordingly. Our mission is to enable our partners to be more insightful, resilient, and confident facing all the market challenges. We warmly welcome you to join the Zabbit platform. Let's begin the adventure to explore the huge opportunities of China market together.
Many thanks to the Zabbit team. You can visit their website, zabbit.zroom.com, zroom, Z-I-R-O-O-M.com. But you can also meet the Zabbit team at ICEF China next month if you are attending that event. All right, on to our next session. I'd like to welcome another great speaker, Catherine Rose, co-founder and managing director of Verve Life, who will talk to us about the rise of co-living, a transformative housing solution for international students. And this session is brought to you in partnership with Co-Living Ventures. Merci beaucoup and good luck.
Thank you. I think we are good afternoon now, aren't we? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. It's a pleasure to be here and to talk about all things co-live. It was really interesting listening to the previous session. PBSA is not my world, so I actually took away some learnings from a conference. Normally I hear the same people speak the same topics, so actually it was really interesting. So what the plan is for the next 20 minutes is to just bounce through what co-live is and talk about similarities and differences between PBSA and take Q&As at the end. So Verve Life are a third-party operator. We only operate white label for our clients. We're the largest co-live operator in the UK. We're actually backed by Homes for Students. Our friends are here today. They've got a stand in the next room. But we are our standalone entity. We're totally separate, and we do everything rental living apart from PBSA. We are Exeter to Glasgow. We're around 4,000 units under management, and we've been operational for about 3.5 years. We've got a team of around 150, including our central team and our on-site teams. So, what is co-living? So co-living is very similar to PBSA. It's also known as PBSL, so purpose-built shared living, and it is an all-inclusive proposition. So all-inclusive rents, very similar to PBSA, small studio apartments, but larger amenity space. We're seeing about 5 square meters of amenity offering compared to each apartment. So studio apartments, communal space, all-inclusive rents, and I'll come on to demographics shortly, but a very diverse range of demographics. It is been probably 5 or 6 years in the making. The first co-live schemes, for those that are familiar with the collective, so Old Oak, which was 548 units, and then Canary Wharf, which is 702. There are some complexities between co-living in terms of planning consents. We've got some that are under a hotel use class, so we've got short-term stays, 2-night minimum stays, and then we've got others that are under a sui gen consent, so much more residential. So this is just an example of one of the apartments. So the apartments generally have a sleeping area, very similar to PBSA, a seating area, a bathroom, shower pod, and then a small, very small kitchenette with a fridge freezer. Laundry facilities are always generally tend to be central. Again, just another example. TV screens tend to be provided as well. And then average room sizes, we have a mixture. So the smallest and the first gen co-live studios, the smallest there were 12 square meters, and they were 2DOs. They're not very popular, I hasten to add. That was where you had a shared galley kitchen, and then you had your own apartment, which had its own lock on it. Generally, we're seeing a move in the market from the size of co-living, especially since the GLA launched their latest guidelines, to 18 square metres to 26 square metres. We've just launched a scheme in Ealing, and the smallest room sizes there were 15 square metres. Again, popular, we have a range of tenants. Some schemes have got discounted market rents, others are generally open market rents. And we're probably around 15% cheaper than build to rent in the industry, and we tend to come in cheaper than PBSA. So just in terms of the scale of the opportunity, in 2023, nearly 2,500 beds completed and open to residents. In the UK, we're probably about 6,500 units under management. And as I said, Verve Life have got nearly 2,000 of those, so the largest co-live operator. That's an increase in 2022 to 65%. So we're seeing a huge growth in the sector. Predominantly at the moment, it is London focused, but we are seeing a ripple effect out into the regions. So since 2020, investors have spent nearly, over 900 million acquiring and funding co-living developments. So we're seeing it as a huge emerging sector. We're certainly seeing a swing from BTR into co-live, especially from a viability perspective. So we're competing on sites, our clients are certainly competing on sites against PBSA, but definitely a move into co-live rather than BTR. As you can see on the slide, there's a huge amount of investment into the sector. I think one of the main challenges we're certainly seeing is planning. An educational piece. Local authorities aren't understanding it. They think it's PBSA or HMO by the back door, which it absolutely isn't. And that is certainly challenging, and we're working very strongly with our clients in the regions on an educational piece. So we're working in Exeter, Bath, Bristol, Sheffield, Leeds, to name a few. Leeds is a nightmare, they don't get it. They think the room sizes need to be 37 square metres, and they're not accepting what is happening in London. They're like, no, it's Leeds, we're going to do it our way. So I think there's an appeal just gone in, actually, and another client's got them down to 30 square metres, but that does not work for co-living. That is not what co-living is about. So in terms of the target market, it's absolutely huge. So we're expecting it to treble over the next 3 years if we can get the planners on board. Huge growth in the sector. And in terms of the demographics, what demographics do we have? So we have a whole range of tenants in our buildings, members, residents. It is not just PBSA graduates or postgrads. We have some residents who moved into the Old Oak scheme, and they've been there since it opened, and they're in their 50s. So we have a massive span of demographics. Each site is very different. There isn't enough co-living in the UK at the moment to draw too many comparables. There's just not enough schemes under management. But our Wembley scheme versus our Canary Wharf scheme versus our Old Oak scheme have very different tenants, very different demographics, very different ages, and very different professional backgrounds. We're pretty much an even split, though, male to female, pretty much. Earnings and affordability vary, so where we have slightly lower earnings, it could be because they're students, and slightly higher earnings is probably driven by the Canary Wharf demographics that we've got. And again, what do our residents do? It really varies. Canary Wharf, as you'd expect, is much more financial services. Old Oak is a bit more creative. Our newest scheme in Ealing, we've got a large percentage of students there actually because of beauty school around the corner, and because we offer 3, 6, 9 and 12 months tenancies, we have that flexibility. So the beauty school offers 6-month courses, so it's absolutely perfect for those residents. So why would you choose co-living? Convenience, community, all-inclusive rents, the flexibility, and it's professionally managed. Why would you argue with that? I think we're really seeing that all-inclusive rents as a massive factor and that sense of community. It's the path of least resistance. Listening to the previous panel, Jen said, yes, you want to book online without seeing anybody, you want to rock up, you don't want to speak to anybody, you want to do it all by a bot. We're doing an awful lot of lettings via Instagram rather than Rightmove. It's still price sensitive. And in terms of the why people are choosing co-living, some of it is location. So our Wembley scheme, which is 300 units, we actually have a high percentage of students there. The building suffered PC delays, and we opened over clearing weekend over 2 years ago, and there was no student accommodation left in Wembley. So we've got at least 20% students there. We do tend to put a cap on our students, and that's normally client-driven and client-led. We don't want the co-living schemes to turn into a PBSA asset, and it's that range of demographics that we're after. But as you guys are probably better placed to know about the student market than I am, they're pretty much good as gold, pay annually in advance, and if they've got a guarantor, it helps with our lease up and stability. So actually we're not anti-student at all, we're pro-student. So again, bills are all included. You have a huge amount of amenity space depending on the scheme. So we might see a gym, a Peloton room, a yoga studio. Where we are slightly different is we tend not to have dining rooms on every floor. We don't have the cluster flat approach. We tend to have a larger MasterChef style kitchen, which builds that sense of community. It's better in terms of flexibility and for members' events. And we feel that looking at the first gen co-live sites where we do have private dining rooms on every floor, they're not used. We don't have that sense of community. And from a management strategy, it is not as a good enough experience compared to where we've got our large MasterChef style kitchens. So again, why do our residents choose co-living? All-inclusive rents, the sense of community, the location, and the price point. And in terms of the co-living community, as I said, we do have a range of demographics, and it really varies across the schemes. And we do work very hard in terms of building a sense of community. And it's very interesting hearing the previous panel talk about well-being and wellness. We have more mental health and well-being issues in our co-live schemes than we do in any of our asset types. And our on-site teams are trained to deal with those, and we signpost and we try and work with external providers. So it's not always a bed of roses operating co-live schemes, but we do have some success stories. Our Wembley scheme, the general manager there, Shaliza, calls them her alumni. They've made such good friends, they've gone on to rent a 3-bed apartment in the wider Quintain Park because they've actually made such strong friends. And in terms of the community, we do an awful lot with the events that we run. So we do kind of a work speed dating, and that's worked incredibly successfully. So some members of the building have made work connections. So we've had a web designer who's developed a website for another resident. We've done CV writing courses. We do the weekly croissants, and in terms of building the community, we start that from day one. So when you come on a viewing, we tend to bunch people together so they're on a viewing at the same time. That again brings us efficiencies, but it's forcing the community to be as friendly as possible and meet new faces. Not everybody wants to be sociable, so your rooms are set out appropriately so you can cook and eat and wash and everything else in there, but then you can be as flexible as you want in terms of being sociable. So in terms of the amenity, I've stolen from one of my lovely clients who's just developing a scheme in Sheffield, which is coming out of the ground. And this just shows where we expect people to be throughout the day. So a number of our residents still work from home at least 2 days a week. So you might see them in the gym early on in the morning. You might then see them cooking lunch. You might see them pop out to the shops. You might see them in the co-work space, or you might just see them hanging out in the reception area talking to the on-site team. And it's really down to our centralised marketing team and our on-site team to make sure those amenity spaces aren't dead. And we need to engage and activate them, as I'm sure you do in PBSA, just to make sure, you know, the cost of putting on these amenity spaces in a gym or a private dining room, running the events and the event schedule really works well from a viability perspective for our clients. So this example here is a media room at Wembley. This is a really flexible space. We don't have fixed seating in here, so we can move the seating around. There's a stage at the back. We can use it for screening. We can use it for gaming. We can use it as a stand-up comedy room. We can use it for board games. We can go on and on and on. So the possibilities with the media room are endless. And again, it's down to the on-site team. We work very closely with our resident ambassadors, so they're similar to student wardens, who help the on-site team in terms of what events we should be running, what should we be doing with the building, how can we activate some of these spaces. The co-work space is incredibly popular. If anybody was to be bringing forward a co-live scheme, I would say that co-work space is an essential. The flexibility, again, the private booths are really important. People like to feel that they're part of a community but actually want to work in isolation. We've got a very quiet co-work space as well. This space you can see here, we can change the lighting and the sound throughout different times of the day and to transform it in the evening if we need to do events. But during the day, it's a really social space. And the quiet workspace, no sound, and we've got private booths, so the residents can do Teams calls in isolation if they need to. And the on-site team generally are based in the co-work space. They're not hiding away in a back office, they're totally accessible. So I touched on the shared kitchens. This scheme just shows the Old Oak shared kitchens. Here they've got a different themed kitchen on every floor, and as I said, this is first gen co-live, and we're really seeing a move away to the next slide where we've got co-working and co-living amenity space, which is on one floor. So we can do members' events here, people can work from here, you can bring your friends and family over. It's hugely, hugely popular is this scheme in specific. We've also got a co-work master chef style kitchen at Canary Wharf, which again is incredibly popular. So in terms of co-living and international students, we have seen a move. I was at a conference last week which had a PBSA focus on it, and there has been a move for students renting in either build-to-rent or co-live. And it comes down to the flexibility. As I said, we offer 3, 6, 9, 12 months agreements. Generally, you can rent for longer. You pay slightly more for the shorter lets, and you pay slightly more if you want to do dual occupancy. The sense of community is different. The amenity offering is probably slightly different. And really, I think, depending on the scheme and the location, it's all to do with timing. So where we opened in Wembley, as I said, we do have a larger cohort of student accommodation. Again, it all comes down to handover dates in terms of the intake of the PBSA residents that we have in the building. I think I've talked very quickly, so I've got plenty of time for questions. Or no questions. So there's no service charge, it's all inclusive. Where we've got hotel consent, the business rates is included. Where we've got sui gen, it would be council tax, but it's all inclusive. And we have fair use policies in place in terms of utilities.
All right. Well, that makes it very,
very easy.
Very easy for the
You
residents.
can book online instantly, you can do virtual tours. So it is literally the path of least resistance for our renters.
Hi, thank you for that introduction. You mentioned demographics at the end there. What kind of international demographics find your co-living property popular?
So in Wembley we have an awful lot of Chinese demographics, less so in Canary Wharf, and in Ealing it's a mixed bag. Old Oak are probably more UK students, to be honest, and then we're waiting to see what happens when we open our schemes in Exeter and Bath. It's interesting, actually, Bath, we're in a pre-app at the moment, and Bath City Council don't want any students in the scheme at all. They're trying to write it into the 106 agreement, so our client's busy getting legal advice to see how that will play out.
Hi.
Hi.
From Australia. In Australia, the PBSAs are moving more towards this co-living type, but they're still PBSAs. So what are your main differences again, just from...
In terms of co-live versus
the difference
PBSA?
between co-living and PBSA, yeah.
So the main differences are probably that we don't have cluster flats. We don't work in that basis. It's studio apartments throughout. I'm just trying to think of other main differences. We're not tied to the academic year. We're probably a lower price point than some of the PBS schemes. Not hugely different, but we don't want to occupy the building full of 100% students, so it's a range of demographics. Quite a few divorcees actually as well in some of our schemes.
Are any of your clients looking to move away from a studio model for co-living? In sort of mainland Europe, it's much more centred around maybe 3 and 4 bedroom flats rather than studios, which feels a little bit less co-living.
Yeah, I was at the Urban Living Festival last week, and there were a couple of panellists that I was speaking with who from a German background, and they have definitely got much more diverse size of apartments and a more flexible approach. So studios 1 and 2 beds, maybe not so many 3 beds. Some of our clients are looking at this. I think there's a question from a valuation perspective whether valuers don't know how to price it and what sort of asset type is it. I think in the future, I'd like to think we'd see more of that flexible living, so you can progress through the building as you progress through your rental journey. But at the moment, I don't think we've quite got what co-live and studios are sorted yet.
Yeah, no, agree.
The music started, which gives me a 2-minute warning, I think. Any more questions?
Given your flexibility in the shorter term contracts, are you seeing more study abroad or language students staying with you?
Are we seeing what, sorry?
Are you seeing study abroad students or language students staying with you, given that you can do shorter term contracts in comparison with the PBSA market? It tends to be 42 to 51 weeks.
Yeah, we are seeing that. So definitely in Ealing, the 6 months because it's driven by the beauty school. The same probably is true in Wembley. And I think people don't want to necessarily sign up to a longer term agreement unless they have to. They want that flexibility. We've also got quite a lot of people who've moved to the UK for the first time. We also rent to, we've done some corporate let agreements with the likes of KPMG where their graduates are actually living on a floor in our building as well. So it's a whole range of different lets. Generally though, we don't have that many 3 months. It's either 6 or 12 months agreements, I'd say.
All right. Many thanks, Catherine, for your eye-opening insights. Insights on co-living. It's such an appealing living format, and I'm sure a great fit for international students indeed. Now, this brings us to the end of the morning session. We'll be back here in 1 hour for a session by Richard Ward from Stu Rents, already in the room with us, about HMO. We've heard it a few times before today, housing in multiple occupancy. So for now, thank you, bon appétit, and see you in 1 hour, exactly.
Okay, perfect. Well, welcome back, everyone. We hope that despite your stomachs being full, your minds are still ready and thirsty for a lot of knowledge that we're about to share with our expert speakers. Now, PBSAs have always been at the forefront of discussion when it comes to student accommodation, but at least in the UK, we do have another type, HMOs, or houses in multiple occupation. Now, Richard Ward, head of research for students, will compare these two formats according to different student demographics and also explore student demands and how these impact the student accommodation landscape. Please welcome on stage Richard Ward. Thank you.
Right, I'm going to test the clicker to make sure it's working. So cool, let's get started. Right, so as I say, it's a relatively long title for today's presentation. So what HMOs and beyond, understanding product fit in a changing market. So we're going to look at both accommodation types. We're going to look at the changing landscape from a demand perspective and a few other kind of nuggets of information. Anyone familiar with my presentation style? It's very data heavy. So hopefully you had a coffee, strap yourselves in because it's going to be 25 minutes of charts, but hopefully interesting. By way of a quick introduction, anyone not familiar with Students, to kind of break us into three distinct arms, we have the listings platform, students.com. So this is the UK's largest dedicated listings platform. We advertise over 750,000 beds nationwide in roughly 100 locations. And that's a mixture of both HMO as well as private PBSA. We're also a leading provider of property management software, or PMS, to the market, and that's via our brand Concurrent. And to date, we've executed over $2.5 billion in tenancy value for the market. Where I sit within the business is, again, heading up the students' intelligence side. So we're kind of uniquely positioned to leverage the data that we're generating through those two platforms to provide highly granular proprietary data to a real range of stakeholders in the market. In terms of the topics we're going to cover today, in, again, roughly 25 minutes, we're going to start off with a bit of a recap of the UK student accommodation market. And I know there's going to be a panel after this presentation, so kind of kept on a similar theme. We're going to look at accessibility or availability, affordability and accountability, and we'll do a bit of a summary towards the end. So to start off with, as I say, let's do a quick recap looking at the UK student accommodation market. So whilst it's very difficult to get truly accurate bed counts for the total HMO market, and as it was just alluded to, we're talking about houses in multiple occupation here. For anyone not familiar with the term, the easiest way to think about this is a house share. So typically 3, 4, 5, 6 students sharing a house. But our calculations suggest that roughly half, or just over half, of the entire UK market is made up of the HMO sector. So it is a significant proportion that typically doesn't get spoken about in too much at these types of conferences. And we'll look at that in a bit more detail shortly. In terms of private PBSA, we're looking at about 25%, and university stock less than that, about 22%. So this pie chart gives you a rough overview of the makeup of UK student accommodation. So what this does mean is that from a UK perspective, HMOs still dominate the market. So whilst there is a lot of rhetoric around landlords exiting the market, and certainly that is the case to a certain degree, they still equate for a significant proportion. In terms of the private PBSA market, or PBSA more generally, definitely what we've seen in recent trends is universities becoming ever reliant on the private sector. So if you actually look at this chart and look backwards, for example, the proportion of the market being managed by universities is shrinking. And if you look at the pipeline going forward, that's a trend that's going to continue. So roughly, probably about 80% of the entire PBSA pipeline in the UK is the private market. So universities are really not delivering a quantity in beds that they probably need to, and obviously they are relying on the PBSA sector, private PBSA sector. Looking at the two kind of segments in more detail next, so particularly looking at cost. So this chart is comparing either HMOs, which is the kind of navy or blue area, or privately managed PBSA, which is the orange area. We can start to understand the cost distribution across those accommodation types. And actually, if you look at it from a national perspective, it's fairly wide. So there's a pretty big scope in terms of price per person per week. Having said that, that will vary dramatically per location, as you'd probably expect. And if we look at the numbers, we are looking at, particularly the higher end accommodation, about 37% of privately managed PBSA is priced at £200 per person per week, so pretty expensive. If we compare that to the HMO market, we're looking at about 5%. So there is definitely a spread still that exists between the cost of HMOs and the cost of PBSA. Again, that's going to vary significantly per location though. So nationally, as we can see from the data, there is a broad spread in available prices, but that does kind of leave two kind of questions kind of looking forward. So one is, how can we as an industry make sure that kind of breadth of price is going to be offered going forward, particularly at the more affordable end of the accommodation spectrum. Domestic students, which we'll see in a few slides' time, are going to have lower budgets, and obviously we need to ensure there is enough accommodation for them as well as international students. In terms of new stock being delivered to the market, £200 per person per week, if not more, in some locations. And really the question there is that new accommodation that's coming online really reflecting the demand in the market and how that is changing, particularly in recent years? So let's look at some of that growth from a demand perspective. So this is HESA data. For anyone familiar with HESA, one of the big issues here is timeliness. So the latest data they've just released is for 2022, so there is a significant time lag, which creates obviously various challenges. But what we can see from this particular chart is the long-term trend, if we look at the navy line to start with, in growth from China, which has been consistent, has been very strong over the long term, and that really has driven the demand or increase in the supply of privately managed PBSA due to the higher price points. What we can see, or kind of sticks out like a sore thumb, is the blue line. That's India. So huge growth, particularly the last 2 or 3 years in demand from India. And naturally, your Indian demand profile versus your Chinese demand profile is going to be very different. Equally worth touching on, which was actually brought up on the slides earlier, is growth in Turkey, which has been significant, and also growth in Nigerian students as well, albeit that has come off more recently. So just kind of highlighting one location, so taking that data and again isolating it for Manchester, it's worth just seeing how this is playing out at a local level. So if we start with the pie chart on the left-hand side, this is non-UK student demographics in 2014-15. And we can see that if we look at Chinese numbers, I think it's about 20-odd% coming from China. If we fast forward to 2021, about 45%. So again, over that period, the makeup of the student body in Manchester has shifted dramatically. And again, that's going to impact the demand for accommodation, both in terms of price, type, location, facilities, everything else as well. So clearly a big shift in somewhere like Manchester. So whilst Manchester has seen growth over the long term, it's worth just looking at the most recent UCAS numbers. So shout out to Stephen and UCAS and the team there for this information. This is looking at growth in undergraduates, either split by China or India. If we start with China, which is again the kind of navy or dark blue bars, we can see undergraduate growth very, very strong, and particularly in 2022. So huge spike in undergraduate demand in, again, 2022. Since then, though, that has come off. So these particular data sets showing about 15%, slightly over, in year-on-year, decline since that kind of peak from 2022. So, yeah, a bit of volatility there, and that's a topic we'll come to in a second, but certainly for providers of accommodation, that has meant that this year is different to where it was 2 years ago. Some locations seeing bigger shifts than others, but that spike in 2022 in particular does mean that year-on-year comparisons are probably skewed somewhat for the last couple of years, but more positively, the trend has been very positive. Looking at Indian demand next, and again, purely from an undergraduate perspective, again, we can see pretty strong growth historically. That has somewhat flatlined. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that to see how that plays out in the coming years. So in both cases, positive long-term growth, which is obviously good to see from an accommodation standpoint. However, as I've touched on, volatility is definitely the key word for this year in particular. Now, this specific chart is actually looking at data from officer students. So it's interesting because it actually shows data for 2023, so more up to date than HESA data. Doesn't give us quite as clear a picture. It's not breaking it down by countries of origin. But what it does show in this particular case is overseas postgrad demand. And we've picked out kind of a handful of locations here. So you can see Coventry and Portsmouth, for example. Huge growth up to 2022. Predominantly that's going to be driven probably not from Chinese students, India and other countries as well. But if we look at the most recent data, again for 2023, you can see in some locations, take Portsmouth as an example, a massive year-on-year decline. So 44% drop in a single year. So again, for accommodation providers, they were kind of riding that growth upwards, and it has somewhat come to an abrupt end in certain locations. More positively, if you look at possibly some of the more prestigious universities, they have seen that growth continue. But again, volatility is definitely the key word for this year. That creates challenges, particularly for operators. So if you are an accommodation provider and you're trying to tailor your experience, again, whether that's amenities, events, etc., to a certain demographic, but that abruptly changes, that's going to create challenges. And that is going to be, again, something that operators want to think about in terms of how can they tailor the experience to a particular demographic whilst remaining somewhat flexible in case that changes. So moving on to the first of the kind of AAAs, which again, I know there's a panel discussion afterwards, and looking at accessibility or availability. And let's start with looking at this from a national perspective. So this particular chart, there's various lines on here. I'll try and do my best to explain these. What we're essentially tracking is change in the demand for PBSA specifically. And what we're essentially doing here is stripping out second and third year domestic students because a significant proportion of those are going to go into the HMO market. We have some more stats on that shortly. And the orange line is change in supply. And this is outside of London, by the way. So what we can see is around 2021, we started to hit a bit of a tipping point where that core demand growth was outstripping changes to supply. So if you're looking at this from a student's perspective, it does not particularly look great because it means that if demand continues to grow, and depending on the demand growth scenario, based off the different coloured lines there, it's highly likely that it's going to outstrip changes to supply. So again, if you're a student, from a national perspective at least, it's going to get harder to find accommodation, albeit with some volatility, no doubt. Whereas if you're an operator, you could argue it looks relatively positive. Again, though, what is worth bearing in mind is there will be huge variations per location. So whilst this looks like an undersupply from a national perspective, your Glasgow versus Coventry versus Bristol versus Nottingham are all very different. An additional factor for students when they're house hunting is seasonality. So this particular chart is leveraging the data that we are generating through the Students platform and specifically looking at inquiries. So either inquiries made for HMOs, which is the orange bars, or PBSA, which is the kind of darker blue bars. And what we can see is the real contrasting seasonality in those accommodation types. So if we start with HMOs, big spike in November, very, very early house hunting. So we have predominantly domestic, but not exclusively. Domestic students searching very early, almost 12 months in advance. Whereas if we look at the PBSA market, it fluctuates, but the spike is towards the back end of the season. Obviously for students, if you are an Indian student, for example, searching later in the cycle, depending on what accommodation type you're after, you're going to find it possibly challenging to find HMOs, for example, given that the peak in demand is very early. Taking that one step further and looking at specifically PBSA, but by two different locations. So what we're doing at Students is we're tracking PBSA occupancy or leasing velocity, and this is really giving us great insight in terms of how many or what percentage of rooms are booked in a given location for privately managed PBSA. In this particular example, we have Manchester and Coventry, and this was for July, so kind of pre-clearing, and we can really see the difference there. So if you are a student house hunting in clearing in Manchester, the availability of privately managed PBSA is relatively limited, particularly for studios historically. Whereas if you compare that to Coventry, half of the beds are still available. That's naturally going to impact price as well, but it does mean for students, again, deciding where to possibly study, find accommodation, etc., having an understanding of what is the likelihood of me being able to actually find accommodation when I'm searching is obviously a really important factor. Looking at affordability next. And in this particular slide, what we have done is we've looked at the tenancies being executed via our property management software Concurrent. And we've just picked out three demographics. We have Chinese, British, and Indian. And what we're essentially doing here is we're looking at all the bookings going through the system. What are they being, or what are the students booking? Are they looking for a HMO or a PBSA? and also what is the average price, which we'll come to in a second. So if we start with British students, which is the grey bar in this particular example, we can see that year to date, the vast majority of British students are going into the HMO market in their second and third years, so almost 80%. So a significant amount of demand for that market. If we look at the Chinese population, it's essentially the opposite. So whilst there is a massive skew towards booking privately managed PBSA for Chinese students, it's not exclusive. There is a little bit of demand there from a HMO perspective. But as you'd probably expect, there's a significant skew towards PBSA. Indian students, bit of a mix. So you can see it somewhere in between. So yeah, kind of just over half looking or booking for PBSA. In terms of price as well, there is a clear distinction there. So you can see the kind of price points. So British, we're looking at about 160 blended across the two accommodation types. Chinese students well above £200 a week, and again, Indian a little bit lower in this case compared to British students. So there is a clear spread between the price points different demographics are prepared to pay and what they're actually booking. And again, that's going to impact the demand for certain accommodation types. If we look at the HMO market, which we saw a few slides ago, typically lower price point, that's going to be obviously driving that demand from the domestic market to book HMOs. Restating that point is kind of a time series analysis. So we've just highlighted UK and Chinese students, and what the line chart is essentially showing is what are the price points those different demographics are searching for when they're house hunting. And again, we can see the clear spread there. So clearly, as you'd expect, Chinese students a much higher price point when they're searching relative to UK students. And that's a trend we would expect to continue. Just a couple more slides from me before possibly open to Q&As. So this particular slide is looking at two things. One is the delivery of new accommodation, which are the circles or dots in this particular case. And the line is construction costs. So I thought it's worth just spending a minute to talk about this, because this is going to be impacting the ability of the market in the UK to actually deliver accommodation, which is a big challenge. So if we take the dots to start with, as I mentioned, these are representing the number of beds delivered each year. We can see that there's a clear correlation between the slowdown in beds delivered and the rise in construction and debt costs, if you were to overlay that as well. But if you look at the numbers for last year, we were roughly about 12,000 beds delivered in a single year. If we go back around 2019, it's over 35,000 beds. So a significant reduction in the delivery of new PBSA. At the same time, continue to see an increasing demand. Naturally, from a national perspective, that just means rent's going to keep going up. Obviously, big variations, though, at a local level. Construction costs don't look like they're going to be coming down anytime soon, so they have somewhat stabilised, but that is a trend that, again, we would expect. And I guess just to put that into perspective for a single location, if you look at the cost of new PBSA delivered in somewhere like Leeds over the last 3 to 4 years, well over £200 a week. So any of that new accommodation coming online, is it going to be attractive to the Indian market? Probably not. Is it going to be attractive to the domestic market? Probably not. It's too expensive. So you're going to be highly exposed to internationals, but specifically those from China. And again, that has its risks, as you'd expect. In comparison, if we look at the executed HMO contract data in Leeds, it's about £140 a week. So a massive spread, again, between particularly new build accommodation and existing supply of HMOs. Final one from me, so just to talk a bit about accountability. So we've gone through this really quickly. Hopefully still some interesting kind of nuggets of information. But as we've seen, real challenges around the delivery of enough accommodation, but also particularly affordable accommodation for some of those countries of origin outside of China. Again, I know the panel after this is going to be talking through this in more detail, so I won't spend too long on it. But really it raises the question of who is accountable or responsible for delivering accommodation for this demand that's coming online. Arguably, we all have a role to play. I think for students, the most important factor is availability of information. Obviously, you can't expect a student to make an informed decision without access to that information. And certainly what we've seen in the UK are potentially 2 risks associated with that. So probably last 2 or 3 years, maybe going back slightly further, we have seen some negativity, particularly in the press, around certain universities. Manchester, for example, sending students to Hull, Bristol, sending students to Bath. So students making that decision of where to live, if they're making an incorrect decision and possibly not finding accommodation, that obviously has a negative impact on the reputation of the university. And secondly, I guess the broader risks for the entire sector, again, predominantly speaking UK, but it's no doubt relevant elsewhere, is students, even if there's a perception that there's not enough accommodation or it's too expensive, are potentially going to opt out from even applying. And obviously that could impact demand. Again, I know UCAS presented their kind of revised forecast today, which has obviously come down slightly. And it does make you wonder, are some students now starting to be put off from the UK because of the cost of the accommodation, not just tuition fees? On that particular point, there are certain locations, Bristol, many others as well, where the cost of accommodation is actually more than tuition fees. So whilst the press, particularly at the moment, is focused around, again, tuition fees, accommodation is sometimes more than that. So that is an important factor. So again, awareness, education, visibility, all crucial for students kind of making those choices. Before I kind of do a quick summary, in terms of, I guess, access to information, something that's worth mentioning, so particularly in the last couple of weeks, we're starting to dive into it in a bit more detail, learn more about this. Renters reform. I don't think it's being talked about today, but I'd certainly urge anyone in the market to go and have a look at that. Two main things that stick out for me. One is the abolishment of ASTs, so we're going to see contracts rolling onto a rolling basis. Not enough time to go through all of the kind of impacts of this, but one of the main ones, particularly for those, again, issuing ASTs, can't take upfront payments. So next year, we could possibly find a situation, operators trying to take rent up front, not allowed. You're going to have to move to a monthly rental instalment, which again, something that the industry needs to think about. So I guess to summarise very briefly before I open it up, so the UK market is very nuanced. There are some definite big shifts going on. Again, this year's been very volatile, but each location is very different. In terms of how that impacts the demand for accommodation, as we briefly touched on, every demographic has its own demand profile. Again, going back to the example of India, China and UK, different levels of price sensitivity, but also different preferences on accommodation type as well. Affordability remains a massive issue. It's one that, again, gets spoken about at most conferences. It's not going away. I think the challenge for the industry is how can it provide solutions to get around that or to provide or continue to provide a range of price points. So yeah, lots to think about. I'm happy, I think we've got 3 minutes if you want to open up to Q&As. If anyone wants the slides or wants to kind of grab me afterwards, by all means, you can connect with me on LinkedIn via the QR code. I think, yeah, we have 3 minutes if you want any Q&As. If not, that's fine, but we'll open up to the floor. Thanks very much. Don't be shy. Or come and grab me afterwards, it's fine. Go on, Lee. Heckle me, it's fine.
Thanks, Richard. Very interesting as always.
Can you make it an easy one?
Lee Rollinson from Homes for Students. Spending a bit of time overseas, as I have done over the last decade, I noticed in Canada and the US, very much that kind of dorm mentality where shared accommodation at a level, it's just part of it.
Yep.
We often hear about accommodation costs and rising costs in certain cities. Do you feel there will be a move? Because you see more of that in the HMO side, I guess.
Yeah.
Will that wash into PBSA, BTR, co-living, do you think?
Yeah, so I guess,
of sharing?
Yeah, a couple of things that kind of spring up. So one is, Nottingham's an interesting one. So what we actually see in Nottingham is a lot more demand for 2 beds, particularly from domestic, and that's going to be driven by the fact that it's going to be hard to deliver more HMO accommodation. 2 beds are not technically HMOs, it somewhat gets around that. So certainly, I guess in some cases it's somewhat driven by demand, but also the ability to deliver new stock. I think in terms of PBSA, the challenge is, and as mentioned earlier, valuers and funders. We've had conversations with institutional investors, they just will not touch twin rooms. That's it, end of, they won't touch it. Whereas we know there are other providers that have done it and have done it fairly successfully, albeit possibly at not a huge scale. So I think, yeah, there's definitely a need to build more accommodation that's affordable, and that is one way to do that. It's just whether you can get the funding to build it, to be perfectly honest. I think that's the biggest problem. Equally, we know there's conversations around amenities. So, an operator, developer, whoever it may be, might have a cinema room, games room, gym. It's great for marketing. Is anyone actually using it? Debatable. So could you actually start to strip out some of those facilities to provide more beds and bring the cost down? Possibly. But at the end of the day, it's going to come down to who's going to fund it. And that's the biggest problem. So there probably is an educational piece there as well, actually for the investment market as much as the student. So it needs to happen, yeah.
Sorry, that's all the time we have
Perfect.
for
Yeah, no
questions. Well, thank you so much, Richard, for all these valuable insights. And before we move on to our next session, which will be a panel about the triple A's of accommodation issues, which are affordability, availability, and accountability, we're just going to have a quick word from our headline sponsor, Go Britannia.
Go Britannia is an amazing service provider.
Absolutely love this location. It is about a 15-minute walk max to my library, to my classes. It is a 5-minute walk from any of the major shops, from all the grocery shopping, so it makes my life very convenient. And it means I'm mostly on time for everything.
They provided very flexible check-ins and check-outs. They provided very good cost.
I'm studying at King's College, and it is at a walking distance from my dormitory. It is only 80 minutes to go there, so I don't have to commute every day to go to my classes.
Yeah, the staff has been extremely helpful. I've had a bit of problems with the outside services, and the staff have really helped me to contact them in sorting everything out in my room. So they have been incredible.
Many facilities in my room, they are new and they are easy to use. And also in my room, I have a little balcony. I really like that balcony because I can relax on the balcony. I can sit outside of the room. I can get some fresh air to free my mind. So I really love my room.
So the room is great. The whole ensuite is my favorite part. The desk, the kitchen, everything is working amazing.
You have a gym, and a very well-equipped gym, which I actually love. I use it a lot. And a cinema room, perfect for socializing and meeting friends. You have an amazing console room, very unique, and if you fancy a good game with your friends, or by yourself, of course, that's a good place to go to. There's plenty of socializing spaces as a whole, but there's also a very nice study room, silent study area. And if you can't make it to your university study space, just right in your accommodation is a perfect place. Overall, I am extremely pleased that I booked my accommodation with Go Britannia, and I recommend it to anyone who wishes to find accommodation in London.
Well, thank you so much to Go Britannia. If anyone would be interested to speak more to the representatives, they do have a booth right outside in the foyer. Now, onto a more serious topic. I believe that the entire day has been about speaking quite lightly about affordability, availability, and accountability. And before we dive into this panel, I'd like to set the stage a little bit. Uncertainty and volatility ahead for UK student housing market, student housing crisis putting thousands at risk of homelessness in Scottish cities, and international students blamed for the housing crisis in Australia. These are just a few headlines that we can see from major media outlets about our accommodation sector. Now, these are the climate that we're currently facing, and a lot of challenges that students, universities, education providers, education agents, and all the stakeholders are facing. And at the center are three main polemics: affordability, availability, and accountability. I'm joined today by an amazing panel of experts to try and tackle these issues and try to understand them a little bit more, as well as give recommendations to our audience here and online on how to best manage and mitigate those issues. And to kick off our session, please allow me to welcome Karen Best, who's the Head of Accommodation for PwC UK. She will unveil a few key data on the issue. Thank you so much, Karen.
Oh, that's my notes as well. Perfect. So thank you for having me today. I might just start off by saying that maybe Richard and I should have coordinated on presentations. So it might be that I cover some of the things that Richard's talked about already and what I'm just going to discuss. I'll just start with an introduction to myself. So I'm a partner in PwC. I lead our lead advisory education and student accommodation team. So I've been working in the sector for over 20 years and have the pleasure of supporting both universities as well as private student accommodation providers. From the university perspective, I work with universities that are undertaking large-scale campus redevelopment programs, including but not limited to student accommodation, and also help them raising and restructuring debt facilities that are used to fund those campus master plans. And then with student accommodation providers, operators, developers, investors, I work with them to help them raise growth capital and also take advantage of opportunities in the M&A market. I'll also, a second caveat, I wasn't expecting to make the first one, is just that whilst we're within the panel going to have an international perspective and of course from you in the audience, the presentation I'm doing today is very much focused around my own role, which is UK based. So for me, the starting point for our session on affordability, availability, and accountability has to be going back to the basics and understanding the overall demand and supply for student accommodation, in this case, in the UK. So for the purposes of looking at overall demand and supply, I'm going to take us to the last set of HESA data for the 22-23 academic year. So this may feel like quite a long time ago, but it's an anchor in terms of the latest actuals that we have to measure overall students and student demand in the UK. So from this data set, we can establish that there were 2.36 million students, full-time students in the UK. And on the first bar in the chart, you can see the split between undergraduate and postgraduates. Subject to the students having completed their forms correctly, that are then fed into the HESA data, we can tell how many were living in either their own home or in a parental home, and those that were looking for alternative accommodation. So in the second bar, you can see the 1.49 million of students requiring accommodation in the UK. On the supply side, and very much agree with what Richard was saying, it's really difficult to get an accurate readout on exactly how many PBSA and HMO beds there are in the UK. And you do need to triangulate a few different data points, and you might even see some different figures as we go through the presentations. So we've estimated that split is about 50-50 between HMO and PBSA beds. I'm going to move on. And then a similar kind of chart to what we saw in the last presentation, but I just wanted to highlight the different types of PBSA beds that there are. So there's university owned and operated, university nominated or part nominated, which will be owned and perhaps operated by private sector. And then finally direct let PBSA, which is privately owned and operated. I won't dwell too much on this page, but what's interesting to me is there's still 44% of the total PBSA stock is owned and operated by universities. I was recently involved with my team in publishing a report which was commissioned by Universities UK into the financial health of the UK university sector. And from our analysis of historic and forecast financial information, we could see a material reduction in capital expenditure and forecast delays due to constrained access to capital from the universities. Given the current and likely future financial pressures that the sector faces in the UK, there will continue to be constraints on all universities, even the largest, most reputable and financially strong ones. This is causing universities to prioritise the capital that they do have access to into the academic estate. And I expect to see universities looking for further support from the private sector through increased partnership working, to deliver new beds and support in refurbishing a lot of the university-owned stock. Now, Richard, you talked a little bit about, on the supply side, some of the reasons that we've not seen the supply growing as quickly as we might expect. So just covering a few points on that. So one is around planning. So availability of sites in itself is an issue, but even when they're secured, taking a site through planning has become increasingly onerous, complex and time-consuming, therefore adding to the cost of development right at the outset. Construction, so we looked a bit at tender price inflation, which has reduced over the past few years. However, long-term forecasts of circa 2.5% are heavily dependent on energy pricing and construction materials shortages. The other issue that's been impacting the UK construction sector is the availability of labour following Brexit. Earlier this year, the Construction Skills Network estimated that 225,000 new construction workers will be needed in the UK by 2027 to fill the demand. I mean, it's not just for student accommodation, but it gives you an idea of the scale that we're facing. Safety and sustainability, so this is a huge aspect in kind of bringing forward new schemes. In recent years, we've seen a significant increase in regulations and requirements, particularly around fire safety and cladding. This impacts not only the new developments being brought forward, but many of the existing accommodation that needs to be refurbished. And we've seen lots of examples of universities having to vacate accommodation because they can't comply with current safety standards and they don't have the capital in order to undertake the refurbishment required. Funding, so over the past 2 years we have seen a significant cost of debt, and that was the underlying base rate but also lender margins which have widened. So whilst we're starting to see more stability and confidence in future interest rate cuts, the pace has been relatively slow, and therefore the benefits associated with bringing leverage into a scheme haven't been fully recognised. Finally, just operating the asset, so viability is not just about construction, but also the cost of ongoing operations. Similar to construction, operating inflation, particularly in energy pricing and availability of labour, have presented issues in recent years. So in summary, while there are and will continue to be new PBSA developments, the ability to deliver affordable accommodation in the places that is needed most continues to be a challenge. Okay, so what if we start digging into availability in more detail? This is a chart that looks at not occupancy, but it looks at private operated beds in the UK, and it looks at buildings that have at least one room available for the upcoming academic year. So for the purposes of this graph, the booking cycle is assumed to start on the 1st of November each year. The red line that you can see shows the booking availability for 24-25 academic year, so the one that's just kicking off. And the line tracks availability of rooms from the 1st of November 23 to date. There are clearly numerous factors that impact the availability of rooms, the key ones being student demand for accommodation, the number of PBSA buildings, the timing of beds released to the market, and the pace at which students commit to rooms. So what's this graph telling us? The most constrained period of availability was the end of the 22-23 booking cycle, when you can see the grey line falling off. In 23-24, represented by the orange line, availability was lower than the previous year until August 23, when the line started to rise again. The most likely reasons for this are twofold. So the first being the decision by the then Conservative government to return to the A-level results in England at pre-pandemic levels. And secondly, the impact on choices made by international students following the decision in the summer of that year on international postgrad eligibility for dependent visas, as well as the general rhetoric around welcoming international students or not to the UK. Looking at the red line on the graph, we can see that this suggests there's more availability for this coming 24-25 academic year. So whilst looking at the UK in a general level is interesting, it only really works when you start to delve into more detail. This is Glasgow, so looking at it as city by city basis, but you could go even granular and probably need to better understand individual locations within cities and proximity to certain universities. So for this graph on Glasgow, at first look, it looks like it's difficult to draw much conclusion from it given where the lines are going. But actually, it's quite representative of the previous graph. So with the grey line from 22-23 dipping down. Last year, it was picked up in one of the earlier presentations from this morning. There was a high number of withdrawals in Glasgow, which shows the uptick in the orange line. And then for this year, the 24-25 booking cycle, with the exception of the first few months, the red line sat above the previous year, and therefore suggests that there's more availability in Glasgow than there was in previous year. Interestingly, last week, the position was much closer to last year as the gap has closed between the two lines. Again, for a city like Glasgow that has multiple universities, it can be difficult to look at it just on the city-by-city basis. Just going to finish off with, there's a lot of lines and a lot of colours on this graph. But if we take Glasgow just as an example to link back to the previous slide, is the fourth one down on the left-hand side, moving to the third one down, so the maroon line. And this is actually showing you that prices have reduced over the period that we're looking at on this graph over the last year. So I guess the interaction between demand and supply and pricing and availability is sort of very real. And if you look at all of the cities represented in this graph, there's minimal movement upwards over that period of time. So it might be something that we pick up in the panel discussion about what's happening with pricing going forward. I will stop there and move into the panel.
Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you very much for these insights. So as we can see, unlike some markets, some destination markets that are a bit more black and white, the UK is very varied and should be considered on a city level more than countrywide. Now, to continue our panel, I'd like to welcome the rest of our panelists to come up, please. Starting with Arunima Day, who's the research manager for the Class Foundation. Please have a seat. As well as Hui Zhao, business director for Go Britannia. And finally, Hannah Chapet, founder and CEO of Hyber. Please make your way to the stage. Thank you. Great, so this panel is basically going to be, as you guessed it, sectioned in three. Of course, if I say it again, affordability, availability, and accountability. And we'll also end on some recommendations that can be applied, maybe not completely by PBSA operators and educators, but also by education agents and how they can help their students navigate these uncertain times. So let's kick off. I just want to ask first to you, Karen, since with the presentation regarding the prices, weekly rent, is there really a housing crisis, and have prices really increased that considerably since maybe COVID?
I think there definitely has been a housing crisis. I think from some of the presentations we've seen throughout the day, things are changing. There's a lot of volatility within different cities. So some will be feeling that crisis more than others. Definitely with with pricing, we've seen huge increases in pricing over the last couple of years. Like last year, we saw some double-digit price increases, you know, getting to sort of 20% in some cities from the previous year, which are quite staggering.
I see you agreeing, Hannah. Do you have any more to say on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been, the HMO market has seen a huge increase in rents. And for example, looking at a case study of Bristol, what we saw is that a lot of PBSA developments were paused because of the impact of COVID. So the HMO market had a heyday over those kind of 2-3 years where a lot of students that would have gone into PBSA went into the HMO market. So we were seeing consistently rents increasing by 15% plus year on year. And now in Bristol, we've got to the point where this August and September, we've had the most rooms available than we've seen, I mean, everyone's really seen in the last 10 years. And that's because a lot of the investors saw that Bristol was a very attractive market, PBSA development started to kind of kick off, and then a lot of rooms all became available at the same time in August and September when we saw the kind of international student numbers fluctuate. But that is only a kind of healthy market self-regulating where the rents are going to now slightly plateau, which is actually a good thing. It can't keep on increasing the way it's been going.
Indeed, and I think Bristol is an example that we use a lot in our industry, especially regarding availability and the prices themselves. And you mentioned HMOs have also been a big option. Was the increase in price also due to the demand in HMO and HMO just not being able to cope with the sheer numbers and having to increase those prices, or are there any other factors in that increase?
Well, in cities like Bristol, it was because the PBSA developments weren't there. So a lot of those students that would have naturally gone there went into the HMO market. But there is obviously a huge amount of demand for that private renter market for the kind of second years, third years, post-grads. And of course, as we've all said over and over again, with the kind of cost of finance and cost of development, it's becoming harder for people to take that leap of faith and invest in more affordable units.
Thank you so much. And Arunima, I just want to get a little bit of your opinion on this, because right now we've really focused on the UK itself, but the CLAS Foundation really covers the entirety of Europe. Is this also the case in other European countries, or is this mainly focused on the UK?
No, it's definitely the case all across Europe. Of course, it varies from country to country and even city to city. But just to give you one example, the CLAS Foundation is based in the Netherlands, and right now there's just a larger general housing crisis in the Netherlands, and within that student housing crisis also is sort of nestled in it. And what is, the rents have gone up. Essentially in the most popular, for example, Dutch cities like Amsterdam, Rotterdam, the rents haven't gone up that much, but that's because they were already so high, and we do have like rent caps, and there's a lot of regulations in the Netherlands. However, in like cities outside of the Randstad is the most urbanized part of the Netherlands and has most of the bigger cities in it. Prices have gone up by like 30–40%. That is something which has just happened over the last couple of years. And at the same time now, the repercussions of it is that the Dutch government is essentially saying no international students. Universities have been basically told not to recruit international students because they're seen as adding onto the housing crisis. And at the same time, a lot of things around like more Dutch courses just to like not encourage international students from coming in. But this is at the same time a little bit, you know, like because you cannot, most of the international students are from France and Germany, and according to the EU, they do have the right. So how you can't really restrict them, and then they kind of blame it on the non-EU, well, they don't blame it, but the non-EU students are just about 10%. So even if you do end up restricting them, it doesn't necessarily solve the issue if you think that international students are adding to the overall housing crisis. So yeah, rents have gone up, and now it's also impacting internationalization of Dutch education in the end.
And we've also seen this across the world and major destination markets with, for example, Australia having caps for educators, as well as Canada speaking about it too. Are international students really to blame for this increase? And if they are partly to blame, what other types of accommodation could they go into, maybe to alleviate that issue?
Again, this is something which is not just happening in the Netherlands, but other parts of Europe, for example, Italy and Spain, there are younger markets when it comes to PBSA, but they're also seeing a huge trend in internationalization, which largely comes from offering more and more English taught courses. One of the things is, of course, build more and build the right type of housing that actually impact student experience, but we can talk about that later. That's a different topic altogether. But we're looking a lot at like refurbishments, or they're seen as like quick solutions. We see it a lot, like we follow trends across Europe, so we see a lot of like office spaces which are no longer being used, parking lots, even like hotels being refurbished to now being turned into student accommodation. But those are happening in cities where the municipalities and the city councils have an awareness of that there is a need for it. And we of course find it a lot harder for these things to become a reality when like the city councils do not understand how badly it is needed. The municipality in Rotterdam is like, and it's also about like, it's not just about the intention, but they really cannot force to really cannot produce a lot of student accommodation because they also have to cater to other types of demographics as well. So that's also a struggle.
Interesting. I mean, is that a trend that you've also observed in the UK, Hannah, with the types of accommodations that you onboard on your platform?
I think similar to what you were saying, it's often it can lead you down the wrong track if you're looking at a market and saying, okay, this is how many students there are, this is how many rooms there are. But actually you have to break it down into segments. So this is the types of students, this is their budget, this is what they're looking for, and this is the type of accommodation that we have in each city. And then often you'll see that actually it's not just a rooms issue, it all comes down to price point, it all comes down to budget. And that's really what we have to tackle. It's thinking creatively around how can we build more affordable units, not just more rooms.
I think that's a very interesting point that you touched on. I mean, as we know, different markets, and I think Richard also showed that in his data with the difference between UK as well as Chinese students and the kind of budgets that they have. That a lot of PBSA might start going more into luxury PBSAs with also a lot of amenities that are given. But would it work best if those amenities were not given? For example, the cinema rooms, are they really needed? Are also the game rooms needed? Or could we just use that space to make more rooms and maybe bring down the rent? Would that, with Go Britannia, for example, is that something that a conscious effort that you make, or do you still see demand from your students to have those facilities available?
Yeah, I think we need to look at two perspectives. So everyone's talking about students' well-being. So what can they get by living in an accommodation, what experience they could have. And some students may just say, well, we have a budget restraint, so we don't want to spend such money on having accommodation with cinema rooms, game rooms, things like that. So I think from PBSA perspective, you need to have a combination of the two. So you need to look after the student who is looking for more well-being, how can they have more social space with their students, friends, or doing some sort of a study area in the same building, and some just go probably slightly bit more basic, I would say. Also, just another point on the housing crisis, I think there's two kinds of a housing crisis. One is the availability that there's not enough rooms for certain cities. The other one is oversupply. So we know some cities in this country, because of universities, ranking has dropped. Mm-hmm. So there's not many, not just domestic students, but also international students not going there. So as a result, there are just too many supplies there available.
That's very true. And I wanted to touch on a little point as well. We've seen also from Student Crowd, a report was recently released saying that many students actually have a higher as you mentioned, well-being as well as satisfaction rates when they chose properties or rooms that were a bit more expensive and maybe a little bit more out of their budget. Is that something you find as well as in your experience, Hui?
Yeah, I think so. In one of the sections I attended earlier, I think somebody from UCAS was saying there's a lot more students looking for quality of living, and then the second down would be the availability of the rooms, and then cost of living is the third point, and then the last point is the distance. So from their finding, which I think I also agree, that there's a lot of students looking for better fitted PBSA buildings.
Amazing. And so I'd like to move on now to the question of availability. So we've also seen, thanks to your data as well, Karen, that many cities do not have the same type of availability. Some of them are, of course, completely have so little availability compared to the occupancy that is needed, whereas some struggle to actually occupy those buildings. Can you give a bit more maybe of a pinpoint 2 cities as an example that you'd like to highlight in terms of those that have too much demand and those who have too little?
Perhaps if I start on the too little, in terms of oversupply at the moment, so I guess Coventry, it was on one of the slides earlier, is a city that I think is just been on that cycle, part of the cycle for a couple, well, probably a bit longer than a couple of years, where the supply outweighs the demand for the rooms, and we can see that's continued this year. Another one which I think we've heard significant number of operators talking about Leeds providing issues in terms of occupancy this year, and we'll need to wait until we've seen some of the data that comes through from the universities to understand exactly what's driving that and whether it's a combination of demand and supply or both. In terms of the kind of, I guess, the busier cities where it's still harder to get accommodation, all of the big metropolitan ones, I think, fall into that category. I cover the UK, but I live in Scotland, so you can see that whilst I put up the Glasgow chart, Edinburgh continues to be, a city that's difficult to get rooms, in Bristol, which Hannah's already mentioned.
And Hannah, you were acquiescing with that. You have also other cities in mind that are prime examples of these issues.
Manchester is another city that has done really well in terms of its a huge amount of developments going on, but there's great universities. You don't just rely on University of Manchester, Manchester Met, you have BIM, and you have lots of other educational institutions that exist in the city. And as you said, it's really all about university rankings and also the opportunities of when you graduate, what else is there in the city where you can stay on and continue working. And we've seen similar cities, Exeter, which also has a great level of demand. But what I was going to say before, around kind of thinking back about that point on affordability, so I think it's just so important, is that I think something that people mentioned earlier around we need to give investors conviction around how they can build and develop affordable units. And in our sector, we need to look at hospitality, because hospitality has done that really well. You have Travel Lodge and Premier Inn that are really affordable brands that are huge drivers of revenue. So why can't we have the same in the residential sector when we have more self-service, self-managed types of, just rooms rather than these amenity spaces? So I think there's so much that we can do that we're still so far behind in terms of in residential versus hospitality, as well as investing in prop tech to try and make teams more efficient, reducing that headcount to improve margins so that you don't have to keep on driving the rents up year on year. Topic that I'm very passionate about. But yeah, I think that also then will help with driving more availability, because you're not just thinking about the high-end PBSA, you're thinking about how we can make the use of every type of spaces, which is looking at PBSA, BTR, co-living, HMO.
Interesting, because even within PBSAs, there are multiple types of rooms that are at different price points as well. You have the shared rooms, you have ensuite, you have studios. Have you found any trends regarding international markets? Hui, for example, for the demand is there a lot of demand for shared rooms now with the current economy crisis, as well as restricted budgets of students, or are they still choosing and prioritizing ensuite and studios?
So for my experience, I used to be working in a marketplace, and now I'm in a provider. So I sort of see things in two different perspectives. Most of the international students, they tend to get a studio. So despite the cost, it's because it gives them independent living. For the domestic students, they tend to go for en-suite rooms because I think it's kind of a mindset for the domestic student. They want to be with their friend a bit more and have a bit more engagement. So they tend to go for en-suite rooms. And obvious, en-suite rooms is cheaper than studio. It's just because of the setup. You don't have your private bathroom and kitchen. Everything is shared apart from just the bedroom. But I think the trend this year, because we all know what the government policy to start with, that there's no dependent visa, and then the PBS, and then the post-study visa was sort of up in the air, whether it's going to go through or whether it just cancel. So this year, there's a trend that the bookings come really late for the international students, and obviously doesn't affect the domestic. So this is what we're seeing this year.
But isn't it true that the later a student books, the higher the price of the rent in the end, because the prices are adjusted according to availability, so closer to the intake, when there are less rooms available, the prices will increase?
That's a very good question. Usually that's the case. But this year, because of the disruption by the government, so you probably see in the market at the moment, there's quite a few providers having a huge discount just because there's so many rooms still available. But otherwise, if you book earlier, the better price you get.
I think that last slide that I showed just supports that, because actually we've seen pricing coming down. So whilst normally you would be saying book early to get a better price, it's probably been the inverse this year in many cities.
Interesting. Is that something that you've also noticed, Hannah?
And definitely, and you've seen that with the student trends as well. Normally when the panic of students renting early is because they go on a marketplace and they see that there's no rooms left, whereas actually people have been taking their time a lot more this year because there's been a lot more variety on the market. And that's been for a variety of reasons, including international student numbers with the decisions that our government made earlier this year, but also it's because there's been the development projects that were paused during COVID all seem to have been launched sadly at the same time, which meant that there were just a lot of options and it flooded the market.
That's definitely an interesting point because, I mean, having worked in a few platforms, our usual recommendations for students is book early, book as early as you can to get the best price, and of course, the best rooms available as well. And we've seen, this is another question because of course with the new trends in terms of bookings, in terms of seasonality as well, I just wanted to ask a little bit, and this might be an obvious question, but do students still choose proximity to the university as a biggest factor, and are those properties the first ones to get booked out, or are students a bit more flexible in terms of the location and enjoying that more? Hui, could you please enlighten us?
So I think to start with, if you are an international student, you want to basically be very close to your university, so they will find a residence that is not far. Obvious, if you come in with a budget restraint, then you will be staying somewhere a bit further because the rent will be cheaper. So for example, Go Britannia, we have quite a few of residents in London, so we divide our properties into different zones. So if you stay in zone 1, the price of the rent will be much higher than the price of the rent on zone 3. So I think it depends on what the student wants. Obvious, if they can get cheaper room that is closer to the university, that will be the ideal situation. But it will be difficult.
And those are the ones that get booked out from the get-go, is that correct?
Yeah, and then they book out early.
And do domestic students also look for the same kind of proximity to the university as a priority in booking?
We've done several focus groups this year, and location, rent is number 1, and then location is number 2 in terms of what they're prioritizing within their search. And that's really because, as we were just saying, location, if sometimes you go further out and then you actually think about travel costs, it ends up the rent's not being too different in the end of the day. So yeah, location is super important.
So can I just add one point to that? It was just, so Portsmouth came up on one of the slides earlier as one where international students have been tailing off. I was with a provider last week and had expected them to say that Portsmouth was an issue in their portfolio, but they filled that up really quickly. And when we talked through that, it's because of the proximity to the university. So it was best located kind of building in Portsmouth in their view. But it just shows that I think it does still matter, location matters.
So not denying on the issue of availability, of course, and affordability, but is it also the fact that for students, at least in their mindset, the availability issue is also an availability close to the university? Because there are other places that might be a bit further out, but that are not the first choice for students, and they might not choose at all if it's too further away. Would that be a correct assumption? Maybe if Hui, you can answer that.
I think one way of looking at this is also not just looking at university. We also work with language schools. So when we're looking at the PBSA properties, then what can we serve as our partners? So we work with universities, work with language schools. So different schools located at different area. So how can we utilize our residents to help everyone? I think it's one of the very important matter.
Perfect. So that's a great recommendation to give to PBSAs as well, as to try to understand, even though you might not be located too close to all the universities, because obviously many cities have so many different campuses available around, there might not be centrally localized, but how can they support the students into getting from point A to point B? Am I correct in assuming that that's what you...
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And another thing that I'd love to cover as well is nominations. Are nominations putting an issue on both affordability and availability? You know, we've seen a few platforms, for example, taking nominations, but they might not be dominating the markets that need those accommodations most, or not, maybe not even available for domestic students. Are they also a component of that issue if we look at the accountability factor? Maybe if, Karen, you have some...
Well, I suppose over the last year, probably one of the big things is that a lot of the private operators haven't wanted, and investors that sit behind them, haven't wanted to take the nominations agreements because they've been able to capitalise on the increasing rents that we've seen over the past few years. Therefore, it becomes more difficult for many universities to attract investors to take the noms agreements. But there's different types of capital. Some people are more interested in it than others. It needs to continue to be an important part of the market, though, in terms of universities securing additional beds over and above what they can supply through their own capital.
And regarding the accountability factor, I mean, we've looked at, for example, Bristol, again, as a prime example. Who can we not blame, I don't want to say blame, but of course, you know, we have many stakeholders who are involved in these issues. Who can we look at as the main focus on how to solve these three main polemics? Would it be the universities themselves, maybe accepting too much compared to the actual supply that's available in the city? Is it the education agencies that are overselling certain destination without informing properly students of the risks that there are, especially in getting accommodation? Or is it even the students themselves or the local governments who are maybe slow in granting PBSAs, you know, the right to actually build? What do you think, Hannah?
I think there's a great example in Helsinki that I was reading about, where they've created a body in every different city which actually brings in the local council, brings in a representative from the government, from the university, from the educational agents, from the operators, from the student body. And they come together and they build reports, and then they make actionable insights. And they do this because they see that the investment of the student into the student economy, I mean, what the impact of students that they have in the local economy. So I think, you know, by having better access to data and better communication lines from both the university and the people who are investing in development and actually developing the spaces, to make sure that we're building the right type of stock. I think we need that level of communication to then create a joint accountability so that it's not just one person to blame. Another really good example is with Sweden, where they kind of gamified it, and they said that the best student city would win a prize every year. So every kind of university city would make a huge effort to welcome students into their city and have great kind of community building and activities as a city uniting together. And it gamified, and it means that everyone competes to make it a really attractive place to study. And I think after the impact we saw with, again, our government's decisions this year of not making the UK a very attractive place for students, we all felt the pain points of that. And we all know the importance of this student sector. So I think we need to invest in making it a more student-friendly place.
And what about you, Hui? I'll go through each of you for your opinion on the matter.
Yeah, I think I will agree with Hannah. So it's a combination for everyone that get involved. So governments, the providers, the investors, the students, everyone need to come together to, basically communicate what they need to do and how they can do it. Yeah, I think it's a combination.
Karen?
I might come at it from more of a government policy perspective. I think the universities, given what I talked about the report that we did into financial health of the uni sector, have been incentivized for quite a long period of time now to recruit as many international students as possible, because it is their ticket to having a more financially sustainable future. And until the kind of, the funding regime changes at a very, very top level, I'm not saying it's going to anytime soon, but I think that can create the behaviours and will continue to encourage universities to sort of fight for those international students, and in some cases probably over-recruit compared to the supply of beds in their city.
And Arunima?
I wouldn't really talk about accountability, but I would want to talk about it in terms of collaboration, because that's essentially what the Class Foundation does. We are an ecosystem of everything to anything to do with student living. I think what you said, that I think universities, this of course is very dependent on country to country. Like, universities need to speak to student accommodation providers more. There needs to be better communication in terms of how many students are they expecting, how many beds do they need, and also we feel that we did talk a lot about affordability, and Richard also mentioned that in his presentation, but then Karen also mentioned that it's extremely hard to build sustainable, future-proof housing and also provide all those amenities that students appreciate, and then keeps rent affordable. So, and that's something which the Student Living Monitor, that the recent research we did, talks about, that we need incentives for developers and investors to be able to have a varied portfolio. And this incentive essentially needs to come from the municipality and the government side of things, and for that there's that need for awareness from their side that this is something which is quite essential. Essentially, students are seen as a bit of a transient group, but what we don't realize, and this is again going back to the Netherlands, is that if there is student housing, then there's just more housing for the other types of demographics, like young professionals and single family and so on. So yeah, I think it's just really about collaborating better in the end of the day.
Amazing, thank you so much for that input. And the last thing I wanted to ask would be about the future, basically, of these three issues. We've heard from Hannah about how Bristol has kind of recalibrated a little bit in terms of rent and availability. Do you believe that that's a trend that we will actually see happening as well in the UK itself, Karen?
I think we can start to see it now in terms of some of the rental and pricing data. I think that it will continue to be more difficult for the kind of higher quality university cities, because we've seen this year a flight to quality from both international and domestic students. So I think we'll probably see a bigger divergence between those cities that are under pressure from a housing perspective and those cities that are oversupplied in this sort of near term.
And what about for Europe itself? Do you think that a readjustment is also coming in the next few years for especially the countries and cities that have such high rents?
In terms of the housing stock and so on, everything, like it really depends from different countries. But yes, there is essentially a huge supply and demand imbalance all across Europe as well. What we are genuinely looking at is then there is a lot of stock coming, but it is usually on the higher end, which then makes it really hard for domestic students in most cases and several types of international students to actually access them. For example, one of our partners, Resa, they are like a private PBSA in Spain, and they're talking about like we need 70% of our beds to be affordable, and they are able to do that because they do have good ties with universities and the city governance. So I think I'm just sort of going back and hammering on the same point over and over again, that it's just something that is like operators and investors in the current climate cannot just do it by themselves. And in terms of availability, yes, there is just a lot of enthusiasm in, of course, meeting this demand. But yeah, then it comes to like finding land and construction and so on. And then again, you need to sort of go back and speak to the municipality and why we need to build it and why we need the land. So just again, turns into like understanding and awareness around why we need student housing.
I've seen for the UK that a lot of people were suggesting to convert unused office spaces to now be student accommodation, but unfortunately that's not possible due to the current laws in place and to the regulations. Do you think that that might change in the future from policymakers to try to give more availability and get that pressure off of PBSA to just build new buildings? Karen, sorry.
So I guess from a planning perspective, the new Labour government wants to streamline planning. They want new homes built, but the focus is going to be on residential rather than student accommodation, from what we can see. There will be a desire locally to have unused buildings at local level being used for some other purpose. So I think that there will be more of it, but I think it still falls back into a lot of the issues that I talked about on the supply side, that like what's the cost of doing it? A lot of these buildings aren't going to be compliant with new sustainability standards, and therefore we'll probably get back into the point of it not necessarily giving you affordable accommodation in the right place.
Understood. Now, before we conclude our session and open the floor for questions, can you each give maybe in one sentence a recommendation for education agents and students, maybe to try to mitigate through these issues and maybe get more affordable rent? Just maybe some tips and tricks from your experience, Hui and Hannah.
You go first.
From a student perspective, I think it is still wise, especially if you're a domestic student. Obviously, it's harder for an international student when you haven't had your visa accepted, to look early in the market, because it does just give you, 10 months pre-move-in to explore the market, understand different areas, understand the pros and cons of different locations in the city and where you actually want to live. But I really think that it's important for every student to think that higher education is a possibility for them, and that's why it's great to look for spare rooms within homestays, within, staying with local families in the area, to see if you can find more affordable units, or looking for flexible tenancies. You can look for more 6 months or 8-month tenancies rather than committing to that 12-month tenancy, to try and find an option that actually suits your budget so that you can continue with higher education. And for educational agents, I think it's just really about making sure you're partnering with a variety of different accommodation providers, so you're not pigeonholing students into thinking that they only have to go for that higher end accommodation. It will really depend on every unique student who has a unique budget.
Thank you so much.
As much options as possible.
And Hui?
I think for students is basically you do your homework, book as early as possible. Going through the educational agencies, basically we need better education, so the provider need to educate the educational provider to let them know what may be the realistic budget and what can they expect, and then they can pass the information to the student So you're making it as smooth as possible for the journey of the student looking for accommodation. And I think for some other marketplaces, etc., it's also how you can collaborate with wider providers as well, where you can make a bit more connections, like Hannah said, so you get a bit of choices to the students, so the student can choose what is out there, how can book, things like that. And lastly, from the provider ourselves, is basically how can we advertise our room better to let the students, agent, or whoever to know what is the room they're booking for and what we provide to the student, and basically just help them through the journeys.
So manage expectations and make sure that the
Yeah.
students are well informed, and especially regarding the city where they're going to go, that choosing the university where they go should be hand in hand with what's available there in terms of budget, and if you can afford to actually live in the city where you want to study is definitely important. Well, thank you so much. Now, before we end this panel, we're opening the floor to questions. Anyone has any questions for our panelists? Please feel free to raise your hand if you do. Don't be shy. All right, right in. 2 questions.
Hi, it's a question for Karen, really. You mentioned that universities are obviously going to have to focus their finances more on the educational and the academic moving forward, given the current financial situation for some universities. Does that mean, obviously you've talked about them spending less money on accommodation, for example, in that instance, but does that also mean less money on the additional facilities and amenities we're talking about, so student unions, extracurricular activities, sports, etc. as well?
Yeah, I think there's undoubtedly going to be pressure from a capital expenditure perspective on what universities are able to spend. So we're, if you look at, like, we're working with quite a few Russell Group universities at the moment on their capital plans, and they are all focused on prioritising that on just purely academic estate, sort of like the new chemistry building, for example. So yes, I think there will be constraints on what they can divert to some of those extracurricular type activities, unless they're going to be incrementally beneficial to recruiting more students. So in some cases, sporting facilities might be the case if it's a particular university.
Any other questions? We have time just for one before we conclude. No? Well, thank you so much. I mean, this was very insightful, and I'm pretty sure we can go on and on about this topic. I remember that the last webinar that we did at ICEF went over an hour and a half instead of 1 hour. So I'm glad we kept it in time. And just to reiterate a few points, so the question of affordability, of course, there is an affordability problem that goes hand in hand with the availability itself, is that as we see pressures of having accommodation available in certain cities, once that pressure is alleviated with more supply, then the prices readjust accordingly. And that for PBSAs, it's also very important to understand that not all students have the same budget, and to be able to have those kind of more, I would say, affordable options, a bit like you mentioned, Travelodge, you know, how IBIS styles exist, or any other budget accommodation that could fit those students instead of them going into HMOs or other options that might seem more affordable for them. And finally, to not look at this issue as accountability of playing the blame game, but more of collaboration. So making sure that between university providers, between policymakers, PBSAs, and even as well education agents and students, that a proper and clear line of communication and education is put together to really tackle this problem from all fronts. Well, thank you so much. I think that right now our audience really wants a break, and we also deserve one. So I'll invite all of you to go to the coffee break for about half an hour before we move on to our next session, which will cover the connection between accommodation and mental health. Thank you so much.
break. I have not tested the speakers, so I'm hoping this will just work. So hi everyone, my name is Yemeno Wabe, and I'm the CEO of Student Minds. And used to, before this, work at King's College London, so I've been in the higher education sector for a number of years now. I'm really excited to be here today to talk to you a little bit about why it's so important to think about mental health when you're thinking about your accommodation offer for students. So just very briefly on, it worked, good, on the aims and objectives for today, I want to essentially give a bit of an overview of what it looks like for students in accommodation in relation to student mental health, and then really talk about some of the best practice that we see in higher education and accommodation providers in supporting the mental health and well-being of students as well as staff. And so we'll be giving some specific examples of what that looks like. Before we get going with the presentation, I'm going to ask you two questions just to give you a bit of a flavour of why I'm here today. And I will just allow you to think of the answer in your head and then give you a bit of a moment to think of that. So the first question is, what percentage of mental health problems are established by the age of 25? A, 50%, B, 75%, or C, 64%? So the answer is 75%. And this is why it is so important to think about students in the university setting, because that is often when those mental health issues are going to arise, and why we really advocate for universities to take a whole university approach when it comes to supporting students' mental health and well-being. It's not just about isolated mental health interventions or focusing on your counselling service. It's about taking a whole university approach and thinking about the cultural and structural changes that you need to make within the university setting to ensure that in all aspects of the whole student life cycle, you're promoting positive mental health and well-being. So not just counselling services or pastoral support, but also thinking about how you run assessments and how you look at your accommodation offer as well, which is why we're here today. And the second question is, what percentage of black student surveys felt a sense of belonging in their accommodation? A, 43%, B, 57%, or C, 71%? So it is A, 43%. So this compares to 61% of white students, and really highlights the fact that you can't take a one systems approach or one approach when it comes to supporting students in the accommodation setting. Black students in particular highlight feelings of racism and distress due to microaggressions, but also quite commonly talk about the fact that they just feel like there aren't actually effective policies and processes in place for them to address what's happening. Accommodations can't fix everything about society, but they can at least ensure that students know where to go when they're struggling. And that's why it's really important that we think about an intersectional approach when it comes to the offer in accommodation settings. So why am I talking about this today? I'm from Student Minds, as mentioned, which is the student mental health charity with the vision that no student should be held back by their mental health. So we work with university leaders and student leaders across the UK to ensure that student mental health is a priority in universities, but also in society at large. And so we work with the health sector as well as the government as well to ensure that this is a key focus in policy decisions. And we also work with a wide range of PBSAs, I think many of them are here today, across the UK, which has been really, really helpful in ensuring that we can catch some of the most important parts of the university experience where mental health issues are arising, which I'll kind of touch on a little bit more today. We have many offers that I've kind of highlighted on this slide, but one thing that we do have that I'll be talking about in more detail today is our University Mental Health Charter, which essentially provides a framework for universities to use to think about how they can essentially adopt a whole university approach within their university. And one of the key themes within that charter is residential accommodation. And so we give a number of recommendations to universities on how they can ensure that their accommodation offer is promoting positive mental health and well-being for their students and staff. And so I've just highlighted some of the themes from the framework itself. Things around making sure that your student accommodation is a safe environment to promote positive mental health and well-being, a focus on an inclusive environment where people are able to make friends, and it's a really key focus on sense of belonging, as well as a real focus on accommodation staff being trained to be able to support issues that students have as well. A real focus of the whole charter is not looking just at students but on staff as well, recognising that the impact on students will not just be on that student, but will be on other students, but also staff as well. And the link between student mental health and staff mental health is really, really important. So I think I've already kind of given a flavour of why we're talking about accommodation and mental health, but just to sort of really bring to life why this is so important. Accommodation is a key part of the university experience, as many students will spend more time in accommodation than they will actually do in the classroom. And so we need to think about how accommodation is going to be impacting on the student experience. Student accommodation is not just a place to eat, to sleep, and to study, but it has to be a place of belonging and meaning for students. Research shows that housing quality and security have a direct effect on mental health. And so we have an emotional relationship to where we stay. And for a lot of students as well, this is a temporary home, and it's the one place that they can control, the one place that they can feel safe and secure. And so we have a real responsibility to ensure that students can thrive in a space where they are at a lot of the time during their time at university. Accommodation providers are also really well placed to provide support to the student population, because they'll be potentially the first point of call for a lot of students who are struggling with their mental health difficulties. And so they can be really important when it comes to referrals, providing further support and signposting, as well as starting to sort of recognise some of the signs that students are struggling as well, and being able to sort of effectively signpost to university services as well as external support services as well. So I'm now going to touch on what happens when accommodation can negatively affect your mental health, and then look at it on the opposite side around positively impacting as well. So accommodation can have a really massive impact on your mental health and well-being, most notably feelings of loneliness and isolation, which we can see through all aspects of the university experience. But we know that levels of loneliness will be higher among students in student accommodation compared to other forms of accommodation. And we know that students spend up to 4 hours alone every day in their accommodation setting. And so the structures of how these spaces look, as well as the shared spaces that they're able to use, will really either increase or decrease their sense of isolation and lack of sense of belonging in the university setting. And we know in particular students from minority backgrounds, especially international students, will feel particularly vulnerable in these spaces. Bullying and harassment is rampant, across the university experience, but many students will be victims of crime more so than in local communities, so it's much more of a thing to think about within this setting. It's also really notable to think that if you're experiencing this in the accommodation setting, you're very likely to continue living with the perpetrator that you've had to experience from. Drugs and alcohol, again, a very key theme in the university setting, but we know that students in accommodation are more likely to go out on student club nights than those living at home. And we also see a real, interesting spike in students obviously using the accommodation setting to preload at home before they go into university. So there is a sort of correlation between unhealthy uses of drug and alcohol and the accommodation setting. And finally, one of the key themes that impacts on poor mental health is the lack of appropriate support. So it's not surprising that obviously a lot of the most severe experiences of mental illness and health happen in the accommodation setting. And so this will have a huge impact on not just the students, as I mentioned, but also on the students around them in their area of accommodation, as well as the staff who have to support them. And that's why it's so important to ensure that your staff are adequately trained and can look after themselves as well. But of course, accommodation can positively impact on mental health as well. So kind of looking at in the opposite way, support done right is a huge, huge way to ensure that students can have a positive experience. So we know that 70% of students said that the ability to talk to wardens or accommodation staff was the most valuable way for them to get support when they were struggling with their mental health. This is for a lot of students, the first time they will be without their family or friends who are their main support network. And they're also in a new environment, a new home where they have to sort of basically survive on their own. And so it's unsurprising that they go immediately, that a lot of students will go immediately to the first people that they can see, which is the staff in their accommodation setting. Safety is a really key theme that we see in a lot of the assessments that we do with our universities. And research has highlighted that this the transitions in university, so from school to first year to second year, third year into employment, are the most challenging times, and that's when we see mental health issues arise the most. And so we have a really good opportunity to set students up for success, to thrive when they're in higher education. Those first 3 months, for instance, are one of the sort of key points where accommodations, working with universities, can have a real big impact in ensuring that students stay in university, but also can have a good positive experience. Intentional design, so I've already kind of touched on this, but there's lots that universities and accommodation providers can do to ensure that the rooms and the way they're set up are set up to ensure that students can thrive. We know that they're in these spaces for a really long time, and so really simple things like making sure that it's a right environment for good sleep and managing noise and doing it in a really safe and productive way. They're ensuring that there's really good spaces for people to socially interact, that rooms are warm and have access to daylight so people can really be able to thrive in these spaces is really, really important. And we've seen it done really effectively when they work in collaboration with students as well in what they need. And finally, relationships between accommodation providers and university support services. So I think a lot of the time, if it's not done effectively, it can have a massive impact on students and their mental health, especially when there's a bit of competition between university providers and accommodation providers about who should be supporting in what way. But when it's done effectively, accommodation providers can essentially be a way to signpost to university support services on what's needed from those students, as they're sometimes way more equipped to know what's going on with certain students, as they'll be seeing them at many different times during the day, which compares to maybe a personal tutor or lecturer who only see them a couple of times a week. So I've kind of given a bit of a flavour of some of the key themes that we've been seeing with universities we work with, but I wanted to kind of give some key examples of best practice and what that looks like when we work with universities who are doing this quite well. So the first thing that we see as most effective, and I've really kind of highlighted, is cross-institutional collaboration. And that is not just an accommodation provider and the university support service, but also looking at the academic, pastoral, the SU, chaplaincy as well as all staff that a student will interact with during that time at university. So a lot of the examples that we've seen essentially are, at this stage, developing joint strategies and joint approaches, joint communications plans when you're thinking about transitioning to university. But we've also seen some really good examples of structured peer support schemes where universities are working with an accommodation provider to provide peer support, peer leads, to essentially think about the experience of those students throughout the whole of their time at university. And then Living Black at University is an example of a charter or a covenant or framework that is being adopted by universities. So I wanted to pick this one out as one that's been really well adopted, but many others include the charter that we run here at Student Minds, as well as the Care Leavers Covenant, the Race Equality Charter as well. And a large number of institutions have been adopting some of the recommendations from this, looking at specific student groups and not trying to think about them as monolithic student groups. And one example of this is ensuring that policies and procedures really deal effectively with instances, not just of racism in accommodation, but also of other instances of bullying and harassment as well. And another key focus has been around transition. So I think accommodation providers recognise that there are key transition points that are the most crucial when it comes to retaining their students, but also ensuring they can try to address some of the issues before it gets to the crisis point. And so using covenants like this to ensure that they take an intersectional approach across their student bodies has been really, really effective in positive experiences in accommodation. And then training, I think I've already sort of touched on, has been really well utilised to ensure that staff are effectively trained when it comes to supporting students. So a really good example of this is something that Student Minds runs, which is our training course specifically for higher education, which not only trains accommodation staff, but can also look at training all staff that interact with students during their accommodation setting. Really robust training that ensures that staff are well equipped to respond adequately and safely to students when they're coming with issues, and generally thinking about how to create a more positive and supportive culture. And a really good example of this is that 97% of staff who have been on our training feel more confident in their ability to initiate really supportive open conversations. They feel ready to recognise some of the signs of struggle in their students as well. And they've also been able to better learn how to incorporate self-care into the way that they practice in their role, which is all essential in ensuring that students actually can go to staff who are well equipped and able to support them long term during their time in that accommodation setting. So we think this is a really key thing that really sets the universities apart that are doing this really well, is really investing in really, really robust training. And finally, staff, which I've already touched on, but I think this is where the cross-institutional collaboration has been most effective, is thinking about the experiences of staff as well as the students. And this in particular has looked at workplace wellbeing strategies, so looking at the experiences of what happened to staff, 1 week after an incident happens, or 1 month after an incident happens, or 1 year after an incident happens, and what are the long-term implications for staff, and what are the sort of interventions that need to happen across the life cycle for staff as well as for students, has been really, really effective. Very basic things like supervisions and regular debriefings during really difficult times as well has been really effective. But just having a really intentional plan with the university about how to support staff has also, been really, really effective in ensuring that students also feel supported. Because I think a lot of students have, say that if they can see that their staff are actually well and able to interact with them effectively, that they're going to be able to go to them and not feel like they have to look for another route as well. So I've spoken really fast just to make sure that there's plenty of time for questions. But this really is just a bit of an overview of what's been working really effectively with universities in the UK to ensure that accommodation is a really positive part of the student experience. So I will stop there and take any questions.
Some wonderful insights by Yim, and I see there's a question on the floor. Do we have another mic? Coming up.
Hi, hello. Yeah, I'm Anne-Marie Graham. I'm Chief Executive at the UK Council for International Student Affairs. So wonderful to see all of this resonates very much with what we hear from international students, how critical accommodation is. And I guess I've got sort of an A and a B to my question. So whether you break this down for that group, because it feels like some of these problems you're identifying are amplified for international students who are much further away from home. And I guess whether or not there's any sort of additional work that's done when international students are actually, when students are out there not in managed providers. And I wondered whether you had any specific research to that as well.
So we have limited research when it comes specifically to the experiences of international students, but there are a number of research I can share with you after this that kind of looks into a little bit more detail on certain marginalised groups, which include international students as well as other minoritized backgrounds. I think what's been interesting though is that there's been quite a few examples of universities recognising that specific issue when it comes to the accommodation offer, and there's been some really interesting, just off the top of my head, an example of accommodation provider in Leeds who created this specific accommodation space just for Chinese students, sort of replicating what it looks like to live back home. And so there's been lots of very, very bespoke offers starting to see in the accommodation setting. But I will say that there's a very limited amount of data and research that we've seen in the UK looking specifically at international students. So we're very keen to see if we can do more of that with partners going forward.
Thank you very much, Yemi, for an excellent presentation. It's great to see these initiatives, I believe. Thank you very much. Thank you. You know what, Yemi, I hear so many people always say, oh, mental health, it's so important. We need to care about our students. But it looks like your organization is putting their actions where instead of the words, or what's the expression like? But I hope that you were all able to scan that QR code for all, to check all these wonderful initiatives from Yemi's organization. If not, here she is. Do talk to her for some of those initiatives. A great example of mental health in the right student accommodation is, of course, our next headline sponsor, and that's Vita Student. So allow me to welcome on stage our partner and friend, Alan Gu. General Manager, China and East Asia, long way from home, here in London, for a brief presentation about their portfolio and services. The floor is yours.
Thank you, my friend. And hi, everyone. I'm Alan, the General Manager from Vita Student in charge of China and the East Asia business. It's my great pleasure today to share who Vita Student is. Yeah, so we already have some great session just before to a lot of great discussion with the PBSA. So technically speaking, Vita Student is one of the world class, which in my word, the best student accommodation provider across the UK. We are currently operating more than 10,000 beds across the whole United Kingdom and Spain. And here is all our services and facilities we offer, but I want to emphasize one thing is not just what we offered, but the whole community we offer to our residents make the Vita Students really a different brand. So what we give our residents is more than just a room, but a whole life-shaping experience to make their study life in UK really different. So we have the best design studio, we have the best ground floor and the first floor as our social hub area, including the shared kitchen, cinema room, 24-hour gyms, entertainment area, and more than that, we have the free breakfast during the weekdays for our international students, and we have the free tea and coffee all the days, we have the yoga class, gym classes, and we have different cooperation, especially with some retail brands like Selfridge and Harvey Nichols. We have exclusive benefits for our residents, and also we should be the only one cooperate with the World 500 companies to offer the exclusive internship and the career opportunities across the world. So that's what we offer to our students. At the same time, we also have the best customer feedback because what we offered. So we have over 60 NPS score, which is most highest score within all our residents. And also through different global platforms like Google Review, we have over 4.6 reviews, which is a massive recognition and also a good benchmark from our current residents. And besides that, we are all in the central locations in all the cities, as we just mentioned, in the 10,000 beds. So all it's, except London, I will say, assist the huge cities, but we are also very fast to the KCL, Greenwich, and all different universities. But for the others, it's mainly about 15 minutes work to the city center and also to the universities. And then we have the most easiest booking process. It's all online, just like Amazon. They can go in through our website and booking down without any manpower involved, which is also achievable. And then we have a dedicated customer services team to serve all our residents and students. And just like how we treat our students, we also have a dedicated exclusive partnership team to serve all our partners globally. So we have office in Manchester, in Dubai, in India, in Spain, in China, in everywhere around the world to cover all the different time zones to offer the best services to our partners. So if anyone would like to have more communication with us, welcome to come to our booth outside and have more directions. And then I hand my stage to Martin again and to looking forward to our next panel discussion. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Alan. That definitely looks like a very impressive, and I think it makes a lot of sense that Vita's tagline is where ambition lives. So it looks like ambition is in the DNA of Vita. Next up is a fireside chat, which basically means an interview in an informal session, and it's titled Going Beyond Accommodation, the Added Value of Community Amenities and Events. And I'd like to welcome onto the stage Laura Busworth from Real Marketing Agency, founder and CMO, and Dawn Williams, Marketing Director at Vita Group.
Hi.
Welcome both. Good to see you.
And you.
Thank you very much. Good. That was an impressive presentation just now, but we're moving back to the thought leadership.
Yeah.
Just to kick us off, especially for international students who typically embark on their very first trip overseas to immerse in an entirely new culture and environment, suitable accommodation will need to be their safe space, right? Their home away from home, as some people say it so beautifully, where they feel comfortable amidst their very unfamiliar surroundings. Now, to achieve that feeling of security, to feel welcome and supported in a new environment, it is crucial to look beyond the basics of a roof and a bed and offer access to a range of amenity services and social functions, allowing international students to thrive. So on this fireside chat, I don't see any fire though, so don't be afraid, but we will discuss which types of services are necessary, which are helpful, which are useful, which are crucial, what's nice to have, and which amenities cater best to which types of students. And who should provide these? Is it the accommodation provider? Is it the school? Is it the local municipality? Is it the student union? And I can go on. Or perhaps should they all be working together? Now, with me, of course, I mentioned we have Laura Busworth and Dawn from Vita Group. So as always, best to start with a brief introduction of yourself, your role in the organization, and of course, as I always ask, your affinity with today's topic. Dawn, can you go first?
Yeah, so I'm Dawn Williams. I'm the marketing director for Vita Student. I've been working with the team at Vita now for 7 years to try and provide the perfect balance of the things that you've just described. So trying to develop the amenities, develop the events program to create one of the most important aspects of your university experience, which is creating that community and those connections that can go on to last beyond university. So yeah, it's been 7 years in the making. I still don't think we've perfected it yet, if I'm honest, because things are changing so rapidly. But it's a big passion of mine to make sure that we are creating that community and that experience that lasts longer than the university experience itself.
Wonderful. Well, lovely to hear you're so passionate about the topic, because usually I believe that when someone is passionate about something, that's always an important ingredient for success, and the perfect balance. Now, that's an ambitious goal.
Impossible.
Looking for it's possible, no?
We'll see. We'll
see.
Well,
we
let our students tell us.
Well, 4.6, I believe, in your star rating. So you're
Not
getting
bad.
there, right? I did pay attention. Dawn. Oh, sorry. Laura. Yes.
So I'm Laura Bosworth. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think this is year 18 for me working in PBSA,
18.
Specifically student marketing. So I've worked with owner-operators and managing agents during that time, but for the last 8 years I've been running my own agency. Agency is a bit of a dirty word when it comes to marketing, but essentially what it means in such a niche industry is that we consult and we operate as a marketing team for a lot of our clients. We do some agency tasks, but ultimately we go from setting rents to helping them build community programs to building websites and brands to actually talking to their students, and community is huge for me because I have another business which is all about the local area, the local environment, independent businesses in that area, and merging the two together is something that I'm currently working on, and it's all about community in the sense that digital community, the resident community, and also the local community, and I'm really passionate about kind of connecting them together.
Good to hear that. I was going to ask you, actually, do you share that passion? So we have two very passionate fireside chatters here on my left. Now, the topic is, of course, about the fact that there's accommodation and there's a whole range of extra services. Now, these services obviously serve a purpose. So I think we can all imagine of why you're organizing events, why you're adding all these amenities to your offering. But what's roughly that thought process, Dawn, behind offering the services that you offer, and how do you decide on what to offer to which types of students? Now, big question, but
very big question,
why don't you have a go at
that? I guess when we're thinking about designing the experience, ultimately, I think when someone's deciding whether to go to university or not in the first place, one of the big driving factors behind that is to have an experience beyond just the educational side as well. I think otherwise everybody would be studying online and just using ChatGPT to learn everything that they need to learn. So we recognised very early on that, and we heard in the previous presentation, that the students spend an extraordinary amount of time outside of the educational environment, and so why are they coming to university in the first place? And that is to create those connections, to to build friendships that last longer and beyond university. And through that very important transition period of being a kid, as we've heard them be described today in some instances, to becoming, you know, a young professional or an adult. And I think the university experience in the old days used to help people to do that because there was a lot around the educational experience. But as we heard from Karen earlier, the universities are having to focus very much on the educational side and on the academic side, and therefore, you know, the PBSA providers and some of the other providers are having to step in a little further into creating a broader experience to make the university, you know, experience in their lifetime more attractive.
And what is specifically that broader experience? I mean, we all know we've had stories about the gym and the cinema and let's say the typical amenities or services, or amenities, I believe they pronounce it. But what are some of the services that you feel are really crucial for any students to be successful in their studies? Because we've talked about this morning as well, right? How accommodation has an impact on study results.
Yeah, I mean, we've touched on some of those topics today. I think location is a crucial functional part of what we provide, but beneath kind of location, if you unpick that a little bit from a customer's perspective, it's about convenience to an extent as well, and so providing an element of convenience for them to be able to get to university. But a big part of location is all about safety and security as well. So a lot of the work that we do is around making our students feel safe and comfortable and secure. And again, touched on in the previous presentation, that's not just, you know, CCTV cameras and door locks. That's also having a person to speak to when they come in at night and making sure there's someone kind of keeping an eye on them and looking out for them. And that's what the team at Vita Student are all trained to do as well. You know, they speak to our students on an individual level. They're not just another person that comes to the building. So for me, there is an element of the amenities that is really important to them, but it's also the staff and the people that we put in the buildings that service those amenities that make the experience really.
Right, so that sense of safety through a sense of belonging, getting some attention from the professionals who work in these premises. Do you concur with that, Laura?
Yeah, I do, fully. I was actually going to say front of house reception. When you were talking about amenities, I actually think it's not necessarily recognised as that, but it should be, because that's the first and last port of call. And yet when they're coming through reception or wherever the touch point is, that there's a person there that works on the front line in whatever role, and they are in the student's home. And I always say this, if there was somebody random walking around my home and they didn't at least say, hello, Laura, I don't know how I'd feel, but I'm sure I wouldn't be very happy. So it's so important that that is seen, I think, as an amenity, as a part of building the community, because yeah, all of the other stuff is great, but if you get that bit wrong, you're really going to know about it.
Right, so I mean, let's talk then about the amenities. I mean, the examples you just gave were, you know, very personal, the emotional connection, people feeling welcome, and I think we can all applaud that because it's just so important that you feel welcomed. I've said that before, that you feel part of a community, that you feel welcomed. But in terms of amenities, what kind of amenities are really important for international students? And is it really the accommodation provider, Dawn, that should or could provide those?
Yeah, I think, I mean, again, talking to Karen's presentation, the university investment in students' unions, for example, and the type of events and activities that are put on now at the students' unions is reducing. And to make those friends, it's the most intense experience of your life to live with some strangers for the first time away from home. And so you go through almost this change in yourself as you go through that experience. And the things that we put on the events within the spaces that we've got available help people to kind of transition that together, and that's how they build those connections. So the spaces themselves, whether it's talked controversially about movie rooms today, and we've had those conversations internally about whether media rooms and movie rooms have their value. But for me, it's not just about the space itself, it's how you activate that space. So the types of things we're doing in the movie room, you know, we hold yoga classes sometimes in our movie rooms, and we create different ways for people to use those spaces so that they are making those connections, and there might not be spaces to do that moving forward in universities. So I think as the universities take on more of the responsibility of the education and academia, there may be a requirement for providers to step in and take a little bit more of that social side of things as well. But that's, you know, not necessarily that we're going to be delivering any of the education or academia within our buildings, but we can provide spaces and safe spaces to study, for example, too.
You might be delivering or helping deliver good academic results. Because here's the thing, you could argue that if you choose an accommodation provider that offers a variation of amenities, extra services that make that student therefore feel more balanced, the perfect balance you mentioned, more welcomed, can therefore focus better on their studies. You could argue that that has a direct effect on their outcome, study outcome, career opportunities even. Laura, maybe it's a bit difficult question, but is there any research in that space that, for example, if an agency is to suggest accommodation and the response might be, oh, that accommodation is so expensive, but the counter response may well be, well, it actually is an extra investment in a even better future?
There's plenty of research. There's, I've written all my notes down. I haven't written those specifically down today, but I put something on LinkedIn this morning. Everybody go to my LinkedIn. It's on my article there. But there's something in there. I think it might actually be the PwC annual report talking about the percentage of students who feel that that sense of belonging is important to their ability to do what they're there to do, which is to study and to get that qualification. And I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? You know, we're human beings. We might not be in that same scenario. We may never have been in that scenario if we didn't go to university, but we know that if we're happy and healthy and we understand our environment, that we're not stressed about that and we can focus on other things. I think, just going back to the other question, to jump in on it a little bit, sorry, there's been lots of conversations today about, you know, well, if we took away these spaces and we turn them into more accommodation and it would bring the price down, I feel that, first of all, it wouldn't bring the price down, it'd just bring more revenue. So sorry if I'm being controversial and actually saying it, but I think that's what would happen. And secondly, if operators aren't asking students at the beginning, what made you book, and at the end, what spaces did you use, then they're missing a trick, because that's the important part. So many students will say, well, I joined because there was a gym, and then at the end of the year you'll find that they didn't use the gym, but so many other students will use it. And that's how you can kind of work out how you're going to communicate with these students. Ask them all the way through the year, ask them, talk to them. That's where the community starts. You know, the events are great, and what you guys do is insane. I don't know how you put on that many events, but if you put them on, it's not a case of if you build it, they will come. If the amenities aren't being used, it's not on the students, in my opinion. It's on us as the operators. We're not facilitating those spaces for students to come and use them. You know, international students, in my experience, at the beginning of the term, we always have really good response rates to events in communal kitchens. You know, kind of bring and share from your you know, from where you're from, and that always goes down really nicely. But it might do brilliantly one year, and then the next year nobody shows up, and then everyone kind of just goes, oh well, they were probably busy. But actually, if you just ask them, something may have changed that then impacts what you do for the rest of the year as well. So I think it's really key just to shoehorn in that point about talking to them, because all the data does exist and it's all super useful. But if we've learned anything today, it's that every single city is so different, and every year.
Every single city, every single student, where the students are from, what they study, what their hobbies are, their aspirations. That is, of course, difficult. And indeed, very often the international students is seen as this one demographic for which you create these amenities. But I imagine, Dawn, as you are creating these services, events, get-togethers, amenities, that is obviously in response, I imagine, to research that you do on what they want and need. And talking about that research, do you have any insights on how it impacts the outcome of their study?
Yeah, I mean, I'm slightly reluctant to share some of the insights because they are incredibly valuable to us. But yeah, we have regular touch points with our students. So we have a move-in survey. Every student that moves in, after 4 weeks, they'll hear from us, and we get an initial read on how they're doing, just their happiness levels overall, whether they are attending some of the events that we're putting on, because we find from our own research that people that don't attend the events in the first semester, they have less likelihood that they're going to rebook with us, less likelihood that they're going to continue on with their studies. So it's a very early read for us in that first 4 weeks. And then we do a huge customer insight survey, some of the results you've just seen from Alan's presentation, to understand what's important to them. And it does, absolutely, it differs from our population, from when they first started to talk to us to when they are living with us, and then also why they leave us those 5-star ratings in the end. So yeah, that research is invaluable in helping to shape those services.
Absolutely. Well, that research, of course, helps you understand what you'd like to offer to the students. Now, what I find interesting from an earlier conversation, the 3 magic words, the AAA, affordability, availability, and accountability, it comes down to who is responsible, right? Initially, that was a question about who's responsible to make sure that students have access to accommodation, but who's responsible for these events, these services? I mean, is this something you might want to do together with an institution, or on the other side, is this only for your residents or also for their friends? Or, what role does an accommodation provider then play in that ecosystem that we call international education?
I think I would echo what everybody else has said today, which is that we're definitely moving towards more shared responsibility. If we as a sector want to attract more international students to come and study in the UK, then we have to be responsible for making sure that that is a well-rounded experience from all angles. And accommodation plays a huge role in that, which is why we're here today. The education does, and there's lots of other services around that do the same. So I think we'd be naive to think that we can, one party can solve all of those issues. When it comes to the events themselves, I guess, we do offer some educational and inspirational events as well. So it's not that we would never do anything relating to the academic or educational side. We try and offer a well-rounded experience within the building. And we also offer the opportunity to friends of residents as well, to try and make our spaces accessible to the wider community so that it's not just our students that are benefiting from that. There are obviously exclusive benefits to living in our buildings, but we are trying to be part of the wider community, the university community as well, and inviting parties from the university to participate as well. So I think, we'd be silly to say it's not responsibility for us, it's about the emphasis and the responsibility maybe. And there's more emphasis on the universities, for example, on the education side, but there's more emphasis on the social side, potentially moving towards PBSA providers.
Right, so obviously every stakeholder in that ecosystem has their own emphasis on a specific role, but that emphasis is not black and white, right? It's in a joint effort with other stakeholders.
Absolutely.
To offer the students the best experience. How do you, Laura, how do you look at this accountability angle?
I kind of think, yes, look at what other people are doing, collaborate where you can. It's hard though, right? Getting people to respond when you're talking to a university, even a student union, them understanding the value in it, that you're not just trying to take or get access to their data. So I like to just kind of be reminded of the fact that, yes, it's university first. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't be coming to us. But that doesn't mean that we can't put things on that we think will enhance, or if there is something academic or we want to put a lecture on or a webinar or something that has absolutely nothing to do with us, it's not about us, it's about them. So I kind of like to think, just let's make it well-rounded, let's put together our absolute perfect events plan and then go and try and put it into place. But the one thing that I will say is, I find with a lot of my clients, it's always pushed to site teams and it's just left to them. Even if the marketing is taken off them, that's made central. Managing a community is put on these people, and we've got a lot of legacy staff still working in PBSA that were not hired with that in their job description. I think there's a lot of people who are doing really well at kind of shaping their role and kind of fitting into that, but there are some that kind of took a job and that wasn't part of it. So I think there needs to be more support for that, and just kind of filtering through some of the data as well. Why are you suggesting to put this on? Or maybe it's 50-50, you sit and you work with site teams to put something together and say, well, we think this would work, and they go, well, I know our residents, that definitely won't work, and you kind of find a balance. I think it's really important to make sure that you don't just go, we've got your residents now, you manage that community, because that's a whole job, that's a whole industry, managing a community. It's not as easy as it might sound, it's not a case of just managing some Facebook groups anymore. It's really different to that. So there's a lot more to it.
Excellent. Well, I hear so many ambitious words, like it has to be an absolutely perfect events plan. You mentioned the perfect balance earlier. I must say that I notice a higher motivation among accommodation providers from every level to look more at the impact that they have as an accommodation provider and the service around that on the ultimate success of an international student from the moment they arrive to the moment they...
No, before they arrive.
Yeah.
Way before they arrive.
The music is playing, but I see so many notes in your notebook. Is there anything you feel like, I really wanted to say this on the fireside chat, and now's your moment?
The only thing that I wrote down that I haven't really talked about is the fact that we ran a survey to 15,000 students, and we asked them, if we put an event on locally, not necessarily in the accommodation, but it was for students, 70% said that they would definitely attend, which actually astounded me, because getting 70% of your building to come downstairs and attend an event is quite difficult. So I just go back to that whole point about talking to students, talking to site teams, communicate. yeah, I think that's my main thing. I'm sure I'll sit down later and go down.
I'll give Dawn some last words as well.
Yeah.
Communication is key. It's been coming back in many of our sessions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's been a key theme of today. I think we have a bit of a duty to be more visible, working with the university partners and our agents and partners, just to make what we're doing more visible and to help them to understand the value of that as well. We touched on the mental health side with student minds, and that is so important to their success at university. I think maybe that's underestimated at the minute a little bit in the category, but actually we can be more help in terms of making that more visible and why that's important to our students through the data that we have and through sharing those experiences. So
wonderful. Now we've talked about the AAA in accommodation earlier. I think we have a CCC now: community, cooperation, and care for your students. So thank you very much for your insights on this fireside chat. We're moving on to our next session. Thank you. And we're grabbing some extra chairs for that one. Next up is a session I was really looking forward to. So far we've been talking with industry providers, industry professionals, experts and thought leaders. But it would be just as interesting, if not more interesting. You can cut the music now. Thank you. Thank you. I was always going to dance on stage, but maybe better not. Would it be just as interesting, if not more, to hear from actual students on this topic? And this is where the infamous or famous Dini and Sarah come in. Dini and Sarah from the Property Marketing Strategists, both the founders of the organization, because in our next session they will talk us through their research, unlocking global perspectives of student accommodation, for which they surveyed 2,000 students. And Dini and Sarah have asked 3 international students to join them on stage today. So a warm welcome to Dini and Sarah. Dini Lee and Sarah Canning, the co-founders of the Property Marketing Strategists, for their session with Simeon Anyalemichi. Simeon hasn't been able to make it today, but we do have Kat Mokrinsky and we have Clara Wood. Welcome. You're all mic'd up. The floor is yours.
Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for this session. I'm Dini and this is Sarah, and together we are the Property Marketing Strategists, so thank you for that introduction. First and foremost, we are marketing consultants, but to do our job, we're strategic marketing consultants, and to do our job we really believe you need to understand the customer, you need to understand your audience, and you need to know what they're looking for and what they're thinking, which is why we're not researchers, but we do a lot of research into the market and into customers to really understand how they're behaving and what kind of products would suit them better. And for us, that really kind of makes us strategic marketeers. Before we kind of go on to data, just to introduce you a little bit about the research that we did. We surveyed 2,000 students with the help of our partners, Yugo and University Living. And it was on the back of a survey that we did to Gen Z in 2022, where we surveyed 2,500 students about what they want from home, what they like from a home. When we released that survey to the market, everyone came up to us and said, what about international students? Can you tell us about international students? So that's why we decided to repeat the questionnaire with more of a focus on international students and those not studying in their home location. We launched that survey earlier this year, and really pleased to be able to bring this to you today. And on top of that, we're very delighted to bring some real students who have had lived experiences with us, which is something we like to do when we come to conferences, often via video, but this time in person. So we're very delighted we're able to do that, and we will be putting some questions to them later. As I say, we couldn't have done that survey without the support of University Living and Yugo. We do a lot of research into the sector that we share for free to the sector, so having our partners support us in that is really important because it helps us to strive for a better product for students and the end consumer at the end. Just a little bit about our respondents. So as I said, 2,000 students responded to our survey. A good mix of male and female, so 57% male, 40%, 50% female, 40% male. 55% of them were studying out of their home location, with 49% of them studying in the UK. 25% of our cohort were Indian, and across, we asked about kind of where they were living, where 47% were living in a private room with shared facilities, which we think is probably largely either PBSA or student accommodation. So, the million-dollar question, what are students willing to pay for? No, that's not now. Jumping ahead already. So we asked about price, and that's come up a lot today. And 75% that we surveyed think that accommodation is somewhat or very expensive globally. This directly relates to value, and quite simply, they're not seeing true value in their accommodation across the globe. I think the sector generally has a misguided assumption that international students can afford it. So we will build it and they will come. But the reality might look different with a changing demographic, as we've heard from several panellists today already. International students also have restrictions regarding their visas and working, so their propensity to earn more money for living costs is also capped. This survey didn't get many respondents from Chinese students, so instead we focus on Indian and the Indian subcontinent students. This, as we have seen in the UK over the last few years, growing demographic. So are we building the right product for them? So, what are they willing to pay for? So as you can see, the thing that came number one was free of charge washing machine in their own flat, which is something we rarely see in university accommodation or PBSA. The high-speed fibre optic internet, we don't think it's that only 34% want it, it's just probably that they think it should just be a given and they're not willing to pay more for it. Security featured quite high. 45% said they want a gym, but that is 55% that wouldn't want a gym. And with most cities having plenty of cheap gyms available, is this a good way to partner with someone in your local community instead? And 41% said that they would be willing to pay a higher rent to live 20 minutes walk from lectures, which means that if you're building further away, that's fine, they just expect to pay less for it. Things that were lower down the list were 21% said that they would pay more for outdoor space, 18% said they would pay more for a cinema room, 13% said they'd pay more for a yoga studio, 8% a multi-faith prayer room, 22% printing facilities, and 11% wellbeing support. The numbers were different to when we surveyed our UK cohort, which just goes to show that it's really, really worth reassessing your data again and again, depending on the cohort that you have. So, for example, UK domestic students, they said that 60% of them would pay for a gym, and 46% smart tech. So depending on where you are and who your residents are will very, very much depend on how they rate different facilities and what they're willing to pay more for. We also asked about contract lengths and given them the option of full length of their degree, a term time, or an annual contract. This question did actually provoke quite a lot of comments with the general view that there's not enough flexibility. I think what came across earlier in Catherine's talk around co-living is that they are offering contracts of 3, 6, 9, 12 months, which is not something that you're seeing in PBSA. And there probably is an opportunity here for the sector, whereas 37% were interested in securing a contract for the length of their studies. And the length of their studies might be 3 months, it might be 6 months, it might be 12 months, it might be 3 years. And with 45% of those, and 45% of those respondents were undergraduate, so there is a fair proportion that could potentially be looking for that 3-year contract. But for us, I think there's very much restriction around PBSA in terms of the contract. You often get 51 weeks, which what is an international student going to do on that 1 week? When we know affordability is an issue, are they really going to leave the country and come back again? Or it's in an academic term, and then again, where are international students going to go over the summer term? So are we really making it attractive for them as a proposition, when actually there is now a product on the market that is doing that? And it's stressful and time-consuming, and actually that comfort of home is really important, and knowing that you've got a home for the 3 years of your study it can be really quite important to some students from a well-being, affordability, and all those different aspects. And I think from a PBSA perspective, wouldn't it be nice to know you've got a contract signed for the next 3 years and you don't have to remarket that room again? So I think there's some real opportunities that we've learned from asking the question around contract lengths. There's been a lot of discussion today around would you consider a sharing room, and we did ask the question, and 32% of our respondents said yes, they would consider sharing a room if it meant reducing the cost. And another 12% said they're not sure, so there's a fair market there that would consider sharing a room. We spend a lot of time in PBSA talking to developers, and we're always told it's not a market, it's not going to happen. You don't really, in the UK, it's not an option that you see very frequently. So no one's really tested the market in this country. You do see it more in mainland Europe, you see it more in the USA, but it's not something we're seeing over here. But as our data says, there is definitely an opportunity or a market if it's built in the right way. It gives a sense of privacy. And the other thing that we think is really important that needs to be considered if you do go down the route of sharing rooms is that room matching service. That actually, when we've spoken to students, their biggest fear is the unknown of who they're going to share with. Whereas if you've got the right technology, and there is the technology out there to help you do that, to match the right people with the right places, you begin to take that fear down and make it even more attractive on sharing rooms.
So self-catered or catered, and you might think, why did we ask that? Because we don't really see catered accommodation very much here in PBSA, but we do in university accommodation. But it is something that we see in other countries quite a lot. So as you can see, 64% said they prefer to be self-catered, and 23% said they preferred catered, and 13% said unsure. When we've asked in our focus groups and we've delved into it, there's a lot more importance put on the benefit of cooking within a flat and learning skills and bonding with a smaller group of students. However, the ones that said catered, that's still a significant number. And maybe the thought is attractive, but the reality of it is not so practical. We wondered if there's room for product development which enables the catered offer, but more flexibility and control for the students. What we do know is the refectory style layout seems quite outdated now. So if this was an option, the catered option that would appeal to a multicultural cohort that are used to ordering different cuisines at all hours of the day, it feels like that would be the best option to attract students into a catered environment that may add something to the community. So we asked what they've learnt really, what the students think that they might want from their next home and what they've learnt from student accommodation. And I think what is clear is probably what they don't want. So they've said that they do want a safe and secure environment and a quiet environment for sleeping. We found that really interesting because if they're saying that that's so important for their next place that they live, what's happening in student accommodation that's making them say that? Because I'm sure most of us in our homes would have that as a given, that we have a quiet place to live. And it's the discontent really of noise overnight, it's of doors banging, it's of lifts pinging, it's of people coming and going in the flat. And as Dini just mentioned about the technology of matching people, there's definitely more that can probably be done with that, and there's probably more that can be done in the construction and layout of buildings to make them more quiet so that young people have a better night's sleep. They've also told us that, that they don't necessarily want a kitchen to themselves. They're quite happy sharing, so that kind of puts the kibosh on the studio model moving forward, really. And least desirable as well, it's fitness facilities in the building. They've realised that they don't need it in the building, and potentially what they have in the building isn't that great, and they're more than happy to pay elsewhere for a gym that the rest of the community can use.
So we also asked how many flatmates would you like to live with. Now, I think we've been in this sector for long enough to hear that international students want studios, that's all they want, but that isn't what our data is telling us. Our data is telling that 12% of those 2,000 students studied want to live on their own. So we need to understand, well, why is that? Why is that not stacking up? Why is there this disparity between what students are telling us and actually what we're building and what we continue to build? We think that there's potential that a lot of international students end up in studios because it's what's left on the market at the time that they go to book. Also to caveat that this wasn't necessarily around Chinese students, so there may be a different demographic with international students. Not all international students are the same. And I think in Richard's presentation earlier, we saw that actually Indian students have more propensity to go and live in a HMO, which interestingly has a kind of smaller sharing size, because in all of our surveys that we've asked this question, whether it's UK or international, we get the same response back. I want to live with 4 or 5 people, which, if it's not a studio apartment, the majority of PBSA stock that we have is 6 or 7 or 8. So again, we've still got this mismatch between actually what students want and what they'd like to live with, than what we're actually building. And I think this also comes back down to the well-being piece. Actually, if you'd rather live with 4 or 5 people, but you're being forced to live with 6 or 7 people or on your own, you're not going to have the experience that you want, and there's lots of other issues that can come out of that and breed out of that. And finally, we put a number of layouts to our respondents to kind of ask what would be your preferred layout. We do know this can't be built, that it's probably got fire and safety regulation, but it's just a basic standard floor layout. So before everyone puts
that we drew ourselves.
Yeah. If anyone puts a hand on and say you can't build that, we know. But it's just to get an idea of what it is that they'd be attracted to. And time again, this is the layout that comes out top. And as you can see with this one, we've taken kind of the desks out of the bedrooms, we've put the communal space in the middle. It's probably much more akin to a kind of BTR kind of building. What we kind of know is the kitchen's often seen a source of conflict, but it's often the only place to study. So having somewhere where you kind of feel you've got different places that you can go and study, you can go and socialise, you can go to your room to sleep. You've got much more zoned options to go and do that. This does include non-suites. We often talk about an ensuite, and it's still very much a frustration that we kind of hear that students always want en-suites. But again, it's because the en-suites and toilets are a source of frustration when you're sharing them, but actually if you're matching the right people with the right room or the right flat, that sharing becomes different. So whilst, yes, this has an en-suite, I still think there's more research to be done, and actually there's still more product diversification that should be done when it comes to those en-suites.
So we believe we're reaching the age of segmentation and product diversity and matching demographics with products in student accommodation. We've been surveying students for 3 years, and the data consistently shows that what students want, both international and domestic, and what they are willing to pay for is a complete mismatch. As we see more product diversity across all of the shared housing options, as we've heard quite often today, so build to rent, co-living, etc., we will potentially see a merging of products and classes. We need to ensure that the product and benefits are marketed effectively to the right students so that the right information and product is available. The more diversity and information, the more we can ensure that students are finding the right living option for them, which we all know is vital for their academic and personal success. So we're now going to hear from our very expert panel. Unfortunately, Simeon wasn't able to make it, had travel difficulties, but we do have Kat and Clara here. So welcome, thank you for joining us. So first of all, you've sat and watched it, and I know we've been through the data quite a bit. Do you agree with the majority of our respondents that student accommodation is expensive in relation to the quality and amenities on offer? Go to you first, Clara.
Yes, but it also depends where you're talking about, because for the same student accommodation across the country, it's crazy different prices.
And you've obviously got experience abroad
Yeah.
as well, so how does the kind of affordability thing come into it when studying abroad?
Exactly what we were saying about international students. I had no choice of accommodation. It was just, this is the only option you have. Oh, but you're not allowed to work. So you just have to have the money. And you have no option about it, and they just assume that you can afford it. Yeah.
What about you, Kat? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd say the same, how you don't really get the opportunity to tour stuff, especially, so I've lived in student accommodation in France, the UK, and the United States, and I had the opportunity to view only one flat, and that was in the States because I was able to get to it easily while living in the United States. But I think definitely people are looking for more affordable options, though it's debatable if you're living in a major city like London or New York, if that's something that's possible.
And Clara, you tell us a little bit about kind of your experiences and where you've been and kind of where you're living now.
So I was in Gloucestershire. I chose that university purely because of accommodation. I had two to choose from uni-wise, and just one I preferred the accommodation, so that's where I went. And then I went to America and only had my one choice of accommodation. And then now I moved universities to Winchester, and the accommodation is so expensive and not very nice, so I'm commuting 1.5 hours, sometimes 2 hours each way, purely just because the price isn't worth what it is.
And what impact has that had on your kind of experience, would you say?
My grades have gone really, really badly because I'm spending my whole life driving. My social life has gone out the window. My health has gone down, my work has gone down, just everything, because you're spending all your time worrying about, oh, the drive home's coming up, oh, my car park, oh. It just affects everything in a negative way.
No, I can imagine. And as you saw, laundry was a bone of contention in our survey, and often is. What's your experiences around laundry?
Yeah, I mean, so in the place I was living in France and then in the UK as well, it was a communal laundry that you paid for, laundries and dryers, about probably 5 of each. And it was a little frustrating having to pay for them when you're already paying very high prices. And also it was the same in New York, I think, yeah. It was simply, yeah, all the same that you have to pay extra for your laundry, which is a bit disappointing, but you live with it.
Yeah, so when I was in Gloucestershire, I ended up coming home every few weeks just to do laundry, basically, because the laundry room was so expensive, and it was also never cleaned, and it was just not a very nice room, so I didn't want to have clean clothes going in there, and so I would rather drive home and not have nice clothes for a week or so, purely for that. And then when I was in the States, we had free laundry, and the room was cleaned, which is a big bonus. And it just took a huge weight off my shoulder. I could clean my bedding, have clean clothes whenever I wanted, and I didn't think it was going to be that much of an impact, but it really, really was.
And did you feel that the price in America, you included that, or did it feel like it was free, or did you feel you were already paying for that when it was free in America?
It felt like a free bonus. I think especially because it was unlimited washes, so it wasn't even like they added on $50, but I only get $50. It just felt like a real bonus every day that I could do as many washes as I wanted. Not that I would, but it didn't feel like I was paying extra for it.
If you both hear the phrase all-inclusive rent, do you expect that should include laundry costs?
Yeah. If it's specifically worded as all-inclusive, then yeah, I'd expect laundry.
I don't think I would.
You'd read the small print.
Yeah, all-inclusive. I would expect earlier when you were mentioning the Wi-Fi, I would expect all of those things, and maybe a limited number of free washes.
Is there anything that both of you would pay more for out of the things that we've been discussing today, that you kind of think, oh, I wouldn't want that included as such, but I would pay more for it?
I looked at a few places for ensuite, but decided that it wasn't worth the level of extra to pay. But it was definitely something I had my eyes out, like if there was something reasonable to pay a little extra, because I knew that most places wouldn't include it.
I would and did pay extra for an ensuite. In the States, I also paid extra to be a room on my own. And I would also pay extra for communal areas, not just for your flat, but for the whole building. There was one student accommodation that I was looking around, and I loved it because it had like a bar room and a games room. And when I was in the States, we had a games room, which you didn't have to pay extra for, but I would have paid extra for that because it just created such a sense of community and somewhere to go and places to meet your friends, and it wasn't your tiny bedroom. So it just made it so much nicer.
And was there, back to the earlier panel we had where people were saying that you need to activate those spaces, was there someone activated for you in America, or was it activated by the student community?
No, I don't think it was activated by like a team. It was just, here's a room with plenty of different air hockey pool tables, and that was enough. It was just, it's there, and just everybody loved it. I have always thought it would be nice. The panel earlier mentioned like yoga sessions. That would be amazing, and again, I would pay extra for that. But this was, separate, but it was worth it.
Were you surprised about the statistic about 32% of the respondents saying they would consider sharing a room to reduce the costs? I mean, you said you'd pay extra to not share a room. Do you think that many people genuinely would share a room if it was cheaper?
Yes, and I would as well if the matchmaking that you were talking about earlier was really implemented. So in the States, I was really looking forward to sharing a room with someone, and if it was cheaper, that would be amazing, and I would 1,000% go for that. It was just because there wasn't any matchmaking that I decided I'd rather pay the extra.
Yeah, I think the usual American university experience is you're with a dorm with someone, you form that bond with them, good or bad, how it ends up. But I didn't have that experience my first 2 years in France, and I think if I had had to go back to the States and live with someone after having experienced living alone, I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much, because I feel like it's good at the start of your educational journey. So you know you have someone there that you can talk to or just be with, but having experienced this solitary life, I guess I enjoyed that more and was willing to pay for it.
That's interesting. So it sounds like if universities had more sharing options, then potentially private halls after that, it would feel like the norm. But to go from individual rooms with en-suites to then going to shared, it's probably the wrong balance. And what about the kind of, how many flatmates have you shared with, Kat, in your kind of France, New York and London? What's your experience in shared flats?
In France, it was by myself with an ensuite. In New York, I was living with 3 other girls, and we shared one bathroom. And then in London, it was sharing with 2 other girls, and one of them had an ensuite, so 2 of us shared the bathroom.
And which was the most positive experience?
Probably France, living alone. I definitely enjoyed that. And it was because it wasn't in Paris, it was outside of the city, so you were able to pay, like, it was more reasonable than, say, if I had gone back when I was living in New York for my undergraduate degree, it would have been thousands of dollars to get a single room, so I was just going to go with whatever the university provided.
Clara, you've lived in America. Mm-hmm. What was your experience around kind of sharing a room?
I was very, very excited, but I have to say, out of everybody that I met, all of my friends, because there was no matchmaking, most people didn't enjoy it. I have one friend, and she loved her roommate. We all loved her roommate, so we were all in that room all the time. But everybody else, I paid an extra $1,000 to move out on my own, so I think that kind of shows how important that personal connection is, and the thought could be there, but...
And was there any process of kind of when you were presented to your flatmate, like was there any kind of ice breaking, like how were you encouraged to get to know each other in a way, or what was that process like?
There was none. I was asleep and she came in.
Oh right, wow.
It was a bit of a hello. So that was it. I feel like if you were from America, there might have been, I mean, you may know about this, Kat, there might have been some kind of meeting or something.
Yeah, I mean, usually in traditional, like if you're doing the four-year university track, you have like orientation and stuff, and you go with your roommate, and then there's the whole thing with sororities and choosing like with your big and your little, choosing to move in or like together, things like that. But it was one of those regrets that I had that I didn't get to experience that in a way, because you know, you grow up watching the movies and everything like that and seeing the dorm rooms, all the decorations, but I just didn't have that experience, so can't say 100% how it goes.
How does the layout of a shared room kind of impact kind of, I think there's better and worse ways of laying a room out if you're going to be sharing? What would be your ideal kind of room layout if you were sharing?
I think it depends how much you like the person. I saw one room that had a screen in between the two areas, so it was almost two different rooms. But my friend had it in a way where the desks were together, so you could do your work together. So I think it really depends how much you like your roommate, and if you want to like face them when you sleep. There's so many different angles, and it makes so much difference, more than you would realise.
Yeah, I think the one thing for me when I came to London that I was surprised by was the number of doors, which sounds a bit silly, but like with the fire doors, there's like 2 doors to get into the kitchen, and like things like that was a bit strange, especially if you were trying to sleep and someone was up late at night in the kitchen. You'd hear like 2 doors slamming. I was like, okay, that's a bit of a pain, but also like the open floor plan isn't ideal. So, I mean, I did like the design showed. I don't know how practical it is, but having that so you're able to have your own bathroom. And then I didn't love having the study space together because I don't really like studying with other people, but having that communal space in the center seemed like a good idea.
And 64% of our students that we surveyed said that they'd choose self-catered accommodation. Do you agree with them? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's kind of the same thing with like living alone. Like, it's kind of what I started with and what I got used to. And I know because where I was at in New York at Columbia, to have it be catered, it was tens of thousands. Like, it was a ridiculous amount. Like, and you were already paying almost $100,000 just to go to the university, let alone for food and accommodation. So it was just easier to go to like the cheapest grocery store and get your own food, even though the food might have been better and healthier at the dining halls.
Yes, so I prefer self-catered because I like to be able to choose what I make. I enjoy cooking, and I think when you have a flat and you have a communal kitchen, it's a real way to get to know your flatmates, all cook together, all eat together. So it depends if you like them or not. And I think catered would help some people, but for example, when I was in the States, again, it's catered. But the issue is you're eating the same thing so often that most people just get takeaway anyway. So when I was at self-catered flat in Gloucestershire, a few of my flatmates just had takeaway every day. But that didn't change when I was in catered in the States, because you just got bored of the same thing. So I think earlier somebody was talking about a variety of different dishes. That really would make the whole difference.
We mentioned sleep earlier and the importance of sleep, and you've mentioned it a little bit there about kind of doors banging and everything. But I mean, how big is the impact of sleep in your overall experience, and kind of what can influence, I guess, bad quality of sleep when you're in student accommodation?
I mean, when I was living in France, even though it was the time that I was living alone, it was also the time I got the least amount of sleep because of how thin all the walls and ceilings and floors were. The person on the floor below me liked to throw parties pretty much every night, and so I'd be going down at like 3 a.m. just asking them to turn down the music because I literally couldn't hear myself think, and I had like a 10-page paper due the next day. It was also a cultural thing, you know, with like France and stuff, getting used to like people coming in very late and then still continuing to party at home. That was something that took some getting used to, but I think I didn't have many issues in London and New York because even with the doors and stuff, I'm luckily quite a heavy sleeper, so I was okay with that.
Yeah, I think it was all right. In my first student accommodation, the walls were very thick, so it was perfect. The only issue was if you had the window open, and for example, people downstairs, when they lost a game of Call of Duty or whatever, and they get very angry, that would definitely wake you up. But it also depends on the layout, which, again, I feel like I'm repeating myself. The matchmaking thing is huge. I liked my layout because I was furthest away from the kitchen, so that if people were in there being loud, it didn't affect me. But if I liked the people I was with, and they were all my friends, then your layout would be perfect.
What about, I guess we've talked quite a bit about matchmaking, but is it important if you're an early riser to live with other people that are going to kind of have the same timetable as you? Do you think that kind of helps with that kind of scheduling sort of thing?
I kind of think it's better to have different schedules, because I know, like, I personally tend to get up a bit later as I do, I review shows in the evening, so I get back around like 11, midnight, and so my housemates would be asleep, but that way, when I would get up like around like 8 or 9, they were already gone, like they had gotten up at 6 or 7, so that way the shower was free, we were all able to use it. It was kind of like a rotation, like 6 to 7 this roommate would, 7 to 8 this roommate, 8 to 9 I would use it, and so that really worked out. And then in another place when I was living in New York, 3 out of 4 of us had very similar schedules, so it was constantly like a battle for who was going to use the shower and how long you had in the shower, because we all had classes at the same time. So I think different schedules worked out more for me.
That's a really good point.
Yeah, you've just made me realise I'm so glad I had an ensuite. Wow. Yeah, I think different schedules, I mean, it depends. If you're cooking at the same time as well, that can be an issue. I was really close with one of my flatmates, and so we liked cooking together, and it was okay that we had different schedules, and it all worked out. But if you are sharing a shower, I think that would be crucial.
Yeah. Crucial. To be quite honest, with my housemates in London, I think I only spoke to them like 2 or 3 times a month, because we had such different schedules, and I personally was okay with that because I would have wanted the ensuite experience, like purchase, but I know for some other people who would have wanted more of a connected experience for their university, this probably would have been unexpected.
And what's your expectations of what landlords have a responsibility to provide for you, and do you think they're being met?
I mean, safety in general, like most of the places I had didn't have like a person at reception. It was just like classic apartment style, whereas like you had like the lobby, but it was like unmanned, and you would just go to your room. One in London had 24/7 reception, which was quite nice for having to pick up packages and stuff, but also I can imagine how stressful it would be for the staff there, and I feel like you would see some of them are just so tired, and it was like, I don't think it's worth it to have them be working these hours if, like, I don't know how many people statistically were getting their mail at 3 in the morning or stuff like that. Like, why would they be needed this whole time if we already have like key fobs to get in, and then you have to go through 3 of these locked doors to get even into the community spaces. So I feel like providing that level was a bit too much, especially it was a specifically post-grad building.
Okay. I really like the idea of a reception. It doesn't have to be 24/7, but security is a main thing as well. But just someone to smile at you when you walk in would be a really lovely addition, I think, and it would just make you feel, happier. Someone to say hi to in the morning, I think it would really cheer you up.
And like in terms of repairs and things, knowing that the landlord can be there quickly and get these repairs done, that's something I'm very much looking for, whether it's like an online system where you can you can request things and you know that they've seen it, you know that they're going to respond. That's very essential for me in looking for accommodation.
Something the landlord, I think, should be better at is fixing things. In my first student accommodation, I paid for the more luxury private one, but my shower didn't work for the whole year. And they never got around to fixing it. And I think that's something that they should be better at.
And did you get any communication about why it was taking so long to fix your shower or not?
No, they brought me some bleach. That was it.
Okay, I think we've gone over a little bit. I was going to say
I was waiting for the music to stop, so we just kept going. I don't know if anyone's got any questions really, really quickly for our panellists or for Dini and I. We will leave you with the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dini, Sarah, Kat, and Claire. I really enjoyed that conversation. As mentioned, it's good to have actual international students in the room. The report that Dini and Sarah mentioned and presented is actually available for free. So do talk to Dini or Sarah if you want to have a copy of that report. But a special thanks also to Kat and Claire for sharing your impressions with us. So important for us to hear that firsthand. Thank you very much. Now we are going to take some time for coffee and refreshments. We'll be back in 30 minutes with Victoria Tolmi Loverseed from Unipol, who will be discussing security and safety in student accommodation. See you in 30 minutes.
All right, well, welcome back everyone, both on and offline. Now, I'm sure that, especially agents, we've had this experience of many students getting scammed out. Basically trying to find cheaper rooms, maybe on Facebook groups, and then getting scammed out of about thousands and thousands of pounds. I know I speak from experience about this, not that I was scammed, but a student of mine was, and trying to help them through that whole ordeal with the family breathing down their neck, not an easy feat. And so the question is we want to help students avoid getting scammed, but how? And with our next speaker, Victoria Tolmi-Loverseed, Deputy Chief Executive of Unipol Student Homes, I'm pretty sure we'll find some answers. Please welcome Olivia. Victoria, sorry.
Hello everybody, it's so nice to see you all. You've stayed till the end. I think you all should get a special certificate when you leave because you've all shown immense stamina. So well done everybody. It's very nice to be here. Hello, I've been introduced. My name is Victoria Tolmi-Loverseed. I am Interim Deputy Chief Executive at Unipol Student Homes, and I am going to talk a little bit today about housing scams. So let me see if this works. Great. So I'm going to look a little bit at housing scams in the session, but really it's not just about housing scams. I think that really where a real theme today that you may have picked up is about shortages and scarcity in housing for students. And what we can see is that increasingly as we have more student mobility, more domestic demand for higher education, that the supply of accommodation is not really keeping up with that. And what that is creating is a sense of scarcity and precarity, particularly in lots of very popular student locations. It's quite difficult. It can feel quite difficult for students to find good quality accommodation that they'd like. So I'm going to be looking at that. And I would say that one of the things that I've concluded, and I go to a lot of property conferences, so this is quite an interesting conference for me because I've never been to this event and it's a different audience. But I go to a lot of student accommodation conferences, and everybody is really ambitious and kind of bullish about the potential for there to be lots of new student accommodation built every year. And I just don't see that happening. There's a lot of demand for student accommodation, there's lots in the planning pipeline, but not much of it is getting built anymore because of the issues that we've heard about earlier from colleagues from PricewaterhouseCoopers and Stu Rents. It's very difficult and very expensive to build any type of housing in the UK. So what we're seeing is if the kind of predictions about the growth of student accommodation and student numbers internationally is a growing shortage and precarity in finding student housing. So what are we going to do about that? But before I get started, I just wanted to, if you could raise your hand if you have advised a student or helped a student who's experienced a scam related to housing. Anybody? Okay, a couple of people. But it's something that's on the rise. And particularly since the pandemic. So we're going to talk a little bit about why is it happening as well. So before I get into that, I wanted to just talk to you a little bit about Unipol. We're a student housing charity here in the UK. We were set up in 1974 in Leeds by the universities. And since then we've grown into a national specialist student housing charity. We do a variety of different things. Back in 1974, it was quite a humble operation with some posters on the wall and maybe some local adverts in a newspaper if you were looking for somewhere to live in Leeds. And over the last 50 years, it's grown to a more substantial organisation. But our mission is to try and make student housing better. That's what we're established to do. And we really care about students getting good advice and being prepared for their student experience and getting support when they need it. So now we cover, one of the main things that we do in this space is accreditation. So we accredit a lot of PBSA providers in the UK, purpose-built student accommodation. We run a government-approved code of practice for PBSA providers and have about 400,000 beds in that scheme. We're also a landlord ourselves of about 3,000 tenants. So we have to practice what we preach. We have to do what we ask other people to do as well. So scams in student housing. So it's a type of fraud, and I think particularly in the pandemic, when there was such a shortage of available accommodation for students, these scams really took off. And I think that pressure has been linked to scarcity, it's linked to housing shortages. And I think I don't have great news on the shortages. I think they're likely to continue and to grow, particularly in the UK, because we've got a period of significant government intervention in the private rented sector. So we have a new housing bill currently going through the kind of parliamentary process in the UK. And a lot of this, and it's also very costly to build in the UK. So I think that a lot of these pressures are going to work on a kind of downwards way in supply of student accommodation, growing, expanding to meet the demand that there will be from students in the future. So we were interested in how students felt about this, and after at the tail end of the pandemic, we did quite a bit of research with students, particularly international students, about what their experiences have been of finding accommodation in the UK, and we found some really kind of interesting conclusions. We had about 2,700 students completed our research, and we partnered with several universities. And what we found was that 42% of international students had found it more difficult than they expected to find accommodation. For 31% of international students, affordability was the biggest issue they faced. 27% of students said they got inaccurate or no information about student accommodation before they came to the UK. And 27% worried about their kind of financial security. And we think that there's a kind of, one of those issues about the kind of lack of accurate and detailed advice about student accommodation is quite a big issue, particularly for international students. I think when housing law in the UK is probably unexpected and complex and difficult for people to navigate. It's less flexible perhaps than in other countries, although that's likely to change because of the new housing bill going through at the moment. But I think that there was a real lack of understanding and students feeling unprepared to deal with the challenge of finding accommodation in the UK when they arrived. And I think that lack of knowledge makes international students far more ripe, unfortunately, for fraud and for being scammed out of large sums of money. So what kind of experiences were students having? Well, often the scams are kind of person-to-person fraud. It will be individuals posing as landlords, often through social media, often very convincing, and it will be kind of from a real person and a kind of classic fraud based on gaining the confidence of somebody one-to-one. We've got a couple of examples of the kind of experiences that students were having. So we have a housing advice services in Leeds and Nottingham, and particularly during the pandemic, we saw a lot of students coming to us kind of saying, I've just paid £1,500 to somebody to secure a room and I can't contact them anymore. They've stopped responding to my messages. It's really obviously highly distressing for the students that experience this. And it also just massively tarnishes reputations of studying in the UK. It's a terrible experience for the students that go through it. And one of the things that we observed is that these types of scams are happening in all types of housing. It's HMO, it's PBSA, it's related to room swaps quite often, so the kind of Facebook marketplace, notice boards and things like that are particularly are the most likely platform for it. I was looking around at some of the data on this. There isn't a huge amount of data available because
I think often people probably don't report scams as part of the issue because there's a feeling of shame and embarrassment. But I was looking at a recent survey that was published in the Republic of Ireland about student housing, the crisis that's going on over there, the real shortage. And one of the conclusions that they found from their survey of international students was that 13% of them had experienced a scam involving accommodation. I thought that was really, really shocking, really high. There were also other scams in there to do with things like sext for rent, those kinds of things that are becoming increasingly a problem. And where you have a situation where there just isn't enough housing to go around, I think inevitably these types of issues start to emerge. We've seen quite a few scam tenancy agreements as well. And I think on the surface they look legitimate. And if you're an international student, you might think, yeah, this looks fine. But a trusted advisor, somebody with a knowledge of local law, would look at it and just say, it's clearly bogus. It's very odd use of language, poor grammar, and unlikely offers and commitments. I think when you're finding it very hard to find accommodation, and we certainly had issues where we have international students who come over and quite often they're advised to come over, live in temporary accommodation for a bit, stay in Airbnb until you find something, and they were finding that they were just stuck in very expensive temporary accommodation. So unlikely offers, unlikely levels of commitment and generosity in the offers are a telltale sign that something is not right. So what can we do? What can we do as individual organisations, as universities, institutions, as agents working in this space? Well, obviously one thing I would suggest is that Unipol runs national codes for purpose-built student accommodation. These are schemes where the accommodation is vetted by us independently. We verify, we go and inspect members of the codes, and we've been running these schemes for 20 years now. It's not run on a commercial basis at all. We're a not-for-profit organisation, and we've been set up to check standards in student accommodation. So that creates an accountability to those providers, to the students. And I think if you advise, if students pick accommodation that's in with one of these codes, they can have confidence that it's been vetted and that it actually exists. Just a little bit more about the national codes. So they're approved by the UK government. They are recognised in housing legislation, and they cover lots of the kind of essential things that are important in terms of security, health and safety, management of the buildings, amenities and well-being. And they also have independent complaint systems built into them as well. And we robustly administer them so that membership is not easy to achieve. You have to go through quite a significant process to get it. And all members are verified and inspected by us as well. We have a website that contains a list of all of the members. It has a list of the organisations and a list of the developments in each city that are accredited. So if you have students looking for accommodation, it's a good place to start, or for you to check. And we have various partnerships with third-party organisations where we can share information with you. So if you're advising students on finding accommodation, we can give you a list of all the accredited accommodation that's in your market, and make sure that what you're recommending to students or helping them book is on our list of vetted providers. So how can we help students avoid scams? I mean, one of the things that I've been conscious of is that listening to all of the presenters today, is that there's a real need for more widespread, impartial advice in this sector. I don't think there's good quality information available to international students pre-arrival on what to expect, what their rights are, what to look for. And I feel like that's a real challenge for the sector, that actually we need to get better at providing kind of impartial, non-commercial advice before people arrive. But obviously we would say check the National Codes website to find something, using official websites, looking for signs like offers that are too good to be true, pressure tactics, refusing in-person interactions, for example, are all telltale signs. But I think there's a real role here for trusted helpers. And I think that particularly agents and institutions need to get more clued up on accommodation, take more of a role. I know it feels like it's nobody's responsibility and everybody looks at the other partner for them to do something about it. But I think as private provision of student accommodation has grown in the UK, you know, previously, 25 years ago, if you came to study in the UK, you probably would have lived in university accommodation for the first couple of years or for the first year. As the private sector has grown and budgets have been squeezed within institutions, there has been a loss of expertise in advising students, in providing good quality advice, and I think that needs to start being rebuilt, particularly as it becomes harder to find student accommodation. The value of good quality, accurate, pre-arrival information on legal rights and will really need to return, and the sector needs to reskill itself in this area. But raising awareness of the scams. I know nobody likes to talk about scams and the bad things that happen when you go to university, because we're all in the business of encouraging students, but I think there has to be a realism about the kind of what might happen when you go to a different, when you're studying abroad, and how to be prepared for that. I think, but there's a massive demand. I think giving students examples of what to look for, so examples of the kind of scams that they might come across, and signposting students to genuine sources of accommodation and signposting to support, so to their student union, to the university. But I think the support needs to be available as well. There's I think, are services accessible? Do they look to be accessible, but when a student tries to contact you, is there a very slow response times? I think all of these things will need to improve as it gets more difficult for students to find good quality housing in the future. So thanks for listening. I'm sorry I don't have a really optimistic note, but I do think this is an area where more could be done, and this isn't expensive. I'm not saying we must build lots more student accommodation to house everybody, because I'm a realist, but I think good quality advice at the right time and delivered in a student-friendly way has to become more of a part of the picture. Thank you very much for listening. You all get a gold star for for persisting until this time. I have 1 minute and 40. If anybody has a question about, oh yes, hello.
Hi, from Australia, obviously. Yeah. Do you have plans to extend the standards that you're bringing in across the whole accommodation sector for international students?
I would personally love to open the Australian branch of Unipol, and I will be coming on a fact-finding mission. Okay. No, seriously, we think that, there is definitely a role for better vetting and accreditation and standardisation, and it's had lots of positive things for the sector in the UK, and I think the government did a good job at recognising that within legislation early on. So, but yeah, we're happy to talk to you about it. Right, I think I'm done. Thank you very much, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Victoria. I mean, definitely a needed topic to cover. And I know you said that it wasn't ending on a positive note, but I think that just highlighting those items and how a lot of students get scammed is already positive enough, and will make us much more careful when counseling our students. Now, up next, we have the immense pleasure of welcoming founder and CEO of Student Crowd, Mr. Paul Humphreys, who will be speaking about meeting the accommodation needs of international students and why data matters. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much, and let me echo Victoria's sentiment. All of the gold stars for all of you. For still being here. I just want to thank ICEF as well for kindly asking us to share our insight today, meeting the accommodation needs of international students and why data matters. We've been presenting insight into student accommodation needs for the last decade, and in the last few months, we've conducted the deepest analysis into international students' needs that we've ever created. To do this, we've explored 3 unique data sets that I'll take you through one at a time. And look, I'm really conscious that it's nearly 6 o'clock, so we've tried to make this as interactive as possible to keep everyone awake, and hopefully that'll work. So the first data set we're going to explore is our verified student reviews. Student Crowd ensures that all reviews are written by students by verifying an active ac.uk email address. International and domestic students are invited to review their university, their course, and accommodation. In this example, on the right-hand side, you can read in the review text that the student has enjoyed a positive experience of their accommodation, which is Apollo Court in Liverpool. The review rating demonstrates they're extremely satisfied. 5 of the ratings are 5-star. That's value for money, property management, social spaces, internet Wi-Fi, and location. And 2 of the ratings are 4-star, cleaning and social experience. We have verified student reviews for every single private PBSA and university hall in the UK, all of which are appraised on the same rating system. By analysing the student reviews, we can answer this question: how satisfied are international students with their accommodation in the UK? So hopefully you're ready for the first interactive element. I'd like you to consider this question. For a benchmark, I can tell you that domestic students' average review rating on our platform, remembering these are all verified student reviews, was 4.33 out of 5, and that's since April 2023. I want you all to think about international students. Are they going to be more or less satisfied than domestic students? Okay, higher. Hands up for international students are higher. I'm loving the enthusiasm. And who thinks international students are going to be lower than domestic? Okay, so there's a few more for higher. I can tell you that international students was higher than domestic students. And so majority of you are right there, very impressive. But it is worth saying that they are both very positive. And I love that they're verified. We know that they're real students, and we're not incentivizing them to be nice about their accommodation. This is what they really think. So if you are operating any student building at the moment and you're getting kicked around by the national press, just small pat on the back for some of these scores coming from students. But for those with a really statistical mind, there have been over 14,000 verified reviews in that period, with a fairly even split between domestic and international. Therefore, even a small difference in the mean is statistically significant. And this is a relatively large difference in the mean. So based on these charts, we can conclude that international students are reporting a significantly higher experience than their domestic counterparts. But why? So we looked at all 7 ratings. International students report higher satisfaction in all of them, but to varying degrees. And it is actually value for money, which is arguably the most important rating, which is the biggest difference. Now, there's going to be hundreds of drivers behind this, and we have explored plenty, but I'm not going to go through them all now. For us, just one example would be international students typically spend more nights in their student accommodation as they tend not to be able to travel home to parents as frequently, often staying in student accommodation during holidays. Therefore, it's easy to imagine that they're able to derive greater value from accommodation than their domestic counterparts. But if we do ignore the domestic students for a second, it is so encouraging to the sector that international students are so satisfied by their PBSA. And after all, much of this accommodation was developed with their needs in mind. And we're going to explore value for money in more detail later. But first, I will introduce our second data set, which is our coverage of 100% of UK PBSA. So students need all the choice. So at Student Crowd, we aggregated every purpose-built student accommodation option, tracking over 720,000 beds. So this is the live rental data, the cashback incentives, availability of every tenancy length and room type, and we keep all this data up to date every single week. In doing so, we've created the best data set in the sector, which is now used by the largest PBSA advisors, investors, and operators. In this room earlier, Karen was sharing how PwC use the data. Sorry, you're over there. And Victoria Unipol as well. But look, anyone can create a data set, but we are really proud that the largest players in the sector plug into our data set to drive their decision making. But how can this be used to understand the needs of international students? So to start with, we need to think about international students' budgets and answer this question. Which is the most popular minimum rent for UK PBSA? This is a tricky question that I'd like to start considering. So specifically, this is the starting rent, so the lowest rent in each property in the UK, that's university halls and private PBSA. What is the most popular minimum rent for UK PBSA? So the options down the bottom, is it less than £100 a week? You've all been paying attention today, so no one's gone for that. £100 to £149 per week, a few hands getting in there. £150 to £199 a week, more popular, and more than £200 a week. I can tell you that it is £150 to £199 a week. We all know that the rents have been increasing year on year, but even for us, we found that quite surprising, that £150 to £199 is the most popular. Also, that only 8% of properties have minimum rents at less than £100 per week. And where it gets really interesting is when we layer on the value for money stats that I showed earlier across those buildings. We did this a few months ago, but we didn't split domestic and international, and we were quite surprised when we saw the results. So historically, the narrative was always that, so hopefully you can interpret this fairly. So the stars there are the average review ratings, purple for international students and turquoise for domestic. Historically, we always saw that the cheapest stock had the best value for money, kind of stands to reason. Often they had the best social experience as well, kind of cheap and cheerful, maybe delivering higher expectations than the students originally thought they would get. But also, best value for money was the most expensive, the premium stock. And we used to always talk about how it was the middle stock that students were saying they weren't delivering on value for money. But quite clearly you can see that, this, particularly for domestic students, it's the premium accommodation that has struggled to deliver high value. And we think the main driver here is the cost of living context, the rapidly rising year-on-year rents, that students have become less satisfied with premium stock. But by splitting international and domestic, we can see that it really is those domestic students that are delivering the lower ratings. And hopefully you can see that there is real value. We're talking today about data by mashing together these two data sets to reveal insight that we might not previously have discovered. This is a particular review which really sums it up from a domestic student. We have conducted further sentiment analysis into all of our student reviews to explain the driving factors behind this and other charts. And we will be reporting on this later in the year, so please do look out for that research. Finally, we've added this chart just to show how dynamic the pricing is during the cycle. There are two price movements to monitor that I think we do need to talk about as a sector. Firstly, there's the annual increase. This is the one that's often reported at the start of each booking cycle. But there's also the weekly price movements during the cycle. And these trends have a particularly strong impact on international students, as they tend to book accommodation towards the end of the cycle when prices are at their highest. This data set in particular is very interesting on a location-by-location basis, but even more interesting when we zoom into a particular part of the city and look at the micro locations. And the third and final data set is from our decision-making analytics. So this data set is created by our 1.7 million users as they make decisions on our platform. To explain how this works, we have to start with the student's user journey. So students, that's international and domestic, often start with Google. And when searching for PBSA in Google, the most common search is almost always the property name, followed by the word reviews, which you can see there right at the top. And almost always, student crowd is number one in organic position, and we're also number one for broader searches such as University of Liverpool accommodation reviews. Hopefully you're thinking something like, so what? Other than me showing off about our SEO, this is important because it shows that our 1.7 million users are actively researching where they're going to live. In other words, people don't Google phrases like this or this for fun. So when we're exploring the user behavior on Student Crowd, it's really important to remember that users are in that decision-making mode, and the things that they interact with on our platform really do tell us what students are looking for. This year, 34% of Student Crowd users have been from international students and their parents, and this really does show that reviews are especially important to international students, which is unsurprising given the additional cost to attend open days and accommodation in person. Reviews give international students and parents a window into what the accommodation and the university is really like. As part of the user journey, international students are invited to narrow down their choice via filters. So in Liverpool, you might be able to see here, there's 104 properties, it's private PBSA and university halls, with 2,353 tenancy types to choose from. As the users interact with the filters that you can see here, we learn what the students are looking for while they're in decision-making mode. It's quite a lot of preamble to give you some insight. So here's the question. Which type of accommodation are international students searching for the most? Is it, hopefully you can see the options there, they're quite small, didn't mean that small. Studio apartment, who thinks that's the most popular accommodation type international students are searching for? A few there, yeah. Clusters en suites, say quite a few more, and cluster shared bathroom. Don't think anyone. So they were the two that the majority are searching for. I was actually surprised by how high cluster en suites were. And actually together, that clusters are almost as high as studio apartments. But then I considered, I've got that bias where I think international students are all looking for the £250 studio, which is clearly incorrect. A bias that I know that a lot of people share, but I find it quite hard to shake. There's much more to come by measuring our how students interact with these filters. We're going to be revealing what price points international students are researching and how it varies between cities, what property features international students desire the most, is it study spaces, gyms, etc., and which micro-locations in a city international students want to live in. But back to studios and apartments. I know it's been covered a lot today, the shortage. There's one worry that's come up in every one of our surveys with international students, and that is that they cannot find somewhere to live near their university. You've seen the headlines, you've seen the stats earlier today. But one thing that we really wanted to demonstrate today was it's not just a certain city that's got a shortage. Those cities can have a specific shortage of specific room types that students are looking for. So for the first example, this is during clearing. These 5 cities did not have a single studio apartment available. So practically this means that if you went onto every PBSA operator website in these 5 cities, you would not find a single studio with any availability. For these 7 cities, there was between 0 to 10% of properties had some availability, that could just be one, of studios and apartments. And for these 5 cities, it was 10 to 20% of properties with studios with some availability. So if you were an international student or you were helping an international student to find a place to live in one of these cities, and they, like many, were looking for a studio or an apartment, they are going to find that there are very few options. In 5 cities, 0 options. And those that are available are likely to be suboptimal. The price will often be higher due to low supply, but also they may have to accept accommodation in an unsuitable location or perhaps without the facilities that they desired. Again, there's just so much to explore here, and look out for our research and reports. So to wrap up, firstly, the verified student reviews demonstrate international students are extremely satisfied with PBSA offerings. They perceive a much higher value for money than domestic students, especially for premium stock. Second, live rent and availability data for all UK PBSA is essential to understand market dynamics at a city level. Third, decision-making analytics provide the most popular search criteria of international students. Again, this is most useful at a city level. And finally, when we combine these data sets together, it produces novel answers to important questions. I hope you found this helpful. Please do get in touch with us. Mike's here as well. We'll be around afterwards in the evening reception. And I think I've maybe got a couple of minutes for questions, if anyone has any.
Hi, Paul. Do you have any data on, I suppose there's a question of what people search for initially and then what they end up with? Because there's a theory, isn't there, that in consumer choice, we all go through a process of unchoosing. You know, you kind of start off with the ideal in your head and then you say, well, I can't afford that, or, I don't really want, and so you kind of tick things off until you find the thing that's least objectionable. So do you know, kind of, people start with their studio search, where do they end up?
It's a really good question. I think we're the starting point of our research in this area. But what we used to do was just display a league table based on the best rated properties down to the least rated properties. But what we're doing now is really curating a league table for every student. So they see the 104 options in Liverpool. Straight away they hit the price filters. So they need to turn that 104 into 20 or 30 and then start refining that from that point. But we have noticed that giving students the tools, they are taking different approaches. The one analogy we always think about, it's a bit like, the cost of the accommodation isn't far away from a pretty decent car. But these students, particularly international students, it's like they're picking a car, but they've never been in one before. They don't really necessarily know exactly the sorts of questions they should be asking. So we've got a kind of primary filtering system, but we're already, I think you mentioned about the education piece for students. We've got 1.7 million students coming through the platform. We like to start asking them more like an AI process, to ask them questions, to maybe help them find the best options for them. I think that music means I need to stop talking. Well, thanks again, and see you later.
Thank you so much, Paul. That was very enlightening, especially seeing all the data sets that you have gathered and how not only it can inform parents and students to see what properties they're actually choosing, but also maybe hopefully informing developers of PBSAs to see what students actually choose and actually want. Now, before we go and move on to our last session of the day, I'd just like to have a little bit of time for our next headline sponsor, which is Student Room Stay.
Hey, I'm Adam Lee, CEO and co-founder of Student Room Stay. Many people ask why I got into this industry. Well, it all happened 25 years ago, back when I was in high school living with my parents. They hosted several of international students all throughout my high school and college days. I guess you could say that experience left an everlasting impression on me. Fast forward 20 years, guess what? Me and my wife are doing the same exact thing. We've hosted several international students in high school, elementary school, and college. And guess what? I've had the privilege of visiting them in their home country too. To me, there's nothing quite like the magic of a genuine homestay experience. That's what we're all about here at Student Room Stay. I saw an opportunity to not just connect cultures across borders, but also to nurture and create those deep, lifelong relationships. If it happened to me, it could happen to you. In a world with so much chaos and negativity, there's a huge opportunity for us to make a massive impact in these students' lives. That's my driving force. That's my why. But you might be wondering, what sets us apart? Here are the 3 guiding principles I love to share with my amazing team. We are committed to operating with complete transparency and unwavering integrity. Our mission is to bring joy to our students' lives, making their experience truly special, and we never stop innovating. We're constantly investing in technology and adopting fresh ideas. We're thrilled to introduce AMP, our accommodation management platform. This platform caters to all our customers, including high schools, colleges, universities and language schools, agencies around the world, as well as students and host families.
Thank you so much, Student Room Stay. If you'd like some more information about Student Room Stay, they do have a booth right in the foyer. And now for the last, but certainly not the least panel of the day, covering, of course, Homestay, a safe space for students overseas. Now, we've explored so many topics today about accommodation, but the main focuses were definitely HMOs, PBSAs, but there are so many other options for students, be it co-living, be it BTR, and of course, Homestay. It's a very popular choice in Australia, as we'll see a bit later, but it is met with some uncertainty from education agents, from parents, from students, in terms of, is it actually safe? And how can we ensure that safety? Also, what other benefits can students find from Homestay? These are all questions that our experts will be answering today. So please join me in welcoming David Bycroft, founder and Chief Business Development Officer of MyStay International. Lorna Clayton, Managing Director and Founder of Academic Families. And finally, Adam Lee, CEO and co-founder of Student Room Stay.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
All right, so thank you so much for joining us and for staying with us until the very end. This is the last stretch, people, but it is not a topic to take lightly. Now, before we start, because there's a lot of misconceptions about Homestay, I do want to get each of your opinions about what do people think Homestay is exactly, and we'll start maybe with you, Adam.
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, when people think of Homestay, they think of under 18. They think of, younger kids staying in people's homes. And I think that's why me and I think David himself as well have adopted kind of a new term in the industry called hosted accommodation, where it really caters not just to minors, but to adults too. And we're seeing a huge uptick in the adults that are actually staying in hosted accommodation.
Amazing. And for you, Lorna?
Well, I think the same. However, I would add that I think in many countries where the international students are coming from, they don't necessarily understand about safeguarding that we have, particularly in the UK. I don't know about the other markets so well. And they don't understand the process that we go through to ensure that homestays, hosts, whatever, are safe for their children, whatever age they may be, that they are safe for them to stay. So I think that's a big misunderstanding.
Yeah.
And finally, David.
Very quickly, so when we went into this industry about 16, 17 years ago, it was very much unregulated and a boutique industry. So it did get some bad reputation from bad events and bad things that happen. But what we've seen with the accommodation crisis and with the need for standards, as we saw from Interpol in the last session, things are changing rapidly, and I think you're going to see Homestay change into more of a real accommodation opportunity for the over 18 students. Really want to hear you. Is that on?
Yes.
Did they hear that? So you heard me the first time? Okay, great. But basically what you're going to see is Homestay change dynamically over the next few years globally, more towards the standards that everyone's looking for.
So to come to the next question, in your definition for each of you, what is Homestay really? In just a few sentences. We'll start maybe with you, Lorna.
I think it's the opportunity to integrate within the culture, within a safe home family setting where that you can develop your language skills if that's what you need to do, and feel safe and be supported.
Amazing. David?
To us, homestay is about getting the match right between the host and the student. And when we do that, everything else just falls in place and you get the ultimate outcome.
And finally, David.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's very similar to what you both said, but yeah, it's just integrating with another family. And I think for me, it's always I always think of it as a place to start. You know, I think homestay is a great opportunity for international students to start and get immersed before they actually propel themselves off to whatever their next accommodation is.
And we'll delve into these points a little bit more in detail. So just to set the stage for you, how we'll conduct this panel basically is to talk about the 3 components of safety. First of all, of course, physical safety and how homestay ensures that. Then the second one will be about mental safety. And finally, a very surprising one, but I think an important one to also emphasize on, is financial security. Ending, of course, with a little bit of advice from our other stakeholders in industry. So to set the context, we've spoken a lot about affordability, availability, and accountability. And we're also seeing in Australia, for example, which is a major market for international students, a housing crisis that has been reported having international students at the heart of it as a cause. Could you enlighten us about the situation a little bit, David?
Yeah, so I think a housing crisis is not just for Australia. I think it's everywhere at the moment. But the housing crisis becomes a political issue and international students become the problem identified by the government to get voters voting for them. So international students, whilst they're one of our best economic exports, they became blamed for the housing crisis. Now, they do participate in the housing crisis, but they bring enormous benefits to the country as well. So there's a big argument going on still in Australia and student numbers are being capped. But we think that the hosted accommodation is going to be the only solution for even the housing crisis and the international students' contribution to that, because we would rather see more students in properly managed standards-based hosted accommodation.
And how is that, how can homestay basically alleviate that pressure on the market?
The main way is, and we would encourage education providers and agents to only partner with people that meet proper standards and proper management practices, like the people on stage here. And we would then want an effort made to redefine homestay into an accommodation program that works. It actually achieves all of the objectives we've seen today. When done properly, it works. So if we can get more hosts, and we've got universities in Australia helping us promote hosting around their universities now. That's never happened before. That's in this era. And we've got governments funding and organising hosts to come to us to register. And they're funding the campaign. So all of these things are going to be the changes you're going to see globally.
So homestay is definitely a great option that is really much faster to implement as well, because it doesn't have to rely on stringent building regulations, and it also helps the student kind of have a first footing in the culture and a welcoming one at that. Now I'd like to explore a little bit about the UK market itself. We've seen also some reports that there has been a shortage of homestay providers in the UK itself. And what kind of efforts are put in place to change this or improve upon this, Lorna?
Well, I think it's like everything. I think the supply is led by the demand. And so there's more opportunity to look at that. I mean, obviously, well, not obviously, but I think the UK market, the UK students don't want homestay. They'll either stay in their own home or they'll definitely get free. But I think that the increasing opportunity with the international students not having anywhere else to go, right. And also I think a lot of the motivation for families to enter the homestay market is that they're either paying back or they're paying forward. They're genuinely very, very interested in international students and they want to help them. So I think that we're beginning to push an open door.
And I think it also helps really well in contributing financially to those host families as well for mortgages payment and all of that. And something that I like to think maybe a bit naive, but also that whole barrier of understanding another culture kind of diminishes as people welcome, you know, the unknown and makes it more familiar to them. And regarding the US, so the US is such a vast market. I mean, having worked with Student.com trying to find accommodation in so many places where there were colleges everywhere has always been a challenge, especially since PBSA doesn't really exist as much as the other markets. Now, is it, how is homestay market supporting the international students, and is it a popular choice?
Yeah, I think it's becoming more and more popular just because of the availability that's out there. You know, I think we're seeing in a lot of different regions. I mean, we kind of have a unique perspective because we operate as well off-campus housing facilities, and so we get to see that side in very key markets like Santa Barbara and different regions that are just, you know, booked immediately. And so with hosted accommodation, you know, we have access to so much more inventory, and it's just sitting there. And I think one of the unique stories, even just last week with our team, was, you know, we got a phone call from a very large agent that had like 60 kids they needed to have placed within like a week. And there was nothing in Boston that you could find to put these kids in, and we were able to accommodate all 60 kids within a week. And so, you know, there's a lot more inventory out there, and I think that's the big benefit with hosted accommodation.
That's definitely a feat for Boston, because I do believe, I'm not sure if it's still a broker market at the moment, so students have to go through brokers, which...
It's a headache, it's a lot. So.
It is. I've been there trying to consult them.
Yep.
All right, well, we're moving now to a very important question that I don't think I have asked, and we really need your answer on. Is homestay safe? And we'll probably start with you, David.
Yeah, look, it had a reputation for not being safe, I get that. And we saw examples of that. That's why we built the Australian Homestay Network into a standards-based, properly managed organisation. When done properly, it's very safe. And it's not just safe in a physical way, it's safe in every aspect of safety. And that means that the manager of the hosted accommodation program is in constant contact with both host and student whilst the placement is on. And we've had placements currently going for 8 years. You know, in homestay, we used to be seen as just for under 18s or just for short time while they looked for somewhere else to stay. But we're not seeing that now. But so it is very much the safest way when done properly.
Is that a mutual feeling that you share, Lorna?
Definitely. In the UK, getting your business insurance is actually quite a challenge when you mention homestay. And so providing that you have the accreditations and you're following the processes, then it is more straightforward from a business perspective. I think that our safeguarding rules here are really stringent. Yeah, I think it's very safe. However, there's still a huge communication that needs to be done with international parents,
right.
Or whatever age, whether it's under 18 or not, but they do need to be reassured.
And are there a lot of, because you mentioned regulations that are put in place that are pretty stringent as well for homestay, is that the case as well for the US?
Yeah, I mean, we abide by very strict accreditation. You know, we go through, in the US, it's CSIET, which is our standards that we follow and adopt, you know, where there's multiple background checks and check-ins and inspections that are done on the hosts that we put these students with. But on top of that, we've even formed global alliances with other organizations like Australia Homestay Network and Canada Homestay Network, where we take you know, all the standards that we adhere to within our respective countries and roll them out on a global scale. And so, absolutely. And you see minors, right, that are in homestay. You don't see that in apartments by themselves. And so, you know, we're used to bringing in kids anywhere from 5 years old all the way up to 45 years old for hosted accommodation. And so, yeah, it's all over the board.
You've touched upon a point that I actually wanted to ask about next, is what kind of standards should be implemented in the industry to ensure that safety, especially in the selection process of hosting families and then how to select them. And we were also talking, I remember Dini and Sarah were mentioning the room matching, which is also an issue for a lot of students in PBSA, finding the right roommates. So are those standards that you've already implemented and that need to be implemented further to assure the safety of students? Would you like to take the question?
Well, I mean, obviously, I think we all believe that matching is, in every aspect of university or student life, matching is very important. And I think particularly when you're going to live somewhere, whether it's a roommate or in the case of homestay, I think that you should, first of all, you should make sure that as a student that you are looking at a partner of your university, and then you should keep pursuing until you find somebody who actually does know and can help you within that matching process. It just makes all the difference, all the difference. I mean, even we would recommend sort of 3 to 6 weeks, and then you really know whether it's working or not. And if your agency is good at matching, then the chances are that it will just be all smooth all the way. Minor tweaks, minor support, but that's it. But if you get it fundamentally wrong, then it's just a disaster for everybody. And you could then lose a perfectly good host family who could have been hosting with you for years, and you've lost them because they've got a mismatch and it's been a bad experience for them. So obviously, primarily, it's the student we're looking to keep safe and to match and to be happy. But you also have to look at your host network as well.
Adam, anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think, as we mentioned, standards are incredibly important. I think for us, I mentioned we follow, our guidelines in the U.S. We go through, multiple background checks on our host families. We do pre-inspections on our host families. I think one of the things, too, that's really important that we've recently just really started to notice is the pre-departure orientation for these students prior to them coming, to really prepare them for what to expect, but also to prepare the host family too, because when they're hosting a student from, whether it be China or whether it be Japan or whether it be from the Middle East, I mean, the cultures are so different, and they need to understand what to expect to actually be able to make sure that it is a good match, and that's crucial.
And David?
Okay, so we push really hard that there has to be proper systems, processes, procedures, and it's all about accountability, transparency, and being open about what's actually going on. We have education provider logins, agent logins, student logins, host logins, so everybody can pretty well see what they need to see, and everybody can tick if they're having a good time or not, and we can act upon it straight away. So I think it's really about having the right documentation and systems that help you deliver the standards.
There's another point that I'd love to touch upon, which is about partnerships, because I do believe that partnerships are an important, setting the right partnerships not only with your host families, but also with education agencies that might send students, or even university partners, so that they understand that they should select the right host families or right companies to send their students to. And I remember, David, you mentioned that you have been working very closely with a university partner that has yielded great success. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, in Western Australia, we've been working with University of Western Australia as well as the government in Western Australia. Now, they saw the student problem coming, the accommodation problem of students coming. So they engaged us quite early to work with them to build host pools for their incoming students of the next year. Now, because of cost of living crisis, we already get 1,000 applications a month in Australia for hosts across Australia. But in this region where the education provider and the government got behind it, it performed 5 times greater than our other regions. So we were comparing them to a pretty high number already. So it was just amazing what we saw. So we're encouraging formal partnerships where we all share the problem and we all deliver the solution.
So again, the importance of collaboration with the right stakeholders. Now, going beyond the processes that are in place or that should be in place, I'd like to also talk about some ways that homestay can also be safer for students, both underage and otherwise, but coming from host families themselves. What are ways that host families ensure the safety of students? Would you like to kick us off?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's orientation and just adequately preparing our hosts for the students that are coming in, you know, making sure that they understand all the things that could happen. I think being very real and setting the right expectations too, on both sides. I think even on the student side, you know, I think the reality is it's going to be an uncomfortable situation sometimes for students when they come in initially. And so making sure that they're adequately prepared and making sure that they're ready. And then on the flip side, doing that with the host and making sure they have the tools and the resources that is at their disposal when something does come up, and they feel they are supported and they feel that, you know, they have an organization behind them that has their back if something does happen. And so we go through strict training on all of that.
And the host families, once the students are on site as well, can provide such a great protection, just giving local insights on how to avoid scams, for example. We were just talking about, you know, the scams that are prevalent, what areas to avoid. Are there any other benefits, you know, from a security standpoint that you've seen from your experience, Lorna?
Well, I think, in effect, very often the homestay, they do fall into the role of being aunts and uncles, and they do get very close with their students that are staying with them, and so all aspects of safety, whether it's electronic safety, but also just, you know, well, where are you? You should be back by now. Where are you? You haven't messaged me. There's a lot of just the basic family and care that they perform. And we'll keep students right. Don't get that bus at night. Don't do this. Don't do that. Or I'll come and get you. Just phone me from the station or whatever. There's a lot of that just happens. But I think just back on the preparation side of it, we find that with a lot of British hosts, what they want to do first of all is sit down. Let's have a cup of tea and tell me all about yourself. And that doesn't always work with other cultures. They think, oh my goodness, so nosy, so invasive. That's not what we do. So it is very much about working together, and so that they don't overstep that mark on, well, why aren't you back as well? So that they do just sort of move into it gradually and then become that protective sort of cushion for students.
More of sensitivity training, especially concerning culture. David, anything else to add?
Yeah, so we're all in the same team, I'm sure.
Yes.
But we, when I said we get 1,000 applications a month, only 300 make it through to hosting. And it's very important not to accept the ones who can't fill in a form properly or can't give feedback, because you don't want to make mistakes. Our work is much harder if we get a placement wrong in matching. So get that right and everything goes really well.
Well, we always say that we've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, and when they've done the initial registration, then we speak to them and we just listen. And what is your motivation? If it's money, that if it's because you're interested in an international student and you've got a reason, you've got a connection, then that really makes a massive difference when we're recruiting our hosts.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Listen
to the student experience. And so now moving forward from the, of course, physical safety of students, I'd love to talk a bit more about the mental safety. And what I mean is there's been so many studies showing that actually international students have a higher rate of depression than domestic students. And from my own experience, I actually had a student from Thailand who was very, very depressed, very introverted, stayed in his studio, cut everybody out from his life, his parents. We couldn't reach him at all, and then had to, in the end, get out of university just because that cultural shock was so big. And that report actually mentioned cultural shock as being one of the barriers, of course, communication barriers, and isolation in a new country with homesickness, and of course, the added pressure to perform. Now, how does homestay help students with adapting to the local culture and then understanding better? If you'd like to kick us off, Adam.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it. You know, I think, you know, when you're not in homestay, a lot of these students are, you know, I think in the previous slide actually that we were just watching, They're looking at studio apartments, and so they are isolated. They're by themselves, you know, where when you're going into hosted accommodation, you have a family around you, you have support, you have a network of people that are there to walk you through whatever issues you have. I think beyond that, you know, one of the things that we've done and we've seen other organizations take hold is providing an academy for the students to where they could go through that cultural academy and they can get equipped with as much knowledge as what to expect when they actually get there, and then also how to handle, you know, various things that come up, whether it be conflict resolution or whatever it may be with your host. And we're there to guide them throughout that whole process too. And that's really important.
So instead of just pushing them into the experience,
Right.
we're really just preparing them and managing expectations.
It's huge, yeah.
And Lorna, you told me a very sweet story about one of the experiences that a student had about Christmas. I'd love for you to share that with our audience as well.
Well, we have some under 18s, and they've stayed with, they're actually Japanese, and they've stayed with one of our homestays in particular, and that was all great, all went very well, and they stay over Christmas and Easter, in fact, and the summer. But anyway, they stay over, come for 2 years, and they stay for the whole time, all great. Then they graduated, went off to university, fabulous. So then we had new students who matched with the host, all great. But then there was a little problem at Christmas because, of course, the first students are coming home. So they don't leave, you know, we're academic families, we're a family, we all stay and they come back. So we said, oh, okay, so we get a bit of stacking going on in the families, but very, and other children in the family taking, you know, supporting, but very interesting that, yes, it's not just a temporary accommodation, it is you are joining a family. And in fact, if we ask our parents, our homestays, our hosts, how do they help with the mental well-being, with the well-being of their students? There are two things that they will say. They will all say pets. In Britain, we all have pets, whether it's a dog or a cat. And so when the students are stressed, upset, whatever, maybe they don't want to talk to the homestay, but actually they will take the dog for a walk, because of course we all do. They will stroke the dog, they will talk to the dog, they will cuddle or the cat or whatever. And the pets within homestays really make a massive difference. The other one is grandchildren, if they have grandchildren. Because they'll be in and out of the family, and that expectation is, you will engage with me, you will talk to me, you will, and so they can get scooped up, whereas they may not want to talk to anybody else, they may want to be studying, doing whatever they're doing, but the grandchildren come along and you're part of the family, so let's get on. And they say that those two, pets and grandchildren, are the greatest sort of barrier breaker and mental health supporter for our international students.
We have compulsory host training online, which helps bring the cultural thing in. And if there's a host who is having a culture as their guest for the first time, there would be work done on making sure they knew, you know, what to expect. So we're trying to limit the homesickness. And the presenter who did the mental health session, I don't remember who that was.
Yeah, May, yes.
Yeah, but please get a copy of that presentation, because all of the concerns were countered by what happens in homestay to fix every one of the concerns about the mental health of international students. When homestay is done properly, you get rid of those risks. And it was about having someone to talk to, having someone to be with, and having interaction and so on. And your experience, we've all had hosts go to students' weddings overseas, many of them, because they become part of the family.
So you mentioned that a lot of the host families are informed, pre-trained before. So that means that you make a very specific and localized training about the culture that it will accept, not a general one, which we can see from not host families, unfortunately, but main HMOs, PBSAs. They don't always know the nationality that is coming and how to interact with them. So that's very, very important.
I'm sorry, I'll just add, we all have detailed questionnaires, so we know a lot about the student and their likes and dislikes.
Oh, that's perfect. So even better at matchmaking,
Yep.
in a way. And I really, really enjoy as well the whole component of what you were speaking about, which was, you know, family. But of course, we know that students who are going abroad are not only looking to study, but they're looking for an experience. And that's definitely something that homestay provides, very much so within the price as well, that's included. And it's not at an added price, where we saw many students talking about how laundry was more expensive and all of that. So I'd like to now shift to that financial security component. And the first one is to alleviate, you know, basically what makes homestay a great option for students when it comes to the wallet. And if you'd like to start, David.
Okay, great. So when you have a student in your home and you realise the responsibility of that through the training, you actually are helping the student with day-to-day decision-making. So the scam is unlikely to happen that could happen in anything, not just accommodation. But the host will also help. In Australia, they're allowed to work. I think they are in UK as well. The host will help them find a job. The host will talk to them about where to look for things, how to shop smart, you know, everything. So really, all of the mistakes that a student makes generally if they're not in a hosted accommodation experience are again gone because the host gets involved in the life and the success of that student.
And if you'd like to add anything to that, Lorna.
You know how much you're paying. You will get a lot of freebies because the family, they know how much they're receiving, but it's not simply about the money. It's about making that experience right and good. And so in many cases, particularly if they are empty nesters, then they've got the space. They will and they will include you in the things that they possibly were used to paying for the children. They're not going to pay for everything, of course they're not, but they're not going to be racking up a bill all the time. I mean, it's give or take, but I think that it's not just the emotional extras. It is just being part of a family that they will take you out. They will do things. They're not going to say, well, that was 45p a mile. They just do it.
And if we compare the monthly or the weekly amount that students have to pay, when you fare them against PBSA and HMOs, how does the price compare? Is it higher? Is it lower?
I would say significantly less. You know, I think with PBSA, price is driven by inventory, right? So the lower in the inventory, the higher the price continues to rise. With hosted accommodation, there's so many things that are included. I mean, you've got Wi-Fi, you've got utilities, you've got laundry, you've got meals, you've got transportation even in some cases, that all of those things are all inclusive. And so, yeah, I mean, and then when you look at just base rent, even without those things, it's typically 30-40% less in some cases in some markets, especially major markets. And that's what we're seeing on our side.
Is that also the case in Australia?
Yeah, it is. And our government makes hosted accommodation or homestay hosting tax-free. And I know the UK government has so much money they can earn.
Rent-a-room.
What's it called?
Rent-a-room.
Rent-a-room. But that's what we've got to promote better, to get more hosts, because that's the secret, is get more people doing it because they need help with cost of living, you know. So I can just see a great solution here for the industry.
Love to see that in the US.
And for policymakers as well, who are feeling the pressure to try to deliver, to solve a lot of the housing crisis that we've mentioned. I mean, this is such a great solution that we've already said before, but it's faster implementation. There's still a lot of standards involved, and it's still very, very, very safe. So to end this panel, I'd also like to ask regarding beyond the homestay, because of course, students are not going to always stay for the 4 years. Some of them leave and go make their life somewhere else. But there was also another important factor that I saw in a lot of studies, which was network, that you mentioned, Lorna. These people become family, but it also helps them in terms of network. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Well, very often, if you're wanting part-time employment, your host will know people, local employers, whatever, and they will have their own network, and they will open that up to you as well. So I think there are lots of examples of that.
And when you look at matching hosts with students, do you also look maybe at, you know, what kind of subjects they're going to study, or what degree they're going to have, and what the job of the person, the host family, comes?
That's a huge opportunity. We haven't been doing that as strong, but it's a great idea. I think it is heading down a path where you could follow a lot more targeted areas for someone studying a certain subject could be staying with an engineer because they're doing engineering, etc. We once set up a program with a university for the alumni of the university, and the plan was to attract them to people who were lecturing or teaching in those fields that the student was studying. But because there wasn't a crisis back then, it didn't really go fast, but it could now. We could reintroduce it.
That seems like a new idea to put in. Very well. Well, before we end, do you have any final last words? And I'll give you each maybe 2 sentences, starting with Adam, about concrete advice you would give to education agents and universities when looking for homestay partners.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I mean, I'm biased because I'm in it, but I think it's a great starting point for students, you know, international students specifically. And we know that they're not always going to stay in homestay or hosted accommodation. We know that they want to eventually be on their own. They want to live with friends. And that's partly why we, you know, have also began to kind of acquire and look at getting into off-campus housing so we can help with that smooth transition from hosted accommodation to off-campus housing. But I think, you know, students are going to learn so much when they're around a culture. You know, I mean, you learn so much in school with the language, but when you're actually living in the home and you get to share meals with people and you get to, you know, sit around a dinner table, I think that's where something special happens, and that's where you begin to break down borders and truly actually begin to create those lifelong memories. And so
I think that's also true for anyone who works also abroad, and the appeal of co-living right now for a lot of digital workers, that they want to have that feeling of community that sometimes they can't get if they just are launched in a new country by themselves.
Absolutely.
And for you, Lorna, your last piece of advice.
Well, definitely for agents, I would definitely say have that conversation with your students. Don't assume that they're going to go into independent living. Sell it to them. It's not for everybody, clearly, but sell it to them. And also, they're not signing up for the rest of their life. You know, they're not signing up even for they're signing up hopefully for a year, but they're not signing up for their whole degree. And their hosts will understand when they want to progress, if they want to progress to other accommodation, and they will give them their blessing, and they'll still have them back for Sunday lunch or whatever, and Christmas and other things. So I think it's just to encourage people to think about it and to try it,
And I'll just add quickly that this is the only solution we can see for student accommodation in the short and medium term, for international student accommodation. So we have to get it right. It's not if we get it right or when we get it right, we just have to get it right. And we have to do it as quickly as possible. So I would say to agents and education providers, choose a partner, work with them, and be faithful and loyal to them, and they'll be faithful and loyal to you, and it'll be a success for your students. We commit only 4 weeks with 2 weeks' notice. I don't know what you do. Same, Adam, right?
Yep.
So it's a 4-week commitment. Every single over 18 international student, first time in a country, should start with properly managed hosted accommodation.
Thank you so much. Now I'm going to, because we still have about 5 minutes left before concluding the session, I'll open the floor to questions. Any questions from the audience?
They won't pour the drinks till 5 o'clock.
Till 7.
7 o'clock, sorry.
Any questions at all? Now, I just wanted to add a little point as well, is that we're not suggesting that homestay will be replacing PBSA or HMOs or anything like that, but more is provided as a support, especially to, as we mentioned, alleviate those pressures, but also a good option for students to get that first foot in to their destination country. And we've also covered, of course, throughout this panel, how to make homestay safer with proper standards that are respected throughout the industry, with education agents partnering with the right partners, of course, and all the other benefits that are added apart from, you know, the weekly rent. All these benefits that are not always advertised, but are definitely experienced by students who go through homestay. Now, thank you so much again to all of our panelists for opening our minds to homestay and to show how convenient and safe it can be for international students. Now, this is the end, everybody. I'd like to close today's seminar by thanking all of our expert panelists throughout the day and speakers as well. Thank you so much for your time and your expertise. Also would love to thank our headline sponsors, Zabit, Go Britannia, Vita Students, and Student Room Stay, as well as our demo sponsor, Amber, and our media partners, the Class Foundation and PBSA News. We'd also love to thank, of course, our audience, who are still here with us. As kudos to you guys, it's been a long day, I'm sure, as well as to our online audience. Thank you so much for your time and attention. And for anyone who'd like to check back on some sessions, you can always look online. We're going to publish this live stream online for you. And finally, if you know, for ICEF, accommodation is such an important topic that we really want to get more involved with. So if there's anyone at all who'd be interested to get involved as well, either as a speaker or explore partnerships that you can have with ICEF, please feel free to contact me. I'll be around somewhere. And feel free to ask any questions that you may have. And yes, so I think that I'll probably let you guys go and on to the welcome reception, which will be starting around 7:15, and the cocktails at 7:30, so be ready for that. Thank you so much, everyone. Have a lovely evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, it's been hard to get in.
Yes.